We all want the good life. To do the things that give us the most joy. To reach for the things we want and get them. To move our feet and go where our hearts take us. To become who we've always thought we were. To break free from the ordinary and live life to the fullest.
The good life is not a destination, it's a journey. Verve, Africa's premier payment card, is the passport that keeps you moving from good life to good life. Ask your bank for a Verve card today.
Welcome. Pocket Money was started with the objective of bridging the gap between the bank mission for over 15 years with over 20 million bank subscribers. And we are the first licensed mobile money operator since 2011. Pocket Money as our 2010 has provided platform for everyday users to have access to financial services from anywhere. Users can send money, buy airtime, pay utilities without any need to visit any bank. That was novel. Pocket Money has simply removed the hassles from everyday banking activities for the man on the street to focus on more important matters, taking his money with him anytime, anywhere.
As a company, our key responsibility is to help translate human problems into products and services that can meet their everyday daily needs. That was our intention with Pocket Money 1.0. We thought to build an application that could be a lifestyle app. And it was not just about sending and receiving money. Our thought was to build a product that could be a lifestyle app and infuse that into people's daily life to help them interact better with their finances. We did that. With Pocket Money 2.0, we are taking things a notch higher. We are introducing a new product with a ton of features and functionalities that can help people bank faster and have better interaction with their daily finances. Yeah, we believe these things are necessary because Pocket Money is not just about sending and receiving money, but we're building an app that we want to infuse into people's lives to help them manage their interaction with their finances. And we believe these features and functionalities are necessary such that we can build Pocket Money in line with global payment trends.
We are not only enabling our end users, we are also making it more profitable and exciting for our agents and aggregators. We listened intently to our business partners and we understood their pain points.
Our revamped Pocket Money agency banking suite addresses the needs of our agency banking partners, and we have provided them with features that enable them to do and achieve more while serving the last mile customer.
The new Pocket Money is built on a solid technology infrastructure powered by a fintech company that has been in existence for over 20 years. Driving digital payments in Nigeria and across Africa. The new Pocket Money is powered by e-Transat.
The revamped Pocket Money agency banking is the true definition of the future of financial inclusion.
Fast, easy, convenient banking at your fingertips.
This is beautiful. Every transaction is a breeze.
Smart, seamless banking on the go.
In a world where access to financial services was once a distant dream for millions, truly, the revamped
What? Why?
Baby. Chai.
What? I'm just browsing a bit.
They play. Me, that's my night guard, dear God. Give me something.
Stay guarded, night and day. Activate Night Guard today. OPay, beyond banking.
the heart of Lagos, a vision took shape. An emblem of Nigeria's cultural pride, the National Arts Theatre. Built in 1976, the theatre was born out of a grand purpose to host the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, Festac 77.
Festac 77, the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, held in Nigeria, brought together 15,000 participants from over 70 countries. The National Theatre in Lagos was the scene of many important events throughout the festival. This really got through to the audience, who at the end of this performance went up onto the stage to dance with their brothers and sisters from across the water. A fitting end to a festival which succeeded more than anything else in bringing people together.
The theatre faced some operational and maintenance challenges over time. These issues contributed to the building's gradual deterioration, affecting its ability to fully serve its intended purpose. By the mid-90s, the National Theatre had indeed become a shadow, a stark reminder of what once was. But the story was far from over. With a shared vision, the committee of bankers joined forces not to rebuild from scratch, but to breathe life back into its historic walls. As the sun rises over Lagos, so too does a new dawn for the National Theatre, a masterpiece reborn. Inside its halls, where the echoes of past performances once faded, a new energy now pulses. Every carefully crafted space tells a story of resilience and rebirth. The theatre once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation. A stage where Nigeria's rich cultural heritage can unfold. This revival is more than a restoration of bricks and mortar. It's about reigniting the flame of our traditions, culture, and arts in the hearts of Nigerians. This is more than a building. It's a promise. A promise that Nigeria's rich cultural heritage will continue to thrive. That the arts will always have a stage. Our stories will be told for generations to come. And that this cultural epicenter will continue to inspire, uplift, and fuel the creative spirit of our nation. its cultural significance, the revival serves as a spark for economic growth, creating jobs, boosting tourism, and energizing the creative industries. The theater once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation, providing a stage where Nigerians' rich cultural heritage can truly unfold. A beacon of hope where the echoes of past merges seamlessly with the vision of tomorrow. In the heart of Lagos, a vision took shape. An emblem of Nigeria's cultural pride, the National Arts Theatre. Built in 1976, the theatre was born out of a grand purpose to host the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, Festac 77.
Festac 77, the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, held in Nigeria, brought together 15,000 participants from over 70 countries. The National Theatre in Lagos was the scene of many important events throughout the festival. This really got through to the audience, who at the end of this performance went up onto the stage to dance with their brothers and sisters from across the water, a fitting end to a festival which succeeded more than anything else in bringing people together.
The theatre faced some operational and maintenance challenges over time. These issues contributed to the building's gradual deterioration, affecting its ability to fully serve its intended purpose. By the mid-90s, the National Theatre had indeed become a shadow, a stark reminder of what once was. But the story was far from over. With a shared vision, the Committee of Bankers joined forces not to rebuild from scratch, but to breathe life back into its historic walls. As the sun rises over Lagos, so too does a new stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation. Stage where Nigeria's rich cultural heritage can unfold. This This revival is more than a restoration of bricks and mortar. It's about reigniting the flame of our traditions, culture, and arts in the hearts of Nigerians. This is more than a building. It's a promise that Nigeria's rich cultural heritage will continue to thrive. That the arts will always have a stage, our stories will be told for generations to come, and that this cultural epicenter will continue to inspire, uplift, and fuel the creative spirit of our nation. Beyond its cultural significance, the revival serves as a spark for economic growth, creating jobs, boosting tourism, and energizing the creative industries. The theater once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation, providing a stage where Nigerians' rich cultural heritage can truly unfold. Of hope, where the echoes of past merges seamlessly with the vision of tomorrow.
After the huge success of the maiden edition in 2022, the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference is back, bigger and better. This year, prepare to be inspired, informed, and involved. Mark your calendars for November 12th and 34th as we embark on a global movement that's shaping the future of financial services in Nigeria, across Africa, and the world. Join us for the International Financial Inclusion Conference happening at Landmark Event Center, Lagos, Nigeria. Themed Inclusive Growth, Harnessing Financial Inclusion for Economic Development. Hosted by the Central Bank of Nigeria in collaboration with the National Financial Inclusion Steering Committee and the World Bank. It promises to be a setting journey to 95% financial inclusion for all, presenting a unique opportunity to showcase global perspectives on financial innovation and inclusion, driving local impact. Register now for the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference on ificng.com. Be part of this transformative journey and join us for the IFIC 2024. The International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024, bringing financial inclusion for economic development.
See me see trouble. So today, I said I should treat myself as salary just enter. I ordered my food and was looking forward to demolishing all the orishi.
Baby, for serving. Are they run?
Oh yeah, time to pay rich now.
Food where you never pay for.
Now here my card begin acting. Hey.
You know what?
You know what? Okay. After debiting me, it's like this one wants to find my trouble. See premium dragging. Oh, because this card did not work.
Save yourself the embarrassment. Get a card that works with MoneyPoint Personal Banking. Download the app, request for a card and have it delivered to you in 48 hours. Experience banking on point because your money no go hang.
In our world, they say, drink water and mind your business. But at Flutterwave, we make your business our business, providing seamless payment solutions for every one of your customers. Be it the ones who walk right into your store, or those who prefer to stay indoors. Customers that are far, far away, those who are simply next door, and the entrepreneurs in the making. Whether you're a business owner or a customer, Flutterwave is always there to simplify your payment needs. So go ahead, get started on flutterwave.com. So business fly.
To reach for the things we want. To reach for the things we want and get them. And get them. To move our feet. To move our feet and go where our hearts take us. To become who we've always thought we were. To break free from the ordinary and live life to the fullest.
The good life is not a destination, it's a journey. Verve, Africa's premier payment card, is the passport that keeps you moving from good life to good life. Ask your bank for a Verve card today.
Welcome. Pocket Money was started. Welcome. Pocket Money was started with the objective of bridging the gap between the bank and the As an organization, we have been providing mobile banking solutions for over 15 years with over 20 million bank subscribers. And we are the first licensed mobile money operator since 2011. Pocket Money as at 2010 has provided platform for everyday users to have access to financial services from anywhere. Users can send money, buy airtime, pay utilities without any need to visit any bank. That was novel. Pocket Money has simply removed the hassles from everyday banking activities for the man on the street to focus on more important matters, taking his money with him anytime, anywhere.
As a company, our key responsibility is to help translate human problems into products and services that can meet their everyday daily needs. That was our intention with Pocket Money 1.0. We thought to build an application that could be a lifestyle hub. And it's not just about sending and receiving money. Our thought was to build a product that could be a lifestyle hub and infuse that into people's daily life to help them interact better with their finances. We did that. With Pocket Money 2.0, we are taking things a notch higher. We are introducing a new product with a ton of features and functionalities that can help people bank faster and have better interaction with their daily finances. Yeah, we believe these things are necessary because Pocket Money is not just about sending and receiving money, but we're building an app that we want to infuse into people's lives to help them manage their interaction with their finances. And we believe these features and functionalities are necessary such that we can build pocket money in line with global payment trends.
We are not only enabling our end users, we are also making it more profitable and exciting for our agents and aggregators. We listened intently to our business partners and we understood their pain points.
Our revamped Pocket Money agency banking suite addresses the needs of our agency banking partners, and we have provided them with features that enable them to do and achieve more while serving the last mile customer.
The new Pocket Money is built on a solid technology infrastructure powered by a fintech company that has been in existence for over 20 years.
Economic development.
See me see trouble. So today, I said I should treat myself as salary just enter. I ordered my food and was looking forward to demolishing all the orishi.
Baby, for serving. Are they run?
Oh yeah, time to pay rich now.
Food where you never pay for.
Now here my card begin acting. Hey.
You know what?
You know what? Okay. After debiting me, it's like this one wants to find my trouble. Say premium dragging. Oh, because this card did not work.
Save yourself the embarrassment. Get a card that works with MoneyPoint's personal banking. Download the app, request for a card and have banking on point because your money no go hang.
In our world they say, drink water and mind your business. But at Flutterwave, we make your business our business, providing seamless payment solutions for every one of your customers. In our world they say, drink water and mind your business. But at Flutterwave, we make your business our business, providing seamless payment solutions for every one of your customers. Be it the ones who walk right into your store, or those who prefer to stay indoors. Customers that are far
We all want the good life. To do the things that give us the most joy. To reach for the things we want and get them. To move our feet and go where our hearts take us. To become who we've always thought we were. To break free from the ordinary and live life to the fullest.
The good life is not a destination, it's a journey. Verve, Africa's premier payment card, is the passport that keeps you moving life to good life. Ask your bank for a Verve card today.
Welcome. Pocket Money was started with the objective of bridging the gap between the banked and the underbanked. As an organization, we have been providing mobile banking solutions for over 15 years with over 20 million bank subscribers. And we are the first licensed mobile money operator since 2011. Pocket Money, as at 2010, has provided platform for everyday users to have services from anywhere. Users can send money, buy airtime, pay utilities without any need to visit any bank. That was novel. Pocket Money has simply removed the hassles from everyday banking activities for the man on the street to focus on more important matters, taking his money with him anytime, anywhere.
As a company, our key responsibility is to help translate human problems into products and services that can meet their everyday daily needs. That was our intention with Pocket Money 1.0. We thought to build an application that could be a lifestyle hub. And it was not just about sending and receiving money. Our thought was to build a product that could be a lifestyle hub and infuse that into people's daily life to help them interact better with their finances. We did that. With Pocket Money 2.0, we are taking things a notch higher. We are introducing a new product with a ton of features and functionalities that can help people bank faster and have better interaction with their daily finances. Yeah, we believe these things are necessary because Pocket Money is not just about sending and receiving money, but we're building an app that we want to infuse into people's lives to help them manage their interaction with their finances. And we believe these features and functionalities are necessary such that we can build Pocket Money in line with global payment trends.
We are not only enabling our end users, we are also making it more profitable and exciting for our agents and aggregators. We listened intently to our business partners and we understood their pain points.
Our revamped Pocket Money agency banking suite addresses the needs of our agency banking partners. And we have provided them with features that enable them to do and achieve more while serving the last mile customer.
The new Pocket Money is built on a solid technology infrastructure powered by a fintech company that has been in existence for over 20 years, driving digital payments in Nigeria and across Africa. The new Pocket Money is powered by eTransact.
The revamped Pocket Money agency banking is the true definition of the future of financial inclusion.
Fast, easy, convenient banking at your fingertips.
This is beautiful. Every transaction is a breeze.
Smart, seamless banking on the go.
In a world where access to financial services was once a distance dream for millions, truly, the revamped Pocket Money is the future of financial inclusion. This new build represents a significant leap forward in our mission to offer a comprehensive mobile money payment solution. It is not just an app, it is a catalyst for a change, driving our digital and agency banking initiative to bridge the gap between financial services and those who need them most. Join us on this journey towards a more inclusive future with Pocket Money. Welcome to the new Pocket Money.
What? I'm just browsing a bit.
They play. Me, that's my ninth guard deal, God. Give me something.
Stay guarded night and day. Activate Night Guard today. OPay, beyond banking.
In the heart of Lagos, a vision took shape. An emblem of Nigeria's cultural pride, the National Arts Theatre. Built in 1976, the theatre was born out of a grand purpose to host the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, Festac 77.
Festac 77, the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, held in Nigeria, brought together 15,000 participants from over 70 countries. The National Theatre in Lagos was the scene of many important events throughout the festival. This really got through to the audience, who at the end of this performance went up onto the stage to dance with their brothers and sisters from across the water, a fitting end to a festival which succeeded more than anything else in bringing people together.
The theatre faced some operational and maintenance challenges over time. These issues contributed to the building's gradual deterioration, affecting its ability to fully serve its intended purpose. By the mid-90s, the National Theatre had indeed become a shadow, a stark reminder of what once was. But the story was far from over. With a shared vision, the committee of bankers joined forces not to rebuild from scratch, but to breathe life back into its historic walls. As the sun rises over Lagos, so too does a new dawn for the National Theatre, a masterpiece reborn. Inside its halls, where the echoes of past performances once faded, a new energy now pulses. Every carefully crafted space tells a story of resilience and rebirth. The theater once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation. A stage where Nigeria's rich cultural heritage can unfold. This revival is more than a restoration of bricks and mortar. It's about reigniting the flame of our traditions, culture, and arts in the hearts of Nigerians. This is more than a building. It's a promise. A promise that Nigeria's rich cultural heritage will continue to thrive. That the arts will always have a stage. Our stories will be told for generations to come. And that this cultural epicenter will continue to inspire, uplift, and fuel the creative spirit of our nation. Beyond its cultural significance, the revival serves as a spark for economic growth, creating jobs, boosting tourism, and energizing the creative industries. The theater once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation, providing a stage where Nigerians' rich cultural heritage can truly unfold. Of hope where the echoes of past merges seamlessly with the vision of tomorrow.
After the huge success of the maiden edition in 2022, the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference is back, bigger and better. This year, prepare to be inspired, informed, and involved. Mark your calendars for November 12th and 13th, 2024, as we embark on a global movement that's shaping the future of financial services in Nigeria, across Africa, and the world. Join us for the International Financial Inclusion Conference, happening at Landmark Event Center in Lagos, Nigeria. Themed, Inclusive Growth, Harnessing Financial Inclusion for Economic Development. Hosted by the Central Bank of Nigeria in collaboration with the National Financial Inclusion Steering Committee and the World Bank. This year's conference promises to be a setting journey to 95% financial inclusion for all, presenting a unique opportunity to showcase global perspectives on financial innovation and inclusion driving local impact. Register now for the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference on ificng.com. Be part of this transformative journey and join us for the IFIC 2024 Financial Inclusion Conference 2024, bringing financial inclusion for economic development.
See me see trouble. So today, I said I should treat myself as salary just enter. I ordered my food and was looking forward to demolishing all the orishi.
Pay before serving.
Are they run? Oh yeah, time to pay rich now.
Food where you never pay for.
Now here my card begin acting. Hey.
You know what?
You know what, okay? After debiting me, it's like this one wants to find my trouble. Say premium dragging. Oh, because this card did not work.
Save yourself the embarrassment. Get a card that works with MoneyPoint's personal banking. Download the app, request for a card and have it delivered to you in 48 hours. Experience banking on point because your money no go hang.
In our world, they say, drink water and mind your business. But at Flutterwave, we make your business our business, providing seamless payment solutions for every one of us. Be it the ones who walk right into your store, or those who prefer to stay indoors. Customers that are far, far away, those who are simply next door, and the entrepreneurs in the making. Whether you're a business owner or a customer, Flutterwave is always there to simplify your payment needs. So go ahead, get started on flutterwave.com, the solution that helps your business fly.
We all want a good life. To do the things that give us the most joy. To reach for the things we want and get them. To move our feet and go where our hearts take us. To become who we've always thought we were. To break free from the ordinary and live life to the fullest.
The good life is not a destination, it's a journey. Verve, Africa's premier payment card, is the passport that keeps you moving from good life to good life. Ask your bank for a Verve card today.
Welcome. Pocket Money was started with the objective of bridging the gap between the banked and the underbanked. As an organization, we have been providing mobile banking solutions for over 15 years with over 20 million bank subscribers. And we are the first licensed mobile money operator since 2011. Pocket Money as at 2010 has provided platform for everyday users to have access to financial services from anywhere. Users can send money, buy airtime, pay utilities without any need to visit any bank. That was novel. Pocket Money has simply removed the hassles from everyday banking activities for the man on the street to focus on more important matters, taking his money with him anytime, anywhere.
As a company, our key responsibility is to help translate human problems into products and services that could meet their everyday daily needs. That was our intention with Pocket Money 1.0. We thought to build an application that could be a lifestyle hub. And it was not just about sending and receiving money. Our thought was to build a product that could be a lifestyle hub and infuse that into people's daily life to help them interact better with their finances. We did that. With Pocket Money 2.0, we are taking things a notch higher. We are introducing a new product with a ton of features and functionalities that can help people bank faster and have better interaction with their daily finances. Yeah, we believe these things are necessary because Pocket Money is not just about sending and receiving money, but we're building an app that we want to infuse into people's lives to help them manage their interaction with their finances. And we believe these features and functionalities are necessary such that we can build Pocket Money in line with global payment trends.
We are not only enabling our end users, we are also making it more profitable and exciting for our agents and aggregators. We listened intently to our business.
The agency banking suite addresses the needs of our agency banking partners, and we have provided them with features that enable them to do and achieve more while serving the last mile customer.
The new Pocket Money is built on a solid technology infrastructure powered by a fintech company that has been in existence for over 20 years, driving digital payments in Nigeria and across Africa. The new Pocket Money is powered by eTransact.
The revamped Pocket Money agency banking is the true definition of the future of financial inclusion.
Fast, easy, convenient banking at your fingertips.
This is beautiful. Every transaction is a breeze.
Smart, seamless banking on the go.
In a world where access to financial services was once a distance dream for millions, truly, the revamped Pocket Money is the future of financial inclusion. This new build represents a significant leap forward in our mission to offer a comprehensive mobile money payment solution. It is not just an app, it is a catalyst for a change, driving our digital and agency banking initiative to bridge the gap between financial services and those who need them most. Join us on this journey towards a more inclusive future with Pocket Money. Welcome to the new Pocket Money.
Mercy, baby. Chai.
What? I'm just browsing a bit.
They play. Me, that's my ninth guard, dear God. Give me something.
Stay guarded night and day. Activate Night Guard today. OPay, beyond banking.
hello, hello. Hello, hello. The theater was born out of a grand purpose to host the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, Festac 77.
Festac 77, the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture held in Nigeria, brought together 15,000 participants from over 70 countries. The National Theatre in Lagos was the scene of many important events throughout the festival. This really got through to the audience, who at the end of this performance went up onto the stage to dance with their brothers and sisters from across the water, a fitting end to a festival which succeeded more than anything else together.
The theater faced some operational and maintenance challenges over time. These issues contributed to the building's gradual deterioration, affecting its ability to fully serve its intended purpose. By the mid-90s, the National Theatre had indeed become a shadow, a stark reminder of what once was. But the story was far from over. With a shared vision, the committee of bankers joined forces not to rebuild from scratch, but to breathe life back into its historic walls. As the sun rises over Lagos, so too does a new dawn for the National Theatre, a masterpiece reborn. Inside its halls, where the echoes of past performances once faded, a new energy now pulses.
All right. Good morning to everyone, and welcome to the second International Conference for 2024. My name is Oluwa Sheumpi, and I have with me...
My name is Mia Baka, and I'm going to be your co-anchor. Yeah, for the virtual audience, we'll take you on a jolly good ride for the next 2 days. Stay tuned with us.
Oh yeah, and it will be a jolly good ride.
Yes.
We're excited. The hall is, getting packed. People are trooping in, registering. To our online audience, we really want to thank you for tuning in and joining on time. We know that for you guys, you don't have to deal with Lagos traffic. You don't have to deal with all the other things that might, delay your attendance or your presence. So we really want to thank you and apologize for the slight delay in starting the official program. Right, Maybaka?
Yes. I once again want to emphasize the second International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024, holding at the Landmark Event Center in Lagos, Nigeria, West Africa. I know we have participants from all over the globe, and we say welcome, welcome, welcome.
All right. The next 2 days, will be packed. There's a lot to expect. And we have our program. We hope that you've downloaded it, the brochure on the website. But Maybeka and I would just run you through some of the highlights and things to expect. In a couple of minutes, we'll take you back to the main hall. As I said, guests are arriving, participants are registering and getting into the hall and settling down, and we're expecting some of our key speakers and dignitaries to also arrive. And once we're ready, we would, take you to the main arena where all the conversations will happen. But just a couple of highlights.
Okay, so today for day one, we have some it's a very interesting lineup. We have some dignitaries who are going to be joining from different parts of Nigeria, because we want to, and all of our perspectives, to know what they think, what they've done right, and what we can learn about financial inclusion from them. But as the event kicks off, at some point, there'll be a launch of some artifacts, right? In 2022, when we had this same conference, there was a launch of the Financial Inclusion Strategy document. This year, we take you further. And we have 3 major products that are going to be launched. First of all, we have the Women's Entrepreneurship Finance Code. The WIFI code will be launched here today. Right. And we have the Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard. Just stating, you see all of that happen, unravel right before your eyes. And finally, we have the roadmap for the financial inclusion of forcibly displaced persons. That will also be launched today. So Sharon, tell us what more we have.
I can see that you're excited about WIFI.
Absolutely, women, yeah.
But on the subject of financial inclusion, really letting the women, whether it's women in rural areas, whether it's women that run small businesses, bringing them on board and creating platforms for them to thrive is really critical to achieving all the financial inclusion goals and objectives. So we're really excited that this will be happening, and I'm glad that there's a build-up from last year, because when these conferences happen, people worry, is it just a talk show? We're just going to gather and have conversation. But the fact that these conversations are affecting policy, and that things are being done to really, really, shift the needle on financial inclusion is really exciting. So that's really, really, really good. I also like that what you said about displaced people will be addressed. It's something that doesn't get enough airtime, especially in Nigeria, and I'm glad that that will be talked about at this conference. All right, so we're going to tell you about the overview of the journey. It's been a long journey. Mebaka, I don't know if I should out you and tell them what you do, but Mebaka actually works with the CBN.
Yes,
Is that correct? Do you want to say a little more? Because you're in the heart of it, right? You guys are the ones that execute and make this happen. Okay. Sorry, I put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. So financial inclusion is a very, very interesting thing. Like I said, if I had to summarize everything in 2-3 words, to be saying, how do we get the people at the very last mile, the grassroots, the people who would easily be forgotten, neglected, to tap into the whole financial services sector, because a lot of things are happening now with all the digital platforms coming up. The people in the urban areas are thriving and going really fast. We're leaving these people behind. Right. So how do we go and get them? Because they do businesses, they make money, and most of the time, you have loans, lots of products available. But if you're not even on board in that whole sector, they miss out on what's happening.
Oh yes.
And they keep getting poorer.
Oh yes.
Meanwhile, there are things that they should leverage on.
Oh yes.
So we're here together, pulling stakeholders, pulling development partners, pulling the financial sector. Everybody, look, let's synergize to see how, because it all adds to economic development as a whole. Look at the theme. The theme says inclusive growth, right? So by including everybody, right, harnessing financial inclusion for economic development. It boils down to Nigeria's economic development. Everybody is important. Right. That's the message. Right. Everybody is important. So
you can tell that Mebaka is a subject matter expert on this.
I'm passionate
I'm really passionate about it. And you're right. I think it's really about bringing people together and, bringing the different organizations and things that are doing work in their different silos and saying, how can we collaborate and join forces to really, expand financial inclusion? I did something with MoneyPoint a couple of months ago where they launched an informal economy report. And it's excellent the work they're doing. And there's so many other, financial organizations can you even call MoneyPoints a startup these days? They just achieve unicorn status. I don't know if you can still call them a startup, but there are other, there's OPay, there's, all these other companies and PalmPay and all these other guys. And today,
who are
reaching the last mile, as you said.
Yes.
Present in almost all the local governments across Nigeria. And what I'm excited about is that at this conference, this 2-day conference, we have all these players here, and it's really about bringing all the industry experts together to chart a path forward. So as Mebaka was saying, there's so much. There'll be an overview of the financial inclusion journey so far. We would have a special keynote address that would talk about fostering inclusive Finance for Development. We're expecting His Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, to be with us and to give a keynote address. It's important when government put their weight behind these conversations.
Absolutely.
So we're excited about that. The plenary sessions will be very, will go in depth into the issues. So we'll look at harnessing economic potential of Nigeria's excluded demographics. Really, to spur economic growth in Nigeria, we have to find a way, and you talked about this so passionately, we have to find a way to really spur economic development and inclusion at that last mile. And those people are the ones who are the hope for Nigeria, really. If we get them productive, if we get them included in the financial system, we give them the credit they need to get their businesses on the roll, we can really transform our economy. So this is about the future of Nigeria.
It is, absolutely. Because you see, the MSMEs contribute a large chunk of our resources in this nation. So if we get them standing, then we actually are growing the economy of Nigeria.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, we have the partners for the day. We have the Bankers Committee, the World Bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and the Financial Inclusion Steering Committees.
Right.
And these committees are made up of a whole range of stakeholders, and everybody is here today. Like I said, the government is here.
Right.
We're happy to expect the VP, the Vice President of Nigeria, to expect the Lagos State government, and lots of government, a totally holistic conversation. We have the MSMEs here. I don't think we're leaving them out. They're also here. We have some of these priority groups also here. So it's a whole range of, a whole spectrum of stakeholders. Of course, you have I have Shay.
Absolutely. I'm talking about small and medium enterprises. We also have the DG of SMIDAN, who's going to be here as well, and he's, do a lot of great work to accelerate some of those conversations within the Nigerian context. Now, Mebaka, you also spoke about us having guests from across Africa who in their own, areas and in their own countries are doing stuff like this, and we would learn and pick a few things from them. That's actually something to look forward to, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. We have, from the World Bank, yes, we have one of our speakers will be sharing the World Bank perspective, right, as to what they've done, how far they've come so far. And we have GIZ who will be able to also tell their story. Lots of these international. We have someone from Kenya too, right? I mean, as we go on, we'll tell you more about this, but just trying to showcase the countries, right? They're going to be sharing perspectives with us. And I mean, it's going to be phenomenal. Don't go anywhere.
All right, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take you back to the main hall for a bit, and we'll come back. Intermittently, you would see our faces, so get used to us. We hope we'll get used to you as well. Please leave comments. If you have questions, I believe, during the plenary sessions for our online audience, there would be a mechanism. We would, bring that to you on how we can take your comments, questions, and contributions, because we really want this to be a very interactive conversation, and we want you really engaged throughout the conference. So again, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world, and welcome to the second International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024.
Welcome.
All right. So we'll take you to the hall and we'll be back.
Pocket Money, as at 2010, has provided platform for everyday users to have access to financial services from anywhere. Users can send money, buy airtime, pay utilities without any need to visit any bank. That was never. Pocket Money has simply removed the hassles from everyday banking activities for the man on the street to focus on more important matters, taking his money with him anytime, anywhere.
As a company, our key responsibility is to help translate human problems into products and services that can meet their everyday daily needs. That was our intention with Pocket Money 1.0. We thought to build an application that could be a lifestyle hub. And it was not just about sending and receiving money. Our thought was to build a product that could be a lifestyle hub and infuse that into people's daily life to help them interact better with their finances. We did that. With Pocket Money 2.0, we are taking things a notch higher. We are introducing a new product with a ton of features and functionalities that can help people bank faster and have better interaction with their daily finances. Yeah, we believe these things are necessary because Pocket Money is not just about sending and receiving money, but we're building an app that we want to infuse into people's lives to help them manage their interaction with their finances, and we believe these features and functionalities are necessary such that we can build pocket money in line with global payment trends.
We are not only enabling our end users, we are also making it more profitable and exciting for our agents and aggregators. We listened intently to our business partners and we understood their pain points.
The agency banking suite addresses the needs of our agency banking partners, and we have provided them with features that enable them to do and achieve more while serving the last mile customer.
The new Pocket Money is built on a solid technology infrastructure powered by a fintech company that has been in existence for over 20 years, driving digital payments in Nigeria and across Africa. The new Pocket Money is powered by eTransact.
The revamped Pocket Money agency banking is the true definition of the future of financial inclusion.
Fast, easy, convenient banking at your fingertips.
This is beautiful. Every transaction is a breeze.
Smart, seamless banking on the go.
In a world where access to financial services was once a distance dream for millions, truly, the revamped Pocket Money is the future of financial inclusion. This new build represents a significant leap forward in our mission to offer a comprehensive mobile money payment solution. It is not just an app, it is a catalyst for a change, driving our digital and agency banking initiative to bridge the gap between financial services and those who need them most. Join us on this journey towards a more inclusive future with Pocket Money. Welcome to the new Pocket Money.
Mercy, baby. Chai.
What? I'm just browsing a bit.
They play. Me, that's my night guard deal, guy.
Night and day. Activate Night Guard today. OPay, beyond banking.
Festac 77. Festac 77, the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, held in Nigeria, brought together 15,000 participants from over 70 countries. The National Theatre in Lagos was the scene of many important events throughout the festival. This really got through to the audience, who at the end of this performance went up onto the stage to dance with their brothers and sisters from across the water, a fitting end to a festival which succeeded more than anything else in bringing people together.
The
theater faced some operational and maintenance challenges over time. These issues contributed to the building's gradual deterioration, affecting its ability to fully serve its intended purpose. By the mid-90s, the National Theatre had indeed become a shadow, a stark reminder of what once was. But the story was far from over. With a shared vision, the Committee of Bankers joined forces not to rebuild from scratch, but to breathe life back into its historic walls. As the sun rises over Lagos, so too does a new dawn for the National Theatre, a masterpiece reborn. Inside its halls, where the echoes of past performances once faded, a new energy now pulses. Every carefully crafted space tells a story of resilience and rebirth. The theater once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation. A stage where Nigeria's rich cultural heritage can unfold. This revival is more than a restoration of bricks and mortar. It's about reigniting the flame of our traditions, culture, and arts in the hearts of Nigerians. This is more than a building. It's a promise. A promise that Nigeria's rich cultural heritage will continue to thrive. That the arts will always have a stage. Our stories will be told for generations to come. And that this cultural epicenter will continue to inspire, uplift, and fuel the creative spirit of our nation. Beyond its cultural significance, the revival serves as a spark for economic growth, creating jobs, boosting and energizing the creative industries. The theater once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation, providing a stage where Nigerians' rich cultural heritage can truly unfold. Of hope, where the echoes of past merges seamlessly with the vision of tomorrow.
After the huge success of the maiden edition in 2022, the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference is back, bigger and better. This year, prepare to be inspired, informed, and involved. Mark your calendars for November 12th and 13th, 2024, as we embark on a global movement that's shaping the future of financial services in Nigeria, across Africa, and the world. Join us for the International Financial Inclusion Conference, happening at Landmark Event Center in Lagos, Nigeria. Themed, Inclusive Growth, Harnessing Financial Inclusion for Economic Development. Hosted by the Central Bank of Nigeria in collaboration with the National Financial Inclusion Steering Committee and the World Bank. This year's conference promises to be a setting journey to 95% financial inclusion for all, presenting a unique opportunity to showcase global perspectives on financial innovation and inclusion driving local impact. Register now for the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference on ificng.com. Be part of this transformative journey and join us for the IFIC 2024, the International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024, bringing financial inclusion for economic development.
See trouble. So today, I said I should treat myself as salary just enter. I ordered my food and was looking forward to demolishing all the orishi.
Baby, for service.
Oh yeah, time to pay rich now.
Food where you never pay for.
Now here my card begin asking, hey.
You know what?
You know what, okay? After debiting me, it's like this one wants to find my trouble. See premium dragging. Oh, because this card did not work.
Save yourself the embarrassment. Get a card that works with MoneyPoint's personal banking. Download the app, request for a card and have it delivered to you in 48 hours. Experience banking on point because your money no go hang.
In our world, they say, drink water and mind your business. But at Flutterwave, we're providing seamless payment solutions for every one of your customers. Be it the ones who walk right into your store, or those who prefer to stay indoors. Customers that are far, far away, those who are simply next door, and the entrepreneurs in the making. Whether you're a business owner or a customer, Flutterwave is always there to simplify your payment needs. So go ahead. Get started on flutterwave.com, the solution that helps your business fly.
We all want the good life. To do the things that give us the most joy. To reach for the things we want and get them. To move our feet and go where our hearts take us. To become who we've always thought we were. To break free from the ordinary and live life to the fullest.
The good life is not a destination, it's a journey. Verve, Africa's premier payment card, is the passport that keeps you moving from good life to good life. Ask your bank for a Verve card today.
Welcome. Pocket Money was started with the objective of bridging the gap between the and the underbanked. As an organization, we have been providing mobile banking solutions for over 15 years with over 20 million bank subscribers. And we are the first licensed mobile money operator since 2011. Pocket Money as our 2010 has provided platform for everyday users to have access to financial services from anywhere. Users can send money, buy airtime, pay utilities without any need to visit any bank. That was novel. Pocket Money has simply removed the hassles from everyday banking activities for the man on the street to focus on more important matters, taking his money with him anytime, anywhere.
As a company, our key responsibility is to help translate human problems into products and services that can meet their everyday daily needs. That was our intention with Pocket Money 1.0. We thought to build an application that could be a lifestyle hub. And it was not just about sending and receiving money. Our thought was to build a product that could be a lifestyle hub and infuse that into people's daily life to help them interact better with their finances. We did that. With Pocket Money 2.0, we are taking things a notch higher. We are introducing with a ton of features and functionalities that can help people bank faster and have better interaction with their daily finances. Yeah, we believe these things are necessary because Pocket Money is not just about sending and receiving money, but we're building an app that we want to infuse into people's lives to help them manage their interaction with their finances. And we believe these features and functionalities are necessary such that we can build Pocket Money in line with global payment trends.
We are not only enabling our end users, we are also making it more profitable and exciting for our agents and aggregators. We listened intently to our business partners and we understood their pain points.
Our revamped Pocket Money agency banking suite addresses the needs of our agency banking partners. And we have provided them with features that enable them to do and achieve more while serving the last mile customer.
The new Pocket Money is built on a solid technology infrastructure powered by a fintech company that has been in existence for over 20 years. Driving digital payments in Nigeria and across Africa. The new Pocket Money is powered by e-Transat.
The revamped Pocket Money agency banking is the true definition of the future of financial inclusion.
Fast, easy, convenient banking at your fingertips.
This is every transaction is a breeze.
Smart, seamless banking on the go.
In a world where access to financial services was once a distance drink for millions, truly, the revamped Pocket Money is the future of financial inclusion. This new build represents a significant leap forward in our mission to offer a comprehensive mobile money payment solution. It is not just an app, it is a catalyst for a change, driving our digital and agency banking initiative to bridge the gap between financial services and those who need them most. Join us on this journey towards a more inclusive future with Pocket Money. Welcome to the new Pocket Money.
What? I'm just browsing a bit.
They play. Me, that's my ninth guard, dear God. Give me something.
At God today. OPay, beyond banking.
Participants from over 70 countries. The National Theatre in Lagos was the scene of many important events throughout the festival. This really got through to the audience, who at the end of this performance went up onto the stage to dance with their brothers and sisters from across the water, a fitting end to a festival which succeeded more than anything else in bringing people together.
The theater faced some operational and maintenance challenges over time. These issues contributed to the building's gradual purpose. By the mid-90s, the National Theatre had indeed become a shadow, a stark reminder of what once was. But the story was far from over. With a shared vision, the committee of bankers joined forces not to rebuild from scratch, but to breathe life back into its historic walls. As the sun rises over Lagos, so too does a new dawn for the National Theatre, a master. Inside its halls, where the echoes of past performances once faded, a new energy now pulses. Every carefully crafted space tells a story of resilience and rebirth. The theater once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation. This revival is more than a restoration of bricks and mortar. It's about reigniting the flame of our traditions, culture, and arts in the hearts of Nigerians. This is more than a building. It's a promise. A promise that Nigeria's rich cultural heritage will continue to thrive. That the arts will always have a stage, Our stories will be told for generations to come, and that this cultural epicenter will continue to inspire, uplift, and fuel the creative spirit of our nation. Beyond its cultural significance, the revival serves as a spark for economic growth, creating jobs, boosting tourism, and energizing the creative industries. The theater once again stands ready to host the voices and visions of a new generation, providing a stage where Nigerians' rich cultural heritage can truly unfold. A beacon of hope where the echoes of past merge with the vision of tomorrow.
As we embark on a global movement that's shaping the future of financial services in Nigeria, across Africa, and the world. Join us for the International Financial Inclusion Conference happening at Landmark Event Center in Lagos, Nigeria. Themed, Inclusive Growth, Harnessing Financial Inclusion for Economic Development. Hosted by the Central Bank of Nigeria in collaboration with the National Financial Inclusion Steering Committee and the World Bank. This year's conference promises to be a setting journey to 95% financial inclusion for all, presenting a unique opportunity to showcase global perspectives on financial innovation and inclusion driving local impact. Register now for the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference on ificng.com. Be part of this transformative journey and join us for the IFIC 2024, the International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024, bringing financial inclusion for economic development.
Let me be this. See me see trouble. So today, I said I should treat myself as salary just enter. I ordered my food and was looking forward to demolishing all the orishi.
Baby, for serving. Are they run?
Oh yeah, time to pay rich now.
Food where you never pay for.
Now here my card begin acting. Hey.
You know what?
You know what? Okay. After debiting me, it's like this one wants to find my trouble. Say premium dragging. Oh, because this card did not work.
Save yourself the embarrassment. Get a card that works with MoneyPoint's personal banking. Download the app, request for a card and have it delivered to you in 48 experience because your money no go hang.
In our world, they say, drink water and mind your business. But at Flutterwave, we make your business our business, providing seamless payment solutions for every one of your customers. Be it the ones who walk right into your store, or those who prefer and the entrepreneurs in the making. Whether you're a business owner or a customer, Flutterwave is always there to simplify your payment needs. So go ahead, get started on flutterwave.com, the solution that helps your business fly.
We all want the good life. To do the things that give us the most joy. To reach for the things we want and get them.
May we all please
To
rise
move our
as we
feet and
recognize
go where our
the
hearts
Executive
take
Governor of
us.
Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Thank you very much. You may all please be seated. Your Excellencies here present, Royal Fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the second International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024. I'd like to please ask that you give yourselves a round of applause for being here. Thank you very much. We want to apologize for starting slightly behind schedule, but from here on is a smooth flow. My name is Olive Emodi, and I'll be one of your master of ceremonies, and I'll be doing this alongside my brother.
Mohammed, extremely delighted to be here, Olive. What a conference it promises to be.
Indeed, it is. For the next 2 days, we're going to be having an amazing time having conversations about financial inclusion. But before we set the tone for what to expect today, we'd like to please ask that we officially kickstart the event by letting you know that we're also streaming online via our website, www.ificng.com. So please do well to remind your friends and colleagues and co-workers who are particularly interested in conversations about financial inclusion to join us online and use the hashtag IFIC2024 and hashtag IFIC24.
Indeed, financial inclusion is a global conversation. And it is interesting to know that we had participants from all over the world. Our colleagues whom you will be introducing have kept the audience virtual engaged. I truly promise this to be a very enriching conversation, Olive.
Absolutely. We have Maybaka Mayanabo and Oluwaseun P. Olaniyan who have been holding it down with the virtual audience. So together, the four of us look forward to delivering an excellent event. Once again, thank you very much. We'd like to please ask that we officially start by singing the national anthem. But the format that it will take is we'll all rise to sing the first stanza, and then we'll recite the third stanza as the national prayer. Not to worry, it will be broadcast on the screen by our multimedia team. But can I please ask that everyone rise as we take the national anthem and recite the national prayer.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
We may now recite the third stanza as the national prayer. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and unity plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you very much. You may please be seated. The Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Other excellencies here present, Mr. Olayemi Cardozo, the Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria. Special advisors in the Presidency, Deputy Governors of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Board members of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Country Director of the World Bank, Dr. Ndiame Diop, the Director General, Nigeria Country Office, African Development Bank Group, Mr. Abdul Kamara. The Executive Director, Alliance for Financial Inclusion, Dr. Alfred Hanig. Former Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, Kenya, and the former Governor, Central Bank of Kenya, Professor Njuguna S. Ndungu. Deputy Governor, National Bank of Rwanda, Honorable Soraya M. Hakuzia Remie. IMF Resident Representative, Mr. Christian Ibeke. Directors General, Executive Secretaries, Managing Directors of Federal Government Agencies, MD CEO of the United Bank for Africa UBA, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. Thank you for being here with us at the second International Financial Inclusion Conference. Because I reckon that we have visitors from all around the world, I say, bonjour et bienvenue, mesdames, messieurs, à la 12e Conférence internationale sur l'inclusion financière. That took approximately 3 hours to learn with my French teacher because I was trying to impress you, and I hope 3 hours to learn with my French teacher because I was trying to impress you, and I hope that has worked. And that has worked. And if that has worked, thank you very much for the. Thank you so much once again for being with us here. We're gathered under the theme inclusive growth, harnessing inclusion for economic development. And as we reflect on the progress and the giant strides that we've made since our inaugural edition in Abuja, where we looked at financial inclusion for all, scaling innovative digital models, we can agree that very, very important change. We have pulled together leaders, practitioners, policymakers, and change makers in various sectors, from the government sector, private sector. We have also the academia, civil society, all with a shared vision of building a world where financial inclusion is the bedrock for economic and sustainable growth. Within the course of the next 2 days, we will engage in conversations, we will share best practices and challenge ourselves to think about the ways that we can creatively encourage conversations about financial inclusion that will benefit everyone, everywhere. And now we'll also be having opportunities for questions and answers. We would have conversations that take the shape of keynote addresses, engaging plenary session, and also there'll be opportunity for networking. So I'd like to say once again, welcome to our physical audience, and a very big welcome as well to those who are joining us from around the world via our live stream platform. My name is Olive Emodi. I am a lawyer, a TV host with News Central Television, and today I am honored to serve as one of your compeers. I won't be doing this alone. I'll be doing this with the company of an amazing team I would like to call the Avengers. I have Mohammed, my brother, who you met earlier. I also have Oluwaseun P. Olaniyan, and I have Meibaka Mayanabo, and the four of us together hope to deliver an excellent world-class event. So once again, welcome. Do well to visit our exhibition stand at some point today. We have exhibition stands outside behind the stage, and at some point I'll welcome you to join and be a part of what's going on there. Also to encourage our partners and sponsors who, without a shadow of doubt, have come together to ensure that this conference happens. Can we give our partners and sponsors a round of applause? Thank you very much. Now, for the videos and the photos that you'll make today, please remember to use the hashtag IFIC2024 and do tag us, and we'll be very glad to repost. And now let's get into the official opening remarks. To deliver the opening remarks, please, with a round of applause, join me as I welcome the Deputy Governor of Financial System Stability for the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Chair, National Financial Inclusion Technical Committee, Mr. Philip Ikazo. Can we give him a loud applause?
His Excellency Obafemi Hamzat, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, Governor of Central Bank, special advisors from the Presidency, Deputy Governors of the Central Bank of Nigeria, members of the Board of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Ndiame Diop, our Country Director of the World Bank, Mr. Abdul Kamara, Director General, Nigeria Country Office of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Alfred Hanig, Executive Director, Alliance for Finance. I think my colleague ran through the whole list of protocols, so I will stand on her protocol and welcome everybody to our second International Financial Inclusion Conference. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to our second International Financial Development, a theme that is quite apt given the numerous benefits that financial inclusion has as a critical enabler for economic growth and development. Discussions throughout this two-day conference will focus on initiatives undertaken so far to expand financial inclusion and bridge access gaps across the country. It will harness lessons from other climes that can be adopted and refined for implementation in Nigeria, and wrap up with a celebration of individuals and organizations that have pushed the frontiers in driving financial inclusion in Nigeria. We all know that financial inclusion is the cornerstone of any robust economic development strategy. By ensuring that all citizens, especially those in underserved regions, have access to essential financial services that will unlock the potential for sustainable and inclusive growth. For Nigeria, financial inclusion has been a collaborative journey involving the Central Bank of Nigeria and its partners, many of whom are represented here today. The collaboration was spurred by Nigeria's commitment at the Alliance for Financial Inclusion's third Global Policy Forum in Riviera Maya in Mexico, where over 80 institutions from 76 countries committed to enhancing financial access through the Maya Declaration. Following Nigeria's commitment to the declaration, the Central Bank, alongside key stakeholders, launched the National Financial Inclusion Strategy in 2012 to serve as a roadmap towards reducing for five most excluded demographics, namely women, youth, rural communities, northern Nigeria, and micro, small, and medium enterprises. In recognition of these key excluded demographics, and in a bid to address these disparities, the Central Bank has rolled out targeted programs and initiatives, including financial inclusion drives, financial and leverage. This is further exacerbated by infrastructural challenges, and as these issues, the CBN has introduced region-specific interventions aimed at reducing financial inclusion rates in these areas. Micro, small, and medium enterprises remain the bedrock of the economy, and as such, frameworks to ensure that access to finance, especially leveraging on digital financial services, have consistently been pursued to ensure that a more inclusive financial ecosystem that supports growth, innovation, and sustainability. Concerted efforts from all stakeholders, government agencies, to fostering these collaborations to ensure that financial inclusion initiatives are effectively implemented across the country. Today's conference offers an invaluable opportunity to share insights, challenge our assumptions, explore new strategies that will bring us closer to achieving our shared goal of inclusive economic growth. In closing, financial inclusion is not only about economic empowerment, it is about creating opportunities and ensuring that no Nigerian is left behind in the quest for prosperity. The Central Bank of Nigeria will continue to drive initiatives and policies necessary to ensure financial inclusion remains a priority, fostering innovation and providing access to financial services for all Nigerians. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a good conference.
Thank you very much. Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability Directorate of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Felipe Kiazo. Could we please give him another round of applause? So straight away, we will be queuing in a video for your viewing pleasure. Technical.
Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, is a hub of entrepreneurial talent with over 39.65 million MSMEs. These businesses are the heartbeat of the nation's economy, driving innovation and job creation. But at the core of this economic engine lies a critical component: access to finance. For many years, traditional banking practices in Nigeria posed significant challenges, leaving millions unbanked and financially excluded due to limited accessibility, high costs, and systems that neglected the financial needs of low-income individuals.
They very tedious, they very bad, because from here to even waka go bank, not easy. When you won't even go bank, the transport when you go even climb itself to go bank, it not just very easy. The amount self when you go even pay, even when you can't even reach the bank self, you know, if the queue not go even let you go stay from morning till afternoon, and by the time you don't even enter the bank, then go tell you say, "Madam, come back tomorrow." You know, all those kind of things. And the way sometimes even the customer service self, then go even take answer you. You might go even provoke self, won't even close your account. So waiting even carry you come bank.
For me, it has really been difficult to bank, honestly. Banking has really been difficult. It's not easy, it has not been easy to access money.
Recognizing the need for change, Nigeria embarked on a transformative journey towards financial inclusion. In 2010, the country made a bold pledge at the Alliance for Financial Inclusion Global Policy Forum to reduce financial exclusion from 46.3% to 20% by 2020. Nigeria launched the National Financial Inclusion Strategy (NFIS) in 2012, aiming to provide access to financial customer KYC purposes. Successes recorded between 2018 and 2020 are the strategy that advocated for a risk-based level playing field for providers, the facilitation of an increased number of networks, and prioritized the 5 most excluded segments, which includes women, youth, rural areas, northern Nigeria, and small businesses. While between 2021 and 2024, financial access for women, farmers, and MSMEs for food security, employment, and economic diversification was prioritized. advocacy on digital use cases for the informal and low income was increased. The strategy was a framework and a capital market literacy master plan were introduced to empower individuals with knowledge, reducing cultural and trust barriers. Over the years, policies and guidelines such as the cashless policy, know your customer requirements, the micro-insurance, micro-pension guidelines, and the introduction of the bank verification number laid the foundation for widespread financial inclusion.
A key challenge that we continue to see in terms of access to finance is distance to financial access points. Now, technology plays a very key role in advancing access to finance for our population. So the CBN, in addressing that challenge, introduced the agency banking regulation that actually enables people to access their money without necessarily going to a brick-and-mortar branch. Another key initiative is around payments, digital payments, that we've encouraged as alternative to physical branch. In this regard, we have introduced instant payments. We have introduced a number of initiatives, including the QR code that is promoted by the Central Switch to access financial services. Another area of intervention is around literacy, because literacy is a key concern when it comes to financial inclusion. If people do not know, how will they use?
One such success was the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facility, or SANEF. This initiative brought financial services directly to communities through over 1.2 million agents spread across Nigeria, making it easier for people to access savings, credit, and insurance. Particular focus has been placed on underserved groups, especially women, with initiatives like the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, aiming to close the financial gap and empowering women-led MSMEs across the country. Nigeria is on the cutting edge of digital financial solutions with innovations like fintech services. The country is moving closer to its goal of 95% financial inclusion by 2024. Through technology, agent networks, and targeted programs, Nigeria's financial system is becoming more inclusive, offering hope to millions. The journey is far from over, but Nigeria's progress stands as a testament to what can be achieved when innovation, collaboration, and commitment come together.
Yes, that was a documentary reflecting Nigeria's journey towards the attainment of financial inclusion, goals and objectives. Once again, Excellencies, distinguished invited guests here in the hall and joining us all around the world, let me welcome you to this second International Financial Inclusion Conference. Esteemed guests, may I state that today we are gathered in this hall, not just but as architects of change in a world where barriers still exist, but the dreams of inclusion keep striving. And so to this conference, it's building on the promise of the inaugural, like the DGFSS alluded to when he made the welcome remarks. It's just important to state that delegates should consider that their participation here is an opportunity for inspiration, a catalyst for collaboration, and a beacon of hope for inclusive economic growth. Once again, let's work together and ensure that IFIC 24 becomes an even more resounding success than the inaugural. For the records, at the inaugural edition, we had over 5,000 delegates from 78 countries and over 50 speakers. Mr. Hanin was a part of it. And I'm sure from what we have seen here in Lagos, the conversation can even get better. At this point, I'd like to invite for his remarks one man who has made it clear in deed and words since assumption of office that he is committed to not just driving but occupying a leadership role in this financial inclusion journey. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium for his remarks, Governor Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso. Let's make the applause resounding. He's made this conference possible. Mr. Governor, sir.
The Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by my dear friend, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Femi Hamzat. And in the interest of time, I would like to stand on existing protocols. Now, let me first apologize for starting this conference late. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the 2024 International Financial Inclusion Conference, themed Inclusive Growth, Harnessing Financial Inclusion for Economic Development. As you are aware, inclusive finance is not just about enhancing the provision of appropriate financial products and services to unbanked populations. It is an essential fulcrum upon which national economic growth and development can be achieved. As we gather here today, we reflect on our collective ambition to elevate Nigeria into a $1 trillion economy. The Central Bank of Nigeria has been working assiduously to stabilize the economy, working through monetary policy to tame inflation and rebuild the confidence of the Nigerian people in its own economy. Nigeria, as Africa's most populous country, continues to pursue sustained and inclusive economic growth. One of the most pressing challenges with this mandate is the integration of more citizens into the formal financial system. Financial inclusion is not a peripheral issue. It is central to achieving broad-based economic growth. Economically, financial inclusion impacts poverty reduction, income inequality, employment generation, and overall productivity. When more people have access to formal financial services, they are better able to save, invest, and contribute to the economy. This participation The absence of services, sadly, traps individuals in cycles of poverty and stunts national economic expansion. Widespread access to financial services is an enabler of economic activity. Micro, small, and medium enterprises, which are the backbone of Nigeria's economy, can thrive with improved access to credit, creating jobs and boosting productivity. Moreover, as more Nigerians can save and invest in education, healthcare, and housing, their quality of life improves, fostering broader economic development. Financial inclusion unlocks untapped potential making it a vital instrument for national progress. It is in recognition of this that the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has been a steadfast advocate for financial inclusion due to its critical role in achieving macroeconomic stability. Since the launch of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, NFFIS, in 2012, the CBN, in collaboration with partner agencies, has championed policies and initiatives to reduce financial exclusion. These initiatives have been guided by the vision of ensuring every Nigerian has access to affordable financial services, from basic savings accounts to micro-pension and micro-insurance, offered by other regulated non-bank financial institutions to digital payment platforms. The Central Bank of Nigeria is keen on ensuring its financial inclusion policies and initiatives address the peculiar access for underserved populations, particularly women, youth, and SMEs. The importance of this mission cannot be overstated, as I have reiterated that financial inclusion is fundamental and foundational to Nigeria's sustainable economic development. In line with its efforts to deepen financial inclusion, the Central Bank of Nigeria recently introduced new minimum capital requirements for banks. This strategic move ensures that banks are well capitalized, enabling them to take on greater risks, particularly in underserved markets. With a stronger capital base, banks can provide more loans and financial products to MSMEs, rural communities, and other vulnerable segments that have previously struggled to access formal financial services. This policy not only strengthens financial stability, but also serves as a catalyst for inclusive growth. By enabling banks to extend more credit to MSMEs, we enhance job creation and productivity. Furthermore, with increased capital, banks can invest in technology and innovation, crucial for driving digital financial services, such as mobile money and agent banking. These technologies are key to breaking down geographic and economic barriers to even the most remote areas. Financial inclusion has the potential to unlock significant economic growth, particularly through the empowerment of small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, in Nigeria. Yet, many struggle to access the credit needed for expansion. Financial inclusion for SMEs is essential to unlock the full potential of this sector, and the Nigerian government remains committed to supporting these enterprises. Similarly, women play a critical role in driving inclusive growth. Research shows that when women are financially empowered, they reinvest in their families and communities, creating broader socio-economic benefits. Let's clap for the women. Yet, women in Nigeria are disproportionately excluded from the formal financial system. Recognizing this has made significant strides in promoting financial inclusion for women and youth, particularly at closing gender gaps and regulatory support for digital platforms that offer easier access to financial services. For the Central Bank of Nigeria is also empowering young Nigerians to become financially independent, fostering entrepreneurship and driving economic growth across the country. One of the most transformative tools for financial inclusion has been the adoption of digital payment channels leveraging mobile technology. Nigeria's mobile phone penetration provides an unprecedented opportunity to expand access to financial services. Interoperable payment platforms have enabled millions of Nigerians to send payments, save, and access credit without traditional bank accounts. Technological advances have democratized financial services, allowing people in remote areas to participate in the economy, and this government is committed to creating an enabling environment for these innovations to thrive, competition, innovation, and financial stability. Let me, at this juncture, commend each of you here today, as well as those joining us online, for your unwavering commitment to Nigeria's financial inclusion goals. The journey towards inclusive finance has not been an easy one, but you have all remained steadfast in your dedication and passion for building an inclusive economy. Through collaborations and partnerships, we have made significant strides in tailoring strategies, policies, products, and services that promote last-mile access. I would especially like to thank the members of Nigeria's Financial Inclusion Governance Committee for their tireless efforts through technical committees and working groups. Your work remains critical to everything we aim to achieve. Before I conclude, I would also like to express my deep appreciation to our partners and sponsors, of which there are many here today, for helping us make this conference possible. Big round of applause for them, please. Your invaluable support has been crucial in ensuring its seamless execution. I also recognize our financial inclusion implementing partners, both national and international, whose contributions through peer learning and technical support have been instrumental in advancing Nigeria's national financial inclusion. Big clap for them as well, please. Your steadfast commitment is very, very well appreciated and is reflected in your active participation throughout this gathering, reinforcing your dedication to creating lasting impact for millions of Nigerians. We are grateful for your partnership in this mission of Nigeria, who unfortunately had planned to be here but cannot be here personally. But him and his office have really taken the commitment to financial inclusion to another level, in the sense that he is deeply committed to joining forces and help. In conclusion, I warmly welcome you all to the 2024 International Financial Inclusion Conference. This event promises to be both engaging and impactful, fostering dialogue and shared experiences that will drive our efforts towards an inclusive economy where every Nigerian has access to financial products and services. Together, we can build a financial ecosystem that ensures shared prosperity for all our citizens. Thank you for listening.
Once again, can we please give a round of applause to the Governor of the CBN, our chief host, Mr. Olayemi. Thank you very much for outlining and highlighting the important work that the Central Bank of Nigeria is doing to bridge the gap when it comes to financial inclusion and how it benefits women, youths, and MSMEs. Very exciting to see the work that the CBN is doing. And if we look at some of the factors that hinder financial inclusion for women, we will see that there are sociocultural barriers. We will see also that money plays a very large role, access to income and access to finance. So yes, we are very excited about a project that will be launched today. Our opening remarks when Mr. Philip Ikazo was speaking, he had alluded to that earlier when he talked about WIFI code, and we'll give you further details about it. Ways that we can bridge the gap is by education. And one of the ways that we encourage education is by telling stories. So I'm going to welcome someone who is a global storyteller, and she's using her voice and her platform to tell the stories that matter. Today, she'll be telling a story about financial inclusion and the role that everyone in this room has to play, men, women, and agencies. Please, a round of applause as I welcome storyteller extraordinaire, on-air personality, Miss Wana Wana. Can we please give her a round of applause?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I stand on all protocols observed. I'm recognizing all our dignitaries here today. It's an honor to be sharing some poetry with you. And I'm just going to go ahead. Somewhere at the corner of a bus stop, a woman flips plantain over coals. She fans the flames, dreaming of the day she will switch the knob to a burner. Dreaming of the day she'll move from pavement into building, this woman rolls plantain with newspaper, swaps them for naira notes. She is an exercise in dreaming. Somewhere beneath the bridge, a man is pushing a wheelbarrow stacked with phone trimmings. How do we flip ideas into dreams? How do we create seats at the tables? How do we leverage data for enterprise? How do we accelerate digital for transformation? How do we advance the vulnerable? How do we scale up? How do we make bankable? How do we turn graft to glory? Today, as we gather in the financial veins of this country, let us gather as a mounting legacy of inclusion, shaping the agenda of enterprise, facilitating the manifestation of potential. As we gather in this room, let us stand on the promise of new frontiers, on the promise of innovation, on the promise of funding the future, on the promise of opportunity, on the promise of access, on the promise of expansion, on the promise of impact. So today, as we gather in this room, let us stand on business. Let us stand on inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wanawana. That was a very wonderful performance. Can we please give her another round of applause? I believe that the media plays a very key role in all this work that we're trying to do. Being able to tell the stories to our generation and to the next, is a very vital tool and a vital skill that one must have. And, even as she told the story and painted a picture, I'm hoping that that made us think. There were a number of questions that she asked, and I'm hoping that everyone in this hall thinks about these questions and asks yourself, am I just going to be another regular attendee at the International Financial Inclusion Conference? Or will I go home and reflect on all that I've heard and the ways that I can be a part of making the change? And we hope that, that is the mindset that everyone in this room has. We'll take some goodwill messages. We have the Managing Director, Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, Mr. Bello Hassan, who will be giving us a goodwill message. And right after that, we have the Director General, Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Imomotimi Agama. And we'll also be taking videos from our partners and sponsors who are key to ensuring that this conference happens. So can I please ask once again that we give a round of applause to our partners and our sponsors so that the next time we ask them to do this, they'll be very excited to do this with us. Thank you. Can we please place our attention on the multimedia screen and listen to the videos?
Okay, my name is Bello Hassan, the Managing Director, Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation. As we all know, financial inclusion is very critical towards reducing poverty. That is why we at Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation are committed towards ensuring that the financial inclusion targets that we set for ourselves are achieved. So the second International Financial Inclusion Conference coming in Lagos between 12th and 13th of this month, where critical stakeholders are going to converge to brainstorm and strategize on how to eliminate barriers to financial inclusion is highly welcome. We at Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, we are committed towards ensuring that there is confidence within the banking system, which is very critical towards promoting financial inclusion. And that is why at Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, we are reviewing our deposit insurance framework to ensure that we offer adequate coverage to depositors of licensed deposit-taking institutions. And also to ensure that whenever there is failure of any of these licensed deposit-taking institutions, reimbursement is prompt to all the insured depositors so as to boost confidence within the banking system. The revocation of the banking license of Heritage Bank in June this year by the Central Bank of Nigeria and the way the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation responded to that in terms of prompt payment of the insured deposit is a clear testimony that, yes, the measures and the processes that we have put in place are really working, and we will ensure that we continue to pursue those improvements so as to boost confidence within the banking system in order to promote financial inclusion.
Excellent.
Okay.
The conference speaks to financial inclusion, and financial inclusion is an attempt to provide financial services to every Nigerian, every citizen, irrespective of your location, your demography, and of course your status. So no matter what you are, we aim to make sure that you have banking services, you have insurance services, but more importantly, you have capital market services, investment opportunities, being available to everyone, all and sundry. basically what we look out to achieve is providing education to everyone that we can find around regarding the provision of financial services in all ramifications. And I am specifically interested in getting Nigerians to understand that there are investment opportunities. The capital market is wide enough, big enough, and deep enough to accommodate everyone that is interested in investing in Nigerian capital market, making sure that you have funding available for companies, and making sure also that citizens are partakers of companies that exist in Nigeria. Well, most recently, 2 weeks ago, we hosted the World Investors Week, and it was a fantastic one because we had, everybody participating, and more people got aware about investments in Nigeria. Besides that, what we're also doing is that we're trying to introduce financial education, capital market education into curriculums in both the primary, secondary, and tertiary education in Nigeria. So for us, it is something that we must continue to do in order not only to include people, but also to deepen the market. So for us at the SSA, it's a primary objective that we must include everybody. One other thing we've attempted to do is also to create a podcast, a capital market podcast, which leads us to a capital market radio. All of this is with the aim to get people to understand the essence and the value of financial inclusion while also deepening financial services in Nigeria.
IFIC is the International Finance Inclusion Conference, and it's a conference. The first one was held in 2022, and they focus essentially on building on the initiatives and the directions of the Nigerian government to develop financial inclusiveness and build financial inclusiveness in Nigeria. So this conference takes a look at how far we've gone along the line, what is left for us to do, how we can build strategies to achieve these objectives, and also to assess how impactful we have been over the last couple of years in building financial inclusiveness in Nigeria. So amazingly, the world has changed quite a lot between the first conference, which was in 2022, and the second one, which we're holding in this year. In this second one, we acknowledge that change because there's a bit of a focus on digital finance and the inclusiveness that
See me see trouble. So today, I said I should treat myself as salary just enter. I ordered my food and was looking forward to demolishing all the orishi.
Baby, for saving. Are they run?
Oh yeah, time to pay rich now.
Food where you never pay for.
Now here my card begin acting. Hey.
You know what?
You know what, okay? After debiting me, it's like this one wants to find my trouble. See premium dragging. Oh, because this card did not work.
Save yourself the embarrassment. Get a card that works with MoneyPoint's personal banking. Download the app, request for a card and have it delivered to you in 48 hours. Experience banking on point because your money no go hang.
We make your business our business, providing seamless payment solutions for every one of your customers. Be it the ones who walk right into your store, or those who prefer to stay indoors. Customers that are far, far away, those who are simply next door, and the entrepreneurs in the making. Whether you're a business owner or a customer, Flutterwave is always there to simplify your payment needs. So go ahead, get started on flutterwave.com, the solution that helps your business fly.
Yes, thank you very much. And in case you're just joining us here physically or virtually, it is still the second International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024, IFIC 24, with the theme Inclusive Growth, Harnessing Financial Inclusion for Economic Development. It's happening here at the Landmark Event Center, Lagos. It is a two-day event, so you can still be a part of proceedings tomorrow at the same venue. Earlier, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria had spoken. Before him, the Deputy Governor of Financial System Stability presented a welcome address, and we had our performance poet also add color to these ceremonies. At this point, it is my distinct honor to invite two gentlemen who have been a part of this remarkable journey. They will be delivering brief special messages. And so I'm just going to say, first we will be taking Dr. Ndiame Diop, who is the country director of the World Bank, and thereafter, without any break, Mr. Abdul Kamara, Director General, Nigeria Country Office of the African Development Bank Group, would be delivering their addresses in that order. So may we please welcome Dr. Ndiame Diop, Country Director of the World Bank Group, to make his submission. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would start by saying, sorry to disappoint you. My speech will not be the beautiful prose we just heard from the performance lady. But first and foremost, warm greetings to Your Excellency, Deputy Governor of the Lagos State, CBN Governor Cardoso, esteemed colleagues from across Africa and Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very humbled to stand before you today in this vibrant city of Lagos to speak about a topic that is very important for Africa and for Nigeria, the nexus between financial inclusion and development. We could not have gathered here today to discuss a topic that is timelier for Africa and for Nigeria. I spent the last 12 years of my professional careers in East Asia, and as I transitioned to Nigeria a few months ago, I stumbled on two statistics that caught my eyes. The first one is that economic growth in Africa generates fewer formal wage jobs than many other regions in the world, including East Asia. Even in periods of high growth, the elasticity of wage jobs to growth is relatively low in Africa. The second statistic is that at the micro level, less than 5% of small and micro firms that are born at that size grow to become a large firm within a decade. These two statistics, to me, summarize well Africa's structural challenge. At the macro level, growth is either concentrated in capital-intensive sectors, such as oil, gas, mining, or in lower productivity sectors, such as agriculture or low-end services in the services sector. And at the micro level, micro and small businesses in Africa struggle to grow, limiting the scope for job creation. And I think if we want to reduce poverty, we must address this challenge. And for Nigeria, there is a sense of urgency. In the next 10 years, almost 60 million young men and women will become of working age. We must transform the economy to create enough jobs for them. To do that, I see two key pathways. Number one, promote growth in labor-intensive and export-oriented sectors in the economy. For every percentage of growth, these sectors create more jobs. And for Nigeria, the improved direction of macroeconomic stabilization creates a new platform and opportunity to spur investment, ignite growth, and create jobs. The second complementary lever is to help more micro and small firms to grow and become at least medium-sized firms. And to realize this, access to finance and financial inclusion is critical. Firm surveys, not just in Africa or in Nigeria or even around the world, show that access to finance is typically among the three major barriers to firm expansion and job creation. But the good news is that financial inclusion initiatives do create jobs and contribute to poverty reduction. Whether through inclusive lending in Egypt or Kenya, targeting women entrepreneurs in Ethiopia, creating markets through partial credit guarantees in Morocco, the evidence that financial inclusion creates jobs is abundant. In Nigeria, a partnership between the World Bank and the federal government of Nigeria facilitated the creation of CBN and ICGN in 2017. In just 5 years, 100% of the sampled firms that benefited from DBM's support used the fund to grow and scale up their businesses, leading to the creation of over 900,000 new jobs, with a majority created by women-owned entrepreneurs. So we do know that financial inclusion initiatives work, and we have many successes to show. However, the statistics on financial inclusion, broadly speaking, tell us also that we should do more. Nigeria's financial inclusion landscape presents actually a unique paradox. On one hand, the country has demonstrated strong potential for financial innovation, boasting the title of Africa's fastest growing fintech market and giving rise to some of the largest fintech startups. Just last month, Nigeria's Money Point joined the Unicorn Club. On the other hand, Nigeria is one of the 7 nations that contribute to half of the world unbanked population because of its size. 45.5 million Nigerian adults are financially excluded. Overall, MSMEs, which are the backbone of the economy, are the source of job creation, but are mostly informal, are hardly served by the formal financial sector. Only 4%, 1.6 million, out of the approximately 40 million MSMEs in Nigeria have access to credit, compared to between 20 to 50% in most comparator countries. At 14% of GDP, Nigeria's private sector credit to GDP is the lowest among peer countries. In South Africa, it's 92%, in Brazil, 72%, Indonesia, 35%, and it's lower than the average for sub-Saharan Africa. Gaps also persist for women and between the north and the south of the country. There is an 11% gap, gender gap in access and uptake of formal financial services and product. And women are more likely to rely on informal providers compared to men. Geographically, the southwest region of Nigeria, led by Lagos, boasts the highest inclusion rate, with 95% of adults financially included. But in contrast, the northeast and northwest region record the highest number of financially excluded adults, representing 38 and 47% of adults, respectively. In sum, Nigeria has made significant strides in financial innovation and boasts some of the most prominent tech giants in Africa, even globally. At the same time, a significant portion of the population remains underserved. Millions of Nigerians, particularly women, youth, and those in rural areas, still lack access to formal financial services. This leads me to the question of how Nigeria can further foster and boost financial inclusion for development. This is the part of my speech where I wish it was my colleague Hadija Kamayo, who is sitting here, or maybe DG Philip, would stand here to give you solutions. They are the real experts. But let me offer 3 thoughts reflecting the focus areas around which the World Bank is partnering with CBN and Nigeria's development finance institutions to help address some of the key constraints that exclude people and firms from full participation in the financial market, financial sector. The first focus area is around addressing shortcomings in payment systems, microfinance regulation, and consumer protection. It is important to further improve the payment system to reduce transaction failures. In 2023, 40% of failed transactions were unresolved. The persistence of transaction failures implies that citizens and businesses struggle to maintain their operations and their efficiency. It is equally important to facilitate a well-regulated and supervised microfinance sector, for instance, by adopting robust risk-based approaches and leveraging modern technologies, such as RedTech, which is a platform that allows receiving data directly from the players digitally, and SubTech to analyze that data and inform policy actions. And finally, it is important to enhance consumer protection to address emerging consumer risk from new market participants or evolving business models and the rollout of innovative products. For instance, according to EFINA's 2023 Access to Finance Services in Nigeria survey, 24 million of formerly served Nigerians have experienced taking a financial product or service and later being surprised by unexpected fees or charges. The second focus area of our partnership looks at unlocking supply of inclusive SME finance at scale for productive purposes in the economy. This is done through several channels. One is to support CBN as it continuously refines its regulation and its supervision to enable and support financial inclusion while managing risk and protecting consumers. Two is leveraging the DFI's platforms of DBN plus ICGN and BOI to release liquidity from commercial banks via credit enhancement tools bundled with microfinance banks' capitalization strategies. The third channel is through nurturing innovative partnership with digital finance players such as fintechs and payment services banks to leverage their high-volume, low-cost business models for efficiency gains. The third focus area in our partnership with Nigeria is on leveraging cross-cutting enablers. These enablers are really critical in supporting the financial inclusion agenda. Let me mention 4 of them: data, digital ID, digital connectivity, and access to electricity. So an inclusive data ecosystem is indeed critical. The World Bank is very pleased to support one of the key initiatives being launched at the conference today, the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, Wi-Fi Code. This and other tools being launched today are more than just new resources. They are really pathways to systematic change and to reducing the gender gap. The second key enabler, which is ID databases. This is really important for performing due diligence and supporting formalization while reducing fraud. A reliable and unified ID system, such as the NIN and the BVN, is vital, a vital doorway to the formal economy for the underserved. And the World Bank is pleased to partner with NIMSI and other partners, and I'm very pleased to see the DG of NIMSI here, on the Digital ID for Development program, which supports the registration and issuance of digital ID throughout Nigeria. Building digital infrastructure is also critical for effective financial inclusion. High-speed internet, particularly in remote areas, is not just a utility. It is a bridge to economic opportunities. About 40% of Nigerians have limited access to internet. The World Bank is working very closely with the Ministry of Digital Services and many other partners to help close Nigeria's digital infrastructure gaps through many programs to empower the unconnected, enabling them to engage with the digital financial services players. Finally, mindful that without reliable electricity, digital connectivity remains an aspiration, we are stepping up our support in this area, focusing on key but difficult grid sector reforms and promoting rapid deployment of off-grid and mini-grid solutions to connect people in rural areas and in remote areas where the grid will take a long time to reach. We have just launched a very large program called DARES, which we support financially with IFC and many other partners to electrify 17.5 million Nigerians in remote areas. Let me conclude. Today's conference could not have been more apt to collectively discuss various initiatives to foster financial inclusion for development and generate new ideas to move this important agenda forward. What I set out to modestly do was to try and demonstrate why this agenda is critical for development, why we should all work together to support it, and highlight a few important areas where we are collaborating with the Central Bank of Nigeria and others to help more Nigerians be financially included. I commend the CBN for all the efforts that have been deployed and is being deployed to push this agenda, extremely important agenda, forward. And I strongly believe that working all together, we can create a future where financial inclusion is a reality for all. I look forward to the conclusion of this conference, which I'm sure, given the expertise available here and the experience of participants and organizers, will inspire us as we go. I reaffirm the World Bank's group commitment to work this journey with the CBN and other stakeholders as they navigate complex challenges to build a more inclusive and resilient economy in Nigeria. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, may we appreciate Mr. Ndiame Diop once again Country Director of the World Bank Group in Nigeria. Next speaker, like I earlier stated, will be Dr. Abdul Kamara. Dr. Kamara is the Director General, Nigeria County Department in the African Development Bank Group. Dr. Kamara, please, you have the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Executive Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor. Your Excellency Olayemi Kadoso, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and Chair of the National Financial Inclusion Steering Committee. Professor Juguna Ndungu, former Cabinet Secretary at the National Secretary and Economic Planning, Republic of Kenya, and former Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. Mr. Philip Ikeazo, Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, Central Bank of Nigeria, and Chair of the National Financial Inclusion Technical Committee. Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Planning, Central Bank of Nigeria. Mrs. N.M. Osoro, Deputy Governor of Operations, Central Bank of Nigeria. Honorable Soroya Hakuzi Yaremye, Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Rwanda. Mrs. Elsie Ado Awadzi, Second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. Diplomatic Corps, colleagues, development partners, my colleague from the World Bank and from the International and from the IMF, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm truly honored to be here today to address this second International Financial Inclusion Conference. And let me start by really extending my heartfelt gratitude to the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Kadoso, for this esteemed invitation. The theme of my address, fostering inclusive finance for development, is truly timely. We've heard a lot on financial inclusion, and I'm glad the previous speaker actually delved a lot on the internal Nigerian financial inclusion issues. I will delve a little bit at the international level, what the African Development Bank is doing, and of course what we also are doing in Nigeria. Of course, the conference comes at a time when our continent is grappling with multiple global and regional crises, including rising cost of living, weakening economic growth, aggravating effects of climate change, health pandemics, but also geopolitical tensions. Even the recent World Economic Outlook 2024 paints a picture of modest growth prospects, although it anticipates an uplift in Africa's economic growth from 3.6% in 2024 to 4.2% in 2025. The need for Africa to build resilience through inclusive financial solutions has therefore never been more urgent than it is today. And this is where financial inclusion stands out as a beacon of hope, offering affordable access to finance and financial services for everyone. Of course, this is more than just financial transactions. It is about granting individuals, households, businesses, irrespective of size, the power to plan for long-term weather economic shocks, seize new opportunities, new economic and social opportunities, and ultimately fuel sustainable growth, which, as we know, is currently an issue that the continent is grappling with, including Nigeria. In recent years, we've witnessed remarkable strides in expanding financial access, largely driven by digital technologies, mobile money solutions. Developing countries, especially within Africa, are increasingly closing the financial inclusion gap with high-income nations. Notably, financial inclusion in sub-Saharan Africa has surged, doubling over the past decade from 23% in 2011 to about 55% in 2021 among the adult population. Exemplary performers are countries like Kenya, where my colleague is from, Namibia, and Ghana, which actually boast of rates that are nearing 70%, inching ever closer to the global average of 76%. Nigeria is in the middle field with a growing financial inclusion rate of 45% and with a very high rate of debit card ownership that stands at 35%, the fourth highest on the continent. Yet, not all the story is bullish. Some nations are lagging behind, with financial inclusion rates as low as Sierra Leone's 29%, Guinea's 30%, and South Sudan's 5.5%. This underscores a pressing need for greater support to help these countries bridge the gap. The gender gap in financial inclusion in sub-Saharan Africa is yet another dimension of the story, which is particularly concerning, having grown from 5% in 2011 to about 12% in 2021. This disparity goes without saying that it restricts women from building assets, from investing in their families, and fully contributing to their communities. Addressing this gap is not just a moral obligation, but clearly an economic necessity. The good news is that digital tools are revolutionizing financial services in Africa, as we heard also from previous speakers, notably by reducing costs and improving access. Africa has become a world leader in leveraging technology to provide financial services and is home to more than half of all active mobile money accounts globally. This is significant. A third of the continent's adult population currently hold mobile money accounts, compared to just 12% in South Asia and 23% in Latin America and the Caribbean. Indeed, the caveat is that these regions have much higher access to traditional financial services than our continent. The proliferation of mobile money accounts has created new opportunities to better serve the youth, to serve the women and communities which have traditionally been excluded from formal financial systems. Africa is also home to several startups worth more than $1 billion in the digital financial services sector. Companies like Wave, Flutterwave, InterSwitch, and so on are opening access to basic financial services to hundreds of millions of Africans at affordable rates. The impact of digitization financial solutions extends well beyond banking and payments alone for the underserved. Some notable examples in Africa include health tech solutions, which ensure that health is just a click away. Agri-tech solutions, as we are now seeing also in this country, connecting farmers to market, providing weather forecasts, market prices, financing solutions, edutech helping to ensure accessibility and affordability of education services. Young African developers are creating financial solutions that are driving inclusion and are providing solutions to African development problems. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is in this context that the African Development Bank is deeply engaged in promoting financial inclusion across key sectors: agriculture, energy, industrialization, and of course, for youth as well as women. The approach is structured around key pillars, notably policy and regulation, under which the bank collaborates with central banks, with telecom regulators, and other institutions to ensure that innovative financial solutions through new market players are accessible and are utilized. This effort aims to reduce costs while ensuring financial system stability, financial systems integrity, and consumer protection, which are also key areas. A notable project in the financial inclusion project is the financial inclusion project in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is enhancing basic financial services across the country for 25 million vulnerable individuals, including women, youth, rural communities, and MSMEs. Second, under the ecosystems pillar, the African Development Bank fosters entrepreneurship ecosystem, boosting incubations and accelerators to create sustainable financing models for micro, small, and medium enterprises, especially startups and tech-driven firms. A key initiative is Boost Africa, in partnership with the European Investment Bank. Boost Africa provides financial and technical support to high-potential startups addressing risks in early stages of business development. Boost Africa has invested about $36.5 million in private equity funds and aims to raise this to $50 million by the end of the year. To ensure access to finance for targeted groups and priority areas, and to bridge funding gaps faced by specific groups, the African Development Bank established the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, which we also call the AFAWA, Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. This initiative addresses the $42 billion financing shortfall that is plaguing female entrepreneurs on the continent. AFAWA works to improve access to credit for women, providing them with necessary financial resources and technical support. The AFAWA program has approved about $1.8 billion as I speak, lending to women entrepreneurs on the continent, with about $1 billion of this amount already disbursed to some 18,000 women-led small and medium-sized enterprises on the continent. Another key initiative that the bank is promoting is the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank, introduced by the president of the bank, President Adesina, seeking to help stem the rising youth population and underemployment across the continent. It seeks to establish specialized institutions that provide a holistic combination of tailor-made patient capital and non-financial services to youth entrepreneurs to boost the viability of youth-owned and youth-led businesses. The Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks, which are of course non-deposit financial institutions, are already at advanced stages of implementation in Liberia and in Ethiopia, and will soon be up and running. The latest of such approvals is a $100 million loan to the federal government of Nigeria, seeking to accelerate the setup of the program in Nigeria, which we just approved actually last month. We are implementing the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank program collaboratively with the Development Bank of Nigeria and the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. And of course, we are confident that this instrument will help garner support for Nigeria's vibrant and actually very talented youth entrepreneurs. Let's give them a big hand. The bank's strategic approach to digital finance, to digital financial services is embodied in the African Digital Financial Inclusion Facility, which is another facility actually, launched in 2019. This is a multi-donor trust fund in partnership with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Agence France to Develop More, the governments of Luxembourg and of France, and the Women Entrepreneurship Initiative. Of course, I'm actually taking time to allude to all of these initiatives so that these are things that we can follow up afterwards and see how we can, also benefit from them. The facility seeks to break down the systemic barriers impeding growth of digital financial inclusion. It serves as a means of building resilience, with a special focus again on women and SMEs. The African Digital Financial Inclusion Facility spearheads our investment in digital payment infrastructure, promoting regional interoperability. We have extended our technical assistance for the harmonization of payments and settlement systems in the ECOWAS region, and we are committed to gender mainstreaming in digital financial services and regulations across the West Africa region. Additionally, the facility is actively working to develop responsive digital financial inclusion solutions, particularly by addressing the gender gap in digital microfinance across countries like Kenya, Nigeria, and Zambia. Through the African Digital Financial Inclusion Facility, the African Development Bank has earmarked a grant for the Yellow Digital Financial Services of Northern Nigeria, which is an MTN fintech subsidiary. This initiative is poised to revolutionize financial access for women in Northern Nigeria by leveraging a network of women mobile money agents. This grant is not just a financial commitment, it is actually a beacon of hope for women businesses. Beyond Nigeria, we are fostering innovation and protection across the continent. By developing artificial intelligence, we are enabling regulatory bodies in Rwanda, in Ghana, in Senegal to better enforce consumer protection. Our focus on strengthening microfinance in Chad unlocks avenues for youth entrepreneurship, a vital ingredient for sustainable development. At a broader ecosystems level, the Africa Digital Financial Inclusion Facility is pioneering the adoption of shared cybersecurity services and collaborating with the African FinTech Network. We are building a dynamic online platform that showcases African FinTech innovations, providing a centralized hub for investors, for partners, and also for knowledge exchange. Your Excellencies, let me conclude by reiterating the African Development Bank's unwavering commitment to support the expansion of digital financial services across the continent. Our focus is very clear: drive inclusivity, ensure resilience, and ultimately transform Africa's financial landscape. By targeting systemic barriers and promoting digital solutions, particularly for women and SMEs, we are laying the foundation for a robust and inclusive economic future for the continent. Finally, let me take this opportunity to thank the Central Bank of Nigeria for convening the second version of this very important conference, but to also reiterate the unwavering commitment of the African Development Bank to partner in this. And of course, we also have complementary programs that I have not mentioned here for the sake of time. For example, the IDAS, the Investing in Digital and Creative Enterprises, which is a big national program. We are also investing in the SAPC, Special Agro-Industry Processing Zones, because at the end of the day, you access finance for what? You access finance to engage in some productive business that can contribute to the economy. So all of these will contribute to the sustainability of the financial system. Let me also thank all the attendees and collaborators working with the African Development Bank in this initiative, and I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much to our keynote speakers for sharing with us extensively the work that the World Bank as well as the African Development Bank Group is doing to support women. Can we please give Mr. Ndiame Diop a round of applause again, and Dr. Abdul Kamara a round of applause. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, in their speeches, they both respectively spoke about the work they're doing to aid financial inclusion, and a key focus I saw was women. For example, Mr. Diop spoke to being a signatory to Wi-Fi Code, which we'll get to tell you about shortly. And, Mr. Kamara, Dr. Kamara shared about the affirmative finance action for women, which is very exciting, looking at how exactly we can bridge the gender gap when we talk about financial inclusion and the opportunities that these provide. And it's on that note I'd like to announce that we will be launching 3 projects to show you our seriousness about financial inclusion. The first one is the Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard, WFI, and what this is about, it's a tool that draws from existing database, collects it into one database that will enable policymakers to, visit and then know what next and what changes need to be implemented. It will help institutions to, have adequate information when making policies that affect women and financial inclusion. We also have the WeFi code that has been spoken about several times today, and it's a commitment designed to transforming the financing landscape for women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises. And today we are going to be having an official call to action, asking everyone to be a signatory. We currently have 40+ signatories of the WeFi code, and at some point I'll acknowledge them here. I think the final one will be FDPS, Roadmap for the Financial Inclusion of Forcibly Displaced Persons. Recognizing their rights and their contribution to economic growth is very key to us here, which is why we're going to be launching these 3 projects. But first, I'll have us watch a video that we'll play now that details and gives better explanation about what these 3 projects are. And after that video is done, I will then come to welcome Mr. Governor, our special guest today, as he gives us his speech, and thereafter he will do us the honor of being our official launch person. But for now, I'd like to please ask the multimedia team to play the video, and can we all please pay our attention on the screen?
In 2022, Nigeria revised its National Financial Inclusion Strategy NFIS 3.0 to achieve a 95% financial inclusion rate. This strategy builds on previous versions NFIS 1.0 and NFIS 2.0 and identifies 5 demographic groups as vulnerable and priority segments. These are women, youth, MSMEs, and the northern and rural populations. Forcibly displaced persons, FDPs, including IDPs, refugees, and asylum seekers, face significant barriers to financial inclusion. These barriers limit their access to essential financial services, hindering their ability to achieve economic stability and integration, ultimately affecting the socio-economic development of Nigeria and the well-being of the FDPs. In light of these challenges, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, declared its commitment to including FDPs within the Nigerian financial ecosystem. This commitment is demonstrated through the development of a comprehensive roadmap that addresses the financial needs and challenges faced by FDPs. The roadmap focuses on providing practical insights and policy actions to help forcibly displaced persons FDPs become part of the formal financial system. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, spearheads this task with sponsorship from the Alliance for Financial Inclusion AFI and technical support from Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access EFINA and FINMA Trust. Next we have the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, WeFi Code. The WeFi Code is an initiative aimed at reshaping how financing is accessed by women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises, WMSMEs worldwide. By bringing together financial institutions, development banks, and regulatory bodies, the program seeks to dismantle the financial barriers that women entrepreneurs commonly face, paving the way for greater access to resources and support across the globe. Using data-driven insights, the WeFi Code aims to bridge the gender gap in access to finance, aligning with Nigeria's National Financial Inclusion Strategy to expand financial opportunities for women. This approach is a crucial step towards creating an inclusive financial landscape where women entrepreneurs can thrive. Through the Wi-Fi code, stakeholders are working to establish standardized data collection, strengthen policy frameworks, and drive the development of financial products, especially designed for women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises. This coordinated effort aims to address the unique needs of women entrepreneurs and support their financial growth. The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), the Bank of Industry (BOI), and the Development Bank of Nigeria (DBN) are the key supporters and sponsors of this code. The Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard. This dashboard is a virtual interface that would serve as a central repository for raw data concerning women's access to and usage of financial products and services in the country. It collates and warehouses data which allows policymakers identify gender gaps in current regulation, provides financial services providers, FSPs, with market information to inform their women stakeholders about market strategies as well as data to identify market opportunities, and they also provide insights to development partners on areas of support required to advance women's financial inclusion agenda. Beyond this, the dashboard offers a unique tool for CBN to track progress in view of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy NFIS target. The project is a collaboration between the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), Nigeria Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS), and Consumer Centrics. It is also supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Financial Alliance for Women.
Can we please give the Central Bank of Nigeria another round of applause? We're basically putting our money where our mouth is, doing the work that needs to be done to encourage and ensure financial inclusion in Nigeria. And like you saw earlier, we have people who are already signatories, but we want more people to be signatories. So as quickly as possible, I will acknowledge these people who are part of making our job easier and helping us to achieve our goal. The Wi-Fi champions, a round of applause for Central Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Industry, Financing Sustainable Development, Growth, and DBN. But our Wi-Fi key signatories, I will run through them, and when I'm done, I'm going to ask that if you are a part of any of these organizations and you're here, that you stand up when I'm done so we can give you a round of applause. Can we do that? Thank you. We have Eco Bank Nigeria, Wema Bank, Lotus Bank, Stanbic IBTC Bank, Keystone Bank Limited, FSDH Merchants Bank, First City Monument Bank Limited, Paralex Bank Limited, First Bank of Nigeria Limited, Unity Bank PLC, Providus Bank, C24 Limited, Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprise, Express Payment Solutions Limited, TZ International Company Limited, Lapo Microfinance Bank Limited, Shared Agent Network Expansion Facility Limited, C24 Limited, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, National Identity Management Commission, PAGA, Credit Registry, Polaris Bank, Access Bank PLC, Fate Foundation, National Pension Commission, Mercy Corps Nigeria, Rand Merchant Bank Nigeria Limited. If you are a member of any of these organizations, can you please do us the honor of rising so we can give you a resounding applause and celebrate you for being one of our signatories. Thank you so much for spearheading these conversations, and thank you so much for leading by example. And I would like to urge everyone sitting around them, be like them. Be like your neighbors who just stood. Thank you once again. And now we're going to do the official launch after this next address. This is just basically introducing it to you. Our special guest of honor will do the official launch. But when Mr. Diop was speaking, in his speech, he spoke to financial inclusion and how very well advanced Lagos State is in that regard. And that's because Lagos State is led by a governor and by a crop of people and a team that thinks and does great work. So can we please put our hands together for Lagos State? And it's on that note, I'd like to welcome our special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, capably represented by Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Can we please rise as we welcome the Executive Governor of Lagos State for his special address? And we can sustain the applause until he gets to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, let's be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that we've listened to a lot of speeches, but this is Lagos. So I must welcome, on behalf of the people of Lagos and the governor, welcome everybody that is here. So I will not bore you with a lot of speeches because we've done a lot today. So the ambassador of El Salvador to Nigeria, His Excellency Mr. Ignacio Di Casio, thank you very much. The governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Olayemi Cardoso, thank you very much. When I was coming here, I was in a program, and so they called me, oh, this place is ready, so I was rushing. So in the process, I forgot my glasses. And so I said, oh my God, how do I do this now? But when my Egbon, the governor of Central Bank, was doing, he didn't use any glasses. I said, well, I must try. If this man is not using any glasses, what is my business? But I realized that I'm 40% blind without the glasses, so forgive me. The deputy governors of Central Bank of Nigeria, I think 3 of you are here. Thank you very much. Uzoro, deputy governor operations, Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, deputy governor economic policy, and Mr. Philip Ikeazo, deputy governor financial system stability. I have some questions for you, deputy governor stability, because of what is happening now, but we'll talk about it later. Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Lagos State, Mr. Abayomi Oluyemi, thank you very much. The chairman of Federal Statutory Services Commission that are here, heads of government agencies, our keynote speakers, Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning of Kenya, Professor Njuguna Ndugu, World Bank Country Director, Nigeria, Dr. Diop. It's nice to see you. Thank you very, very much. Director General, Nigeria Country Department, African Development Bank, Dr. Abdul Kamara. Executive Director, Alliance for Finance Inclusion, Dr. Alfred Anin. President of professional bodies that are here. And of course, the CEO of NIMSI, my own sister. Thank you very much. It's nice to see you. Esteemed exhibitors, conference attendees, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, again, good afternoon. I'm very excited to be here this morning at this 2024 International Financial Inclusion Conference that's themed Inclusive Growth, Harnessing Financial Inclusion for Economic Development. As we know, and as stated before, financial inclusion cannot just be a buzzword. It must be a tool. It must be a tool and a bridge to equity for our people. So it is the very essence of inclusive growth. So for us in Lagos, and indeed across Nigeria, ensuring financial inclusion means creating pathways for millions of our citizens to access opportunities and to rise beyond limitations that poverty, unemployment, and geographical constraint might impose. So in Lagos, we are witnessing first-hand power of inclusion. We see it in our small business owners, our artisans, and market traders, those that we refer to as informal sector, who with the access to financial tools have moved from barely surviving to thriving. These are ordinary people who with just a little help has accomplished extraordinary things. As a government, we recognize our role in facilitating that journey by removing barriers, by enabling policies that protect and empower, and by collaborating with financial institutions to ensure that these opportunities are available to every one of us. Let me state here that we cannot deny the fact and the significant challenges on the journey towards financial inclusion. Many Nigerians, as have been said, still lack access to formal banking system. For some, it is about lack of physical infrastructure, and for others, it is about trust. So let us not forget the digital divide, which creates a new kind of exclusion for those who do not have access to the necessary tools. We cannot allow these obstacles to deter us. Instead, we must approach them with innovation, resilience, and determination that we as Nigerians are known for. I'd like to recognize the importance of technology. So the digital revolution, as we know, has transformed the way we live, the way we work, and the way we interact with ourselves. So mobile banking, digital payments, fintech innovations are breaking down barriers and offering financial services to people who once had no access. In Lagos, we are embracing all these advancements and supporting policies that foster fintech growth. We believe that technology is a vital tool for empowering our people economically, especially when deployed with inclusivity at its core. So the question for us is, how do we continue to empower our fintechs? How do we allow our citizens to understand the future of money? So that we must know that you cannot really move money with cash. So our policies must make us understand that real money can only be moved and utilized to empower people through technology, hence the word fintech. So fintech, which means finance and technology. So the question then is, can any business actually survive with those two words, without those two words? Can a company, whether you are selling yam or you are selling books, can you truly thrive without understanding finance and without using technology to enhance that business? So fintech is something that we must drive. And in Lagos, we have a system, institution that is called LASRIC, Lagos State Research and Innovation Council, filled by private sector people, that is pushing fintechs in our state. We need to clearly understand the fundamental challenge that we have as a country, and that Kenya, Nigeria, well, let me give us specifics about Nigeria. The size of the cumulative money that we have as a people is very small. So what do I mean? Let's take Lagos State, for example. The budget of Lagos in 2024 is 2.3 trillion naira. Now, the next state is Rivers, 850 billion. That's not half of Lagos. The next one after that is Ogun, 750. So if you had those two, it's 1.6. It's still less than the budget of Lagos. But guess what? That budget of Lagos, 2.3, it's $1.5 billion. Population, 24 million. Now, the budget of NYPD, New York Police Department, I'm saying the city of New York. The city of New York's population is 9 million. The budget of NYPD, the police, is $11 billion. Can I say that again? So the budget of NYPD is 11 billion. The budget of Lagos is 1.5 billion. The whole budget. So it's nothing. It's really nothing. The budget of Kenya is $26 billion. The budget of federal government of Nigeria, all the 36 state governments, Lagos, Ogun, Nasarawa, all of them, local government is 44 trillion naira, all of them. That's $25 billion. So the budget of the federal government of Kenya is bigger than the whole budget of Nigeria. Kenya has a population of 5.1 million. We have a population of what? We know our population, Abi? Or we don't know? So that's about 4 times the population of Kenya. So the reality is, when the president said that we must have a $1 trillion economy, it's not a joke. It's the only way we can survive. So the bottom line is, what do we do to achieve that? It's, fantastic financial inclusion. Well, I can't include you in something that doesn't exist. Can I? If something doesn't exist, how can I include you? So that basket in this country must be bigger. that basket must be bigger. Therefore, it is important, as we put all this together, we must understand that technology must be accompanied by a human-centered approach that values the need, culture, and aspiration of the people it seeks to serve. Let me give you some few examples. About 3 weeks ago, there was GITEC in Dubai. And as you know, it's probably the biggest technology innovation conference around the world. So Lagos State, we took 12 companies. And it's amazing what these young guys are doing. So what happens is, like I said, we have this LASRIC, and it's headed by a professor of Lagos State University of Science and Technology. And so people submit their proposals and they invite and they pitch. So one of the young people, so they realized that in our country, every one of us, we have these SIM cards. But that SIM card is registered to you as a person, right? So now they said, our name, to get a SIM card now, you need to go and bring your father, your mother, grandchildren, and so on and so forth, right? Fine. But if you have a business and you are the MD, and everybody keeps calling your SIM card, how does that work? So what these young people then did was, they call it, I think, click once. Well, I'm not sure if I get the name correct, but something like that. They link that one SIM card to 12 people, and it's secure. So if I'm the MD of a company and somebody calls in, or I'm the director of marketing or whatever it is, but I'm in a conference, so I can send that number without the caller knowing. I can transfer it to the next person, up to 12 people. And the good thing is, I can track the conversation. I can track the timing. What did they say? How did they say it? So I can use it for trading. Those young guys, the marketing director, 23-year-old guy. So I now say, where is the MD? I said, you are very young. He said, my MD is 21. These guys raised $1.7 million for that business. So the opportunity is there. Our young people, they are doing great things, and we should just empower them more. So as Lagos, we took 12. Last year, I think it was 22. If we can, working with CBN, we can take 60. Possibility of them becoming company, that's maybe 15 companies, employing people. That's how to grow. It's the only way for us to actually grow. And it's important that we understand that that is how we can actually include our young people. So financial inclusion is ultimately about people, lifting our people out of poverty, empowering them to make choices, and enabling them to build a better life for themselves and, of course, their family. So it is also about ensuring that the hard-working man in Kaura Namuda, in Alimosho, or in Benin can contribute and benefit from the economic growth of our nation. On this note, I'd like to acknowledge the Central Bank of Nigeria and all the partners who have been instrumental in fostering a more inclusive financial landscape in our country. A lot of our young guys are benefiting from this initiative. We need to deepen it. We need to make it more impactful. We need to expand it so that a lot more people that have the knowledge, the skills, can actually benefit. I will tell you, sir, the CBN, your efforts are yielding results. And as beneficiaries of these efforts, we see the impact, because we host a lot of our citizens who have benefited from this. So we see the impact. We just need to scale it from 4, take it to 10. So I urge that we should not become complacent, and the road ahead is still very long, and there's a lot more to do. So the success of financial inclusion will not be measured solely by statistics, but by the real stories of transformation in the lives of our people wherever they live, whether in Nasarawa State or Kogi State or Yobe State or Lagos State. Let us continue this work with passion and purpose and a shared vision of Nigeria where every citizen have access to the tools and resources that they need in order to prosper. Let us remain focused on building a more inclusive economy where no one is left behind. where every voice matters and every individual has a fair chance to succeed. So in conclusion, let me thank every one of us for listening to all the speeches and for listening to mine. I just pray and hope that at the end of the day, we will get something out here that we can use to benefit our very young people and women. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Hold him. Mr. Deputy Governor, sir, you will still be required to be on stage, sir. Please, let's keep the applause
Can
going.
we please give Mr. Governor a round of applause as he please helps us with the unveiling, but would like to welcome a few other people to join us on stage. I'd like to welcome the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, to please join us. The former Governor, Central Bank of Kenya, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, please join us on stage. We have the Chief Executive Officer, Financial Alliance for Women, Ms. Inez Mireille, World Bank Country Director, Dr. Ndiame Diop. We also have Dr. Abdul Kamara, please join us on stage as well. Mr. Philip Picazo, please join us on stage. Ms. M.M. Usoro, the Deputy Governor Operations for CBN, please join us on stage. The MD NDIC, Mr. Bello Hassan, please join us as well. And the Director General, National Identity Management Commission, Engineer Bisoye Koka Odusote, please join us as well. And we'd like to have the Country Manager and Area Business Head for West Africa MasterCard, Mrs. Folashade Femi Lawal, and the CEO, Managing Director, Credit Registry, Dr. Jamila Sharif. Please join us on stage. And now we're going to unveil, 3 things will be unveiled today. I talked about them earlier.
The Deputy Governor Economic Policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria.
Absolutely, please. Thank you very much.
And
Please join us on stage.
Mr. Alfred Hanitu, please do join the team. Please do join.
Thank you very much. So it's a joint effort, it's a collaborative effort, but can we have some people please move over to the other side so you can be captured in the picture and the video? If you may, please. Thank you. All right, we have a scroll here, and this represents those who are signatories to the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code. The scroll is here and will be opened as soon as Mr. Governor does the unveiling. We also have the roadmap for the financial inclusion of forcibly displaced persons that will be unveiled. And finally, the Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard. If you'd like to visit the dashboard, please visit www.wfid.ng. All right? So, at this point, we're going to, all right, the Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard, www.wfid.ng. Yes, that's the Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard. So we're all going to do this together. We're all going to count down with our special guests as Mr. Governor does the unveiling. So can we all please, together we're all going to count from 5 to 1, and then we'll all say inclusive growth. Can we do that? So this is the point where you whip out your mobile phones, bring out these phones and make videos. When you post, tag us with the hashtag IFIC2024. So can we count down from 5 to 1, and then we end with inclusive growth. 5, 4, not loud enough. Louder. You can do better. And together we say inclusive growth. Congratulations to the Central Bank of Nigeria. Congratulations to the signatories. This indeed is a laudable moment. Wow.
And now we will have the unveiling of the scroll. The scroll. Please hand it.
The scroll shows the Wi-Fi codes Nigeria signatories that have been recognized earlier. A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Can we please step aside? We'd like to get a group photograph with all our special guests. Can we please get a group picture?
So please. Yes.
We'd like to also welcome our two board directors of the Central Bank of Nigeria to please join us here as we take a group picture. Can we please have them join us?
Please, let's have that plaque taken away from the stage as we welcome the directors of the Board of the Central Bank of Nigeria joining the group photograph.
Because we want to take a group picture as well, can you please go to the middle? We want to take a group picture with the signatories to our Wi-Fi code. And just to encourage every one of us here.
Just today, please let the country direct IMF also join in that group photograph.
Brilliant. Perfect. Okay, can we have a slight curve? All right, a slight curve here. So, just to speak to our audience, as many of us who are making pictures and videos of this remarkable moment, please do well to tag us at IFIC Nigeria and also use the hashtag IFIC 2024 and IFIC 24. Commit to being a part of the Wi-Fi code and the work that the Central Bank of Nigeria is doing to foster financial inclusion for women. And right after this, we're just going to all be seated. Our VIPs will take a tour of the exhibition stand. So we'd like to please ask everyone to remain seated when our VIPs exit the hall. And right after they've gotten to the exhibition stands, then we'll have a 15-minute tea break. Depending on your ticket, your tea break will be in rooms 1, 2, or 3. But for now, thank you so much. Can we give our VIPs a round of applause?
Thank you very
much. As we wrap this up officially.
Okay. The Deputy Governor FSS will lead the exhibition team. Mr. Uche will guide him. So we're going to have the national anthem, and then there will be that tour of the exhibition. So the DJ FSS is going to lead the exhibition team. You will be leading. All right, guiding. Yes, ma'am.
Can we please all rise as we take the national anthem? And right after that, I would ask everyone in the audience to please remain seated after that for our VIPs to take a tour.
Our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I am told His Excellency, the dignitaries will be led through that end. The team is there. The governors, the members of on the podium at this moment. Please, the rest of the team, be seated. We're going to have further information whilst they have the tour of the exhibition boat. It's still the IFIC Second International Financial Conference. This is going to be the pause for tea break when they are there at the exhibition stand. After that, the plenary will resume, and there you are going to have lots of interesting conversation. So we advise that you are seated at this point. Allow the VIPs go have the tour of the exhibition booth. You also at some point are going to visit that booth and see what's going on there. But there will be further announcements as to where you're going to have tea break. But anyway, for all delegates, I'm told you have tickets. So look at your tickets. You have the dining rooms 1, 2, 3. You will see your ticket indicates where you are going to have tea break. We also do have a medical stand over there. For those who do not have tickets, engage any of the ushers. They will direct you to where you are going to have your own tea break. But again, importantly, what is key is that we are reconvening in 10 minutes time for the commencement of plenary, and that is where the deep conversations will go on. That is where the conference proper is going to take off. And I assure you that with the lineup we have, you're all going to leave here better enriched than we came in. Thank you very much all for making the opening ceremonies fantastic. As we settle down to make the business session commence, you would never regret being a part of it here. And that applies also to our virtual participants. It is the second International Financial Inclusion Conference happening here at the Landmark Event Center. It's a 2-day event. So in case you are not here with us today, you can still be a part of it tomorrow. Splendid conversations, very resourceful persons have been lined up, and you do not want to miss it. Thank you very much. As we pause for tea break, and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes' time for commencement of proceedings.
And
Thank
also
you very
to
much
mention
once
to our
again.
online audience, the conversations continue virtually. Our anchors are on standby. We have Maybaka and Oluwaseun who facilitate the interviews and conversations. So for those who may not want to go for tea break, not to worry, we'll share with you what's happening at the exhibition stands as well as, at the red carpet or the interview booth. If you'd like to have tea, please check your ticket so you'll know if you're room 1, tea room 2, or tea room 3. We have them behind the hall. But if you do not have a ticket, we'll direct you, speak to any of our ushers, and they'll direct you to the room to go to. See you in the next 15 minutes.
Great. It's been a beautiful morning with conversations ongoing around driving financial inclusion in Nigeria, specifically speaking to women and some interesting priority groups. As you can see now, the first segment of the event is over and the exhibition has begun. There are lots of companies who have designed transformative products that can help to drive digital financial inclusion. And that's the summit of what the exhibition is about. We see the Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, the Deputy Governor, Lagos State, yes, representing the Governor, leading the team of dignitaries. They're taking a tour around the exhibition booth as we speak now, going to some specified stands to explore the products and to see how this can impact on financial inclusion in Nigeria.
It's really interesting. The central bank governor during his address, and I think a couple of other keynote speakers talked about digital innovation and how a lot of the companies that are, breaking the barriers using digital technology and mobile technology are really helping to take financial inclusion to the last mile, as you said earlier, and to really bank the unbanked. And so at the exhibition stands, you have a lot of these players exhibiting their products and services and engaging with delegates and VIPs, and that's happening live right now.
One thing we had said earlier before was that it is a collective effort. No one person can do it alone.
Yeah.
Not the government alone, not private sector alone, not even the financial services sector alone, but we all will work together to achieve this. And so we see here, what we see on display here is the private sector showcasing, right, the contributions they have made and can further make to drive financial inclusion.
And the work to be done is actually quite significant. I mean, one of the speakers talked about EFINA's report on how 26% of the adult population in Nigeria is currently unbanked. And so that creates or shows that the problem is large, but it also says that the opportunity for growth is also large.
Absolutely, you're so correct. Where the problems are large, the opportunities. And Nigeria is, I think, we have many creative people.
Yeah.
Creativity is one thing we really have as a strong point for us as Nigerians. And so once we have the enabling environment, that's why we're calling for a synergy of all the stakeholders, development partners, private sector, the government, so we can work together to drive and enhance financial inclusion. And the goal we all have is driving into the very last mile, the last man on the street.
I think it was really exciting to see the launch of the WEFI code. I think that's really significant. Earlier we were talking about how empowering women and including women, bringing them into the formal financial space is very key to attaining all our aspirations for financial inclusion in Nigeria. So to see that code launched and to see the commitment to really help women, scale all the barriers in terms of accessing financial products is very exciting. So we're saying congratulations to you guys who are working behind the scenes, CBN and other signatories to the WEFI code.
Absolutely. We're making history today by launching the Wi-Fi code, and we're calling on others. A call to action. If you're not yet on board, you need to come on board, because this is something huge, and together we can advance financial inclusion in Nigeria.
I'm sure that the data shows that for the MSMEs, artisans, traders, market men and women, the women contingent make up the majority. And so if we're talking about really reaching MSMEs, it's really about reaching women-owned SMEs and female-owned SMEs. All right, so this sort of database, what was it called again?
The dashboard.
The dashboard for data that can be mined for operators and people who want to innovate in that sector, I think is a really laudable thing.
Absolutely. Like they say, data drives policy.
Yeah.
You'll be grouping the dark if you don't have data. You want to innovate or you want to drive production. But with data, you know who you're innovating for, where the needs are, and what to do, because data shows you the issues and guides you to the solution. So this is, this is massive today, talking about the launch of the dashboard and the Wi-Fi code. It's amazing, and we're glad that we're watching history unveil before our eyes today.
Absolutely.
I'm so proud to be a staff of the Central Bank of Nigeria.
Clearly. I can't say the same. Or maybe for the next 48 hours, I can join you. All right, there's still so much to come. We're going to have interviews and conversations with some of our VIPs, delegates, and guests, and that will be happening with Maybaka and I. At some point, we're going to let you in on what to expect for the second half. It's tea break right now. But there's still so much to come. We're going to have plenary discussions where we really start to get into the real issues, all right, and start to pick things apart. We're going to talk about financial inclusion, economic development, and sustainability. Then we'll walk towards an inclusive economy, insight from emerging and developed economies. And so you earlier talked about people who have come in from Kenya and other parts of Africa who have come with insights into how it's done in their countries and things that we can learn from.
Absolutely. If we're going to make progress, if we're going to drive growth and advancement, we need to learn from each other, right? Because part of what we're going to be doing today is looking at the solutions, the challenges, and then trying to prefer solutions. So we're going to be learning from other national, international perspectives to see what they have done that we can imbibe right, and then what we can do better. So just stay tuned with us. There's so much more. And don't forget the hashtag IFIC24, right? And hashtag IFIC 2024 is the second International Financial Inclusion Conference, and then it promises to be remarkable. I'm sure you enjoyed the opening ceremony.
Please, as you if you go for the tea break, please take your bags, take your belongings. As you go for the tea break, go with your bags and belongings. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I think Olive is reiterating that please don't leave your personal items, your handbags and your personal items. Please don't leave them on your seats. And for those having tea break, you might want to make that really fast because we want people to reconvene back very soon and get ready for the plenary sessions. Maybaka, what else are you personally excited about looking forward for the Nigerian economy as a whole?
I think it's be really exciting to see an economy where everyone can thrive, right? I don't have to be in the white collar industry to thrive, but the fact that the little I do, I can earn the best I should earn, right? So an inclusive society where everyone is valued, everyone contributes, everyone can maximize and leverage all the benefits available to them. And that's all we're saying. Financial inclusion is for all. Getting the man at the last mile to come on board, because there truly are opportunities that should be leveraged, right? To grow our collective economy and build our nation.
And I think access to credit is definitely a key, part of this. And you know, when we get the right data with the, I call it WEFI, but you are calling it Wi-Fi because you're part of the you're part of the community, right? So it's Wi-Fi, not WEFI, right?
Yes.
Wi-Fi. All right. So I think part of what Wi-Fi does is it starts to mine all this data to help, you know, with our fintechs and other innovators to then provide credit products and, you know, give credit to these women who don't have access to credit. I think that's part of what you're saying, yeah?
Yes. The idea is to be able to pull them into the formal sector so they can leverage this benefit. I mean, if nobody knows they exist, there's no way you can extend credit to them. But with data, you know where they are, you can articulate their issues properly, and then it also helps to create suitable solutions for them. I cannot want a carrot and you give me an apple. You're not meeting my need, right? So with data, you can identify where they stay, what do they do, what do they need, and then how can we help them? Well, that's the beauty of the dashboard, and it's open to every person. And so we say, you know what, this is awareness. Know what is happening, and then know that what you need exists for policymakers, and know where to find what you need, because the dashboard has been launched today, and so it's available and open to everyone.
And so would it be on the IFIC website? And that's ificng.com, all right? So if you don't know the website, it's ificng.com. And as Maybaka said earlier, we want to trend on social media, okay? So let everyone know, hashtag IFIC24, hashtag IFIC2024.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to pause for a moment. We want to rejig our setup so that we can start to get ready for interviews that will go live very soon.
But in the interim, we'd like to know that the exhibition is still going on. We'll still come on board shortly to update you as to some of the products that are available at the exhibition stand. So perhaps per chance you want to patronize them or leave it in, that you need to know what's available today and being launched today. And we say thank you again for joining us from all over the globe. We see you, we hear your comments, we see what you're saying, and we definitely will come back to you.
Yes, I think at some point it might be great to get a few of the exhibitors to come to our pod station. It's our little IFIC pod station. I would have conversations with them. So really want to thank you, our delegates and viewers online, and to our sponsors and partners and stakeholders. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And also thank you to the 40 signatories for the Wi-Fi code already. And we're calling out to every other person who loves women, who wants to see the advancement of the cause of women. Please come on board today. Let's collectively do what we can to drive financial inclusion to the last mile.
And it should be everybody. It should be everybody. You know, I think it was the governor who said it, that when women are empowered, the home is empowered, the community is empowered, the nation is empowered. You know, so to support women is really to support the entire ecosystem and the entire nation and our economic future. Maybaka, all right, I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, thank you.
Practical insights and policy actions to help forcibly displaced persons FDPs become part of the formal financial system. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, spearheads this task with sponsorship from the Alliance for Financial Inclusion AFI and technical support from Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access EFINA and FinMap Trust. Next we have the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, WeFi Code. The WeFi Code is an initiative aimed at reshaping how financing is accessed by women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises, WMSMEs worldwide. By bringing together financial institutions, development banks, and regulatory bodies, the program seeks to dismantle the financial barriers that women entrepreneurs commonly face, paving the way for greater access to resources and support across the globe. Using data-driven insights, the WeFi Code aims to bridge the gender gap in access to finance, aligning with Nigeria's National Financial Inclusion Strategy to expand financial opportunities for women. This approach is a crucial step towards creating an inclusive financial landscape where women entrepreneurs can thrive. Through the WeFi Code, stakeholders are working to establish standardized data collection, strengthen policy frameworks, and drive the development of financial products, especially designed for women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises. This coordinated effort aims to address the unique needs of women entrepreneurs and support their financial growth. The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), the Bank of Industry (BOI), and the Development Bank of Nigeria (DBN) are the key supporters and sponsors of this code. The Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard. This dashboard is a virtual interface that would serve as a central repository for raw data concerning women's access to and usage of financial products and services in the country. It collates and warehouses data which allows policymakers identify gender gaps in current regulation, provides financial services providers, FSPs, with market information to inform their women stakeholders about market strategies as well as data to identify market opportunities, and they also provide insights to development partners on areas of support required to advance women's financial inclusion agenda. Beyond this, the dashboard offers a unique tool for CBN to track progress in view of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy NFIS target. The project is a collaboration between the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), Nigeria Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS), and Consumer Centrics. It is also supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Financial Alliance for Women.
Make we no stay na home, make we no write on am, make we no squeeze am home, make we no go tear am. Manula, 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 well, keep am well. It's our naira home, now we cry.
My people, make we dey handle our naira with care. Naira notes no be writing pad. Make we no dey write on top am, no squeeze am. Arrange am well, keep our naira clean, keep am neat.
Manula, 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 well, keep am well. It's our naira home, now.
Can we please start to make our way back into the hall and get ready for the next half of today's activities? Can you please start to make your way back into the hall so we can get ready for the next half of our activities? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
We all want a good life. To do the things that give us the most joy. To reach for the things we want and get them. To move our feet and go where our hearts take us. To become who we've always thought we were. To break free from the ordinary and live life to the fullest. The good life is not a destination, it's a journey. Verve, Africa's premier payment card, is the passport that keeps you moving from good life to good life. Ask your bank for a Verve card today.
Can we start to make our way back into the hall, please? Can we please start to come in? We're about to start the next half of today's activities. Thank you very much. We'll have more time for networking and interaction.
To do the things that give us the most joy.
But can we please start to make our way back to our seats? Thank you.
To reach for the things we want and get them. To move our feet and go where our
We're good.
Great. Welcome to the interview segment. It's the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference, and we've had a beautiful morning so far. And so I'd like to welcome you to the interview segment where we get to feel the pulse of some of our guests and attendees. And I have with me a very delectable woman here. And I'd like to, please can we get to meet you?
My name is Dr. Chizo Malize, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of FITC, Financial Institution Training Center.
How do you feel being here today?
Second edition, great program. I think it's quite visionary for the Central Bank of Nigeria, who's got responsibility for driving financial stability in the country, to be bringing all of the influencers across the world and then locally as well to this wonderful deliberation. It is remarkable.
And so by the time you're leaving here, what would you want to see after the conference? How would you want to see things play out today that you think would have achieved the objective of the conference?
I think it's more about taking all of the learnings into action, strategically all of the collaborations with the critical channels for financial inclusion. And so we're speaking about not just the banks, who are actually very big and advancing financial inclusion in their own ways, but also the organizations that are creating and driving channels like the switching companies, IntoSwitch, eTransact, and every single one of them are doing significant things to extend the reach and access to finance. And I think also that the regulations that are coming up that are building enormous capabilities and opportunities through agency banking, for instance, are very, very remarkable. So the moment that we continue to expand the channels, we continue to grow the access to finance, and we continue to get many more people into the banking system, the better. And I'm just speaking about the fact that people need to have access to finance to be able to build better life, build their career, support their family, build society, and more importantly, build a credible and solid nation. So I do see all of this impact positively and significantly.
All right. Final question. What are your thoughts on the Wi-Fi code and the dashboard that is seeking to, level the playing field and get more women financially included?
So it's very important to speak to women when we talk about financial inclusion. And I say that because we find out that a lot of the micro businesses are actually owned and engineered by women. So you will definitely catalyze the society and growth and development in the society when you're able to bring more of these women into the center. And that's a fantastic code. I'm super delighted that a lot of people are signing up already. And then for us at FITC, where I'm the managing director, with the work that we do with all of the financial service companies across the entire tiers, we would also support that through financial literacy, through education, through knowledge solutions to extend that discussions, and of course make it happen much more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Chizo Malize,
and keep up the good work. Thank you. We're delighted to have you. Well done, man.
I think that was an amazing conversation, and to see the passion and the drive behind, ensuring that there's real financial inclusion is quite exciting. The energy levels are clearly high, and I'm excited, or I'm positive that this won't just be another talk show, that we're going to leave this conference, this two-day conference, with actionable points, agendas, policies, things that we can take to the market and begin to transform Nigeria's economy. All right, we have a long list of people who we're going to be speaking with, and before the day is done, we're hoping to talk to some critical stakeholders and get their thoughts and reflections on the conference. All right, we have someone else falling into the screen, and he's going to just, introduce himself and get on with the conversation. You're welcome, sir.
We're excited you're here. This is what you call a he for she.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll allow you to introduce yourself so that our audience can get to meet you better. Your name and what you do, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Nuruddin Abubakar Zauro. I'm the technical advisor to the President on Economic and Financial Inclusion in the Office of the Vice President.
We're glad you made our time to be here. Thank you for honoring this event. I would like to hear your thoughts on on the Wi-Fi code and everything happening today. What are your thoughts on this event today?
Honestly speaking, I'm quite excited, particularly for the fact that this event, particularly what has been, launched today, the Wi-Fi code, is something that is going to go a long way in supporting particularly the gender inclusion concept. I'm sure you are fully aware that in the presidency, because of the importance of financial inclusion, we have been able to go a longer way by signing necessary policies, particularly the ASO Accord, which we have a gender component of this ASO Accord. So we are quite excited that the Wi-Fi, right? That is the gender inclusion spend. It's something that is is going to go a long way in supporting Nigeria's journey to achieving the financial inclusion journey of 95% by the year 2024, end of this year. We are somewhere there. At the same time, it will also go a long way in supporting our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's, journey for Nigeria to be $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. This is something that this administration has taken so seriously, not only been seriously, but also has put in all the necessary policies and programs to ensure that we achieve this target by the year 2030. And to this effect, Wi-Fi initiative of Central Bank of Nigeria in support of women and gender inclusion is a very, very big and landmark event. Congratulations to the team, congratulations to Central Bank of Nigeria, and congratulations to Nigeria as a country. Good afternoon.
Fantastic. Now, the governor, during his speech, the governor of the central bank, thanked the office of the vice president for providing leadership, in terms of financial inclusion. Can you give us a little more insight into how this is being driven from the office of the vice president?
Okay, fantastic. As you know, on the assumption of duty by this administration, because financial inclusion is an integral part of this administration's renewed hope agenda. I'm sure you're already aware of that. Access to capital, inclusivity, and many other components of this administration's agenda. So to that effect, that is why this administration also found it important to create the Office of the Technical Advisor on Economic and Financial Inclusion, which by his grace, I'm playing that role at the moment. So to that, we rolled out a lot of policies, initiatives, and all that to supplement, to serve as enablers at the policy level to support what the central bank is already doing. Central bank has been doing a very fantastic job. Today, at the very beginning, it has been shown clearly that we started at 46% exclusion rate, and as at last year, we are 26% exclusion. That's quite laudable initiative. We know that we have a very ambitious target. We also know that we have a lot we can do, and that's why this administration found it necessary, to support, to complement what they are doing in order to support the journey, to achieving financial inclusion journey. So I think, for me, I would rather say thank you to the governor of Central Bank of Nigeria for appreciating our support, for appreciating this administration's support, and of course willingness to collaborate, to support, and do everything possible to achieve the financial inclusion journey for Nigeria. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. And please extend our wishes, our best wishes, warm regards to the President and the Vice President.
I think it's really important to have enablers at policy
Absolutely.
level. Creating the enabling environment for all the innovations and things that need to be done to make this dream possible.
It takes a village, like they say.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah,
all of us need to come together, join hands, everyone playing their role to achieve success. You're welcome, ma'am. We'd like to meet your name and what you do.
My name is Badwala Shokunbi. I'm the MD of C24 Limited, a financial service provider.
We're super excited to have you here today. How do you feel?
Great. I feel honored, and I like the fact that CBN is focusing on women. I like the fact that the inclusion is saying that women should be in the forefront because of how women are contributing to the nuclear family and how the role women are playing in our economy.
People have talked about how, youth financial institutions are close to the market, right? You know the feelings of people. And Mibaka, you were talking about it earlier, that it's important to know the feelings of these actual traders and, women that own MSMEs. So from your engagement with them, what do you see that they need the most?
First, from our engagement, because we are into payments and agency banking, and from what we see, they immediately after we have included them by opening an account for them, have them onboarded on BVN and the likes, we see that they want lending, they want insurance, and they want payment. They want a fast payment system where it makes bring about having not to be using cash all the time. So, and from the initiatives of Central Bank, and a lot of things have been done. A lot of products have been rolled out, like the one that this QR code, we are trying to bring it into the market where people can just scan and pay rather than, and to also reduce the cost of payment transaction rather than using the POS transactions. We are engaging our women on how to actually do digital payments. And I think he's actually making transactions to go faster. We have seen a large increase in the number of transactions because of financial inclusion, because of payments, digital payments. And from what was launched today, now we have more data to analyze to bring out more products to support our customers.
Beautiful.
I really like the initiative.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you, ma'am. It's obvious you really followed today. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. I think that was really, really a wonderful conversation.
Insightful, yes. It's interesting to see the private sector ready to key into what's going to contribute their own quota, because some of them really relate with this, the women and people in this priority groups, so they know what the specific needs are. And it's good to have conversations like the way we all come to the table and share perspectives.
Mebaka, I was saying it to you earlier that access to credit is a key aspect of this, and she just pointed that out. Reducing the cost of payment transactions and insurance. Who would think that insurance is actually something that the market is demanding? That's exciting. I believe that we have a couple of insurance practitioners that are exhibiting, and we'll get them up. All right, we have another guest.
We told you it's a global phenomenon happening today. We're making history. We have people from all over the globe sharing perspectives. You're welcome, ma'am. Your name and where you're from, your organization.
Sure. I'm Anna Ginterman. I'm a partner at Consumer Centrics.
Amazing, Consumer Centrics. So what does your organization do, and how do you tie into financial inclusion?
So we are here. So Consumer Centrics is a strategy consulting firm focusing on inclusive finance. Why are we here? Because we are one of the co-developers and co-creators of the dashboard, of the Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard that was just launched a few minutes ago, huge milestone. We are also the technical advisors to the implementation of the V-Finance Code that was also launched as part of the ceremony a few minutes ago. We are excited to be here and excited to be part of such important initiatives.
I know you said you're excited, but tell me how do you really feel? Taking something from paper and then saying it's being launched today. Can you express more about your feelings, the process from product development to seeing the final product? Tell me, really express how you feel.
Yeah, no, I'm extraordinarily proud, extraordinarily excited, excited about this prospect of this very important data platform being used by the sector, both by the public agencies as well as the financial service providers, to really be able to make more data-driven, evidence-driven policy decisions, as well as strategies to reach more women with a range of services. It took about 2 years, the dashboard, so it's really a huge milestone for all of us.
So my question is, do you want to give us a little insight into the methodology to create this dashboard, and is it going to be live? How are you going to ensure that it's updating itself and it stays current?
Yes. It is live already.
Okay.
So it is wfid.ng. So please go there and check the latest data on access to accounts, on access to credit, as well as the transactional data broken by gender, geography, age, any type of characteristics you want to understand as you design your products and strategies for different subsegments, especially the ones that were mentioned during the conference, that 5, the underserved, right? Women, the North, youth, displaced persons, and I think, and MSMEs. MSMEs, by the way, is the new frontier. This is the information that we would be adding to the dashboard. But it's basically the information that's currently collected by CBN from banks and NIBS. So it's most updated, most detailed information that exists in the financial sector that's been pulled together through this data platform. So it's updated on a regular basis. So very exciting.
All right, thank you so much. So you've heard straight from the horse's mouth. It will be updated on a regular basis with data from NIBS and CBN. Thank you so much for stopping by.
And then congratulations to you also. You're also a winner today.
Amazing. All right, we're still having conversations, M.A. Baka.
This is truly interesting.
Absolutely.
Truly interesting.
My concern was going to be how frequently it would be updated, but I'm glad that we've gotten
it's
that assurance.
automatically updated, yes, because they're plugged into the major aid, the CBN, and they get live data, which is fantastic. So you want data on women, on youth, then you can plug into that dashboard and get all you need to drive your policy. No more grouping in the dark. There's data available to drive your policies.
Okay.
Exactly your name and your organization.
My name is Ines Murray, Financial Alliance for Women.
Amazing. You're welcome today. It's the second edition of the Financial Inclusion Conference. How do you feel being here today as a woman specifically?
I'm very proud today that Nigeria is launching the We Finance Code. With 28 countries around the world that are launching the code. And I think this morning we heard a lot of statistics about the importance of entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs in particular. And this code will really add momentum to the financial inclusion strategy of the Central Bank of Nigeria. So I'm very proud that you're launching it today.
Amazing. And then what do you have to say to women? Because wanting to create a product for a people group, but what do you say to these women in terms of them being able to maximize what you're doing for them?
I say to the women that you should join together and form women's business associations and lobby and get the financial sector to really do what it needs to do. The sector already takes your savings and now they need to lend it back to you to finance your business. So I say join together because united you're stronger.
Thank you very much. We're super glad you're here. Thank you.
May seem fun, but it leaves our banknotes damaged, stained, and soiled. Our Naira notes suffer when mishandled. Each note is a symbol of our nation's pride and economy. There are better ways to celebrate and show respect. It is also unlawful to buy or sell the Naira note like a commodity, as it keeps the cycle of waste and the prevalence of dirty and torn banknotes. Let's break this cycle by handling our Naira notes with care. Our Naira, our pride. This message is from the Central Bank of Nigeria.
What do you do?
My name is Emmanuel Ojo. I'm the CEO of RegTech Limited, a member of Hairs Holdings Group.
Amazing. We're glad you're here today. How have you found the conference so far?
It's been excellent, well attended, very rich in diverse contributions, opinions, and solutions as well. I, for one, I had the opportunity of also having a booth here with my team, where we're able to display our solutions for agency banking to the CBN governor and the deputy governor of Lagos State as well. So it's been quite interesting.
So you're the first exhibitor basically to come for our interview. We're excited to have you. Quickly, someone earlier just talked about insurance as one of the demands or needs at the last mile. Are there any particular products, or can agency banking help in any way to meet that need?
When you say insurance, it depends on what.
So micro insurance.
Yes.
For like the traders, MSME owners, especially the female.
So agency banking acts as a distribution channel. So obviously insurance is part of the services that can be offered through the agency banking outlets. For instance, in terms of micro insurance services, you could reach out to the agent and subscribe to any of those services in terms of whether it's collection or disbursement. So when you insure something, you got to have it paid for when it's due as well. And when you have to pay for your subscription, what is the point of paying? You know, if you don't want to do a transfer, you have cash, you can reach out to an agent point and make the payments as well.
Do you have that service already?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a bills payment solution. So this comes under our bills payment services as well.
Right. Awesome.
And I would like you to tell us just about one product you're displaying here today.
Okay, our product name is called RedPay. It's a very robust multi-tenant payment solution that provides merchant services for retail outlets, and it also provides agency banking services. And obviously, from what we're discussing here, it's going to drive financial inclusion. It's targeted at underserved segments of the economy, reduce unemployment rates, boost the economy in one way or the other. And we're not stopping here in Nigeria. Our sister company, United Bank of Africa, are in 20 countries in Africa, and we're going to be supporting them all through that landscape as well.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you, RedPay. All right. I think that, there are a lot of very exciting players in that agency banking space. You know, it's exciting to see the banks, you know, have subsidiaries or units that are focused on that, and to make you know, increase competition.
Yeah.
You know, because competition would improve the quality of services available.
Neatly arranged in your wallet, purse, or pouch. Avoid defacing the Naira notes. Keep them clean to maintain their integrity. Keep your Naira notes away from potential liquid spills like water, drinks, and cooking oil. Handle your Naira notes gently to avoid tearing or creasing. When giving cash gifts, use envelopes to add a touch of elegance and protection. Follow these simple practices to help preserve the quality and value of the Naira. For more tips on proper handling of the Naira, visit the Central Bank of Nigeria's website at www.cbn.gov.ng. Our Naira, our pride. This message is from the Central Bank of Nigeria.
Welcome back to our interview segment. We have a gentleman here with us who's going to introduce himself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Oladimiji Akon. I'm country director for Capricorn Digital, a digital financial company, and agency banking payment service provider.
We're excited to have you here with us today. And from your observation, what would you say about the conference, the products launch? What are your thoughts on the products launched today?
I think it's been a very excellent conference so far. Interesting discussion, so much to talk about. Most of our key stakeholders are here, and the discussions have been largely around providing solutions to challenges we have around financial inclusion. And I believe, you know, it can only get better. This is the second edition that I'm attending. I like what I've heard so far today. And I think from what we've gathered in the last year so far, there's opportunities for growth.
I see that there are a lot of agency banking operators here today, and I know you guys are in some sort of you know, association. You all talk and collaborate with each other. As a unit, what would you say to, you know, the policy providers and those on the other side who are here today, and how can they improve or help your business?
Okay, we're all under the SANEP umbrella, and to be fair enough, SANEP have done a fantastic work bringing us under one single umbrella, and the whole idea is for us to collaborate, not to compete. And if you look at the way the industry has sort of grown over the years, it's through that level of collaboration. Are there still opportunities for growth in line with what we're doing today? The answer is yes. You know, if you look at where agency banking was probably like 4 or 5 years ago and where we are now, you know, there is, you know, you see there's a demand from customers. Customers want even more services. If you go to even the rural areas, you see that there are quite a number of people who want these services in those areas. But unfortunately, we still don't have enough, what they call it, service providers in those. And I think that's what this conference is meant to address. You know, how we can bridge the gap, how we can collaborate more and ensure that the financial inclusion that we're all talking about reaches all the particular areas around the country.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us. Do you have a booth at the exhibition area? All right. Oh, so tell us how we can find it for those who might be interested in checking out your booth.
I think it's probably around where you have the general booth.
Okay.
It's towards your left-hand side. You would see Baxi, Capricorn Digital.
All right.
So it's in between two of our partners, InterSwitch and OP.
All right. So check out
Capricorn,
the Capricorn
Digital.
Digital.
Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
You guys are having at your end here. But at this point, we must come back to the main hall for the reconvening of plenary. Please pass word around. The plenary has reconvened. Tea break time, it's over. It's very important that delegates and participants make their way back to the hall at this point. If you're just joining us, it is the second International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024 here holding at the Landmark Event Center in Lagos. The theme is inclusive growth, harnessing financial inclusion for economic development. And it's a two-day event today and tomorrow, of course. We've got global participation via the virtual links. If you're not there yet, please, you are missing out a lot. It is a very critical conversation that is going on here. This event, of course, it's put together by the Bankers Committee, the World Bank Group, Financial Inclusion Steering Committee, and, of course, the Central Bank of Nigeria, leading this drive as a further demonstration of its commitment to financial and economic inclusion. You saw earlier the opening ceremonies where several keynote speakers dropped a lot of nuggets for further consideration in the course of the plenary conversations that is just about to go down now. But importantly, please let's tell all delegates at the various dining rooms that the plenary has reconvened. Secondly, also because we are receiving very concerning reports about missing bags, we are advising all delegates to please be very cautious with their personal effects, especially as you make your way around and between the halls of the conference. But the team is always there to be of any assistance, the inquiries you are going to make. Like I said, at this point, we expect that all delegates are back so that plenary can commence. Shortly, my colleague, Olive, will be joining us back on stage and will be taking...
All right, we have two short interviews to quickly take from the booth. We have some very special guests we'd like to speak with, and after that we'll connect right back to the stage.
All right. All right, all right.
Great. And
All
I have with me Mr. Steven from Arca Solutions, one of our sponsors for this event. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for sponsoring.
You're welcome.
So how do you feel today being here physically to see what you put your money on coming alive?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. For us at Arca Payments, we're excited to be part of this from the first edition to this, and then we've been seeing the array of stakeholders in the building, and I mean the topic of discussions and all of that. As a major player in financial inclusion space, you know, we were glad to say let's be part of this and let's see how we can drive, you know, economic inclusion across Nigeria. I mean, looking at the rate of exclusion and the progress that has been made so far, we heard what the governor of CBN said. I mean, there's been improvements in the numbers, and we are excited to be part of that achievement, and we hope that in the coming years, we'll bridge the gap a bit more.
All right. Clearly, you guys do a lot of work on the field, and you have the data, you have the insights. Can you identify one area that you feel, if there is huge improvement, can really transform, you know, the economy in terms of financial inclusion? Is there one area for you that if we can improve this one area, it has a ripple effect?
Okay, so if you ask me, I mean, to be honest, if you look at, I mean, the discussions around women inclusion for us, I mean, women pose the bedrock of every family and the success of every economy in the long run, right? So if we're able to create more designed products centered around women inclusion, bringing a whole lot of women into the economic system, I believe that it will, I mean, further scale economic and financial inclusion for us, because once a woman is empowered, they say, and the economy is empowered and all of that. So, I mean, beyond just putting out products there to meet the inclusion needs, what exactly are we doing to target these women?
Right.
How do we want to bring them into the economic space, right? So once we bring in those women, I mean, the children, the husband, and all of those guys are involved, right? So for us, what we are doing is actually looking at those locations beyond just going out. We are strategic about what we do for these women, looking at all the barriers that are out there, religion, culture, beliefs, and all of that. How do we want to ensure that the women are included? How do we break the certain barriers, the KYC issues, the non-accessibility of these women going through religious structures and all of that? So I strongly believe that if we're able to bring about products that will focus more on these women, there will be a lot of improvement and growth in terms of financial inclusion in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you,
very much.
Arca. And that's Arca Payments Company Limited. And we want to just, you know, by extension, thank all our sponsors and those who have made IFIC possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That limit women and their involvement.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Welcome, sir. We're glad to have you with us. We'd like to know your name and your organization.
Okay, my name is Emeka Ilo Elunachi. I work with Fast Credit Limited.
And what has been your experience like so far?
Quite exciting. First of all, for me, it's a forum to share ideas with industry players, reconnect with old colleagues in the industry, and then have an opportunity to foster some ideas about financial inclusion in Nigeria.
Now, you work for Fast Credit. Is credit...
I like the name, by the way.
I love the name. I love the name. Now, is credit ever fast? And, you know, how fast can we get the credit?
And so Fast Credit is all about a business idea that looks at digitalizing the lending process and reaching out to the unbanked segment of the market that have been finding it difficult to access credits from the traditional financial institutions. So what we did was to leverage on technology, AI solutions, and all other algorithms available to expedite credit process and ensure that even the unbanked, the hitherto neglected markets today can access credit as quick as possible.
Okay, so it's as quick as possible.
Yeah.
All right. Now, final question quickly. How do you mitigate some of these risks? You know, because I guess what makes access to credit, especially for the unbanked, especially for people at the last mile, is there's some risk. You know, as a company innovating in that space, how do you mitigate those credit risks?
You can't have any business without risk. Risk is given in business. All you just need to do is to find a way to mitigate those risks. And so, first of all, that's where the role of data comes in. You need data. I mean, when you look at the entire population in Nigeria, you're talking about over 200 million people. And then if you look at the statistics from Elfina telling you that less than 40% have access to financial services. So what you need to do is to get data of this market, process those data. Each data gives you behavioral indices. Those
thank you
behavioral
very
indices
much.
Tells you, what
very
are
much.
the likely incidents you will meet in dealing with those customers. And so you build your mitigants around those indices that those data has given to you. That's what we've just done in Fast Credit, and that really has helped.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. We're glad you're here, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
In the heart of Nigeria, a wealth of economic potential lies untapped. From the vibrant streets of our rural markets to the dreams of our youth, several economically active individuals remain outside of the formal financial system. These are not just statistics, they are lives, stories, and dreams waiting to be realized. Our youth are brimming with creativity and entrepreneurial spirit. However, many face barriers that prevent them from accessing capital and financial services. Imagine what they could achieve if given access to loans, training, and mentorship. Financial inclusion can transform lives. For young people, it opens the door to entrepreneurship and economic independence, turning their ideas into thriving businesses that benefit not just themselves, but also their communities.
If we have a better space and we have capitals to be able to help people, I feel people like me are more, that we can really help those that don't have work.
We need help. We need more, both inputs and the monetary supports. We need tractors in order to expand this our farm. We want to really feed the nation.
Women are the backbone of our economy, contributing significantly to agriculture, trade, and family welfare. Yet, they face unique challenges in accessing financial resources, barriers like lack of collateral, limited education, and societal constraints. Through the Central Bank of Nigeria's National Financial Inclusion Strategy, the combined efforts of numerous stakeholders are creating pathways to financial access for women across the country, empowering them to overcome these challenges and build brighter futures.
The challenge I'm having in the place I used to work here, like many times, we have different challenging of all those AMAC, task force, and the rest of them. Getting a loan can be able to fit ourselves in a good place and good environment that we will no longer have any challenge of the task force. We'll be okay with that.
Micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, are the heartbeat of Nigeria's economy, providing employment and driving innovation. However, many MSMEs struggle to access the financial resources needed to scale their businesses.
I had a vision for my business, but without funds, it couldn't grow. But I believe that with proper support, I'll be able to create job opportunities and contribute to my community.
As we that are doing business now, we don't have much money, loan, maybe something like that, so that we'll use it and support our business. With our business, we will still be growing.
These initiatives enable MSMEs to access the capital needed for growth and expansion, creating jobs and enhancing the local economy. By formalizing informal businesses, financial inclusion opens new markets and government support, leading to increased stability and growth. Financial inclusion goes beyond banking. It's about building trust and creating an ecosystem for growth. With the rise of digital technology, the Central Bank of Nigeria's licensed payment service banks, PSBs, leverage technology to provide banking services to the underbanked in the most remote areas of Nigeria, enabling savings, transfers and payments for those far from traditional banking. When we invest in the financial inclusion of our youth, women and MSMEs, we unlock the true potential of Nigeria's economy. Each success story is a testament to the power of opportunity, where resilience meets empowerment, transformation takes place. Let's work together to build an inclusive economy that benefits everyone. The future is bright, and it starts with us. Together, we can create a landscape where every Nigerian has the opportunity to thrive, contributing to a more prosperous nation.
Thank you very much. We are in the first plenary one of the second edition of the International Financial Inclusion Conference. And our speaker is Professor Njuguna Ndungu. Now, I do not know, Sophie earlier, if Prof is yet in the hall. If Prof is not there, what we will do, let's take the video of Honorable Soraya Munyana right away. So technical, cue in the video of Honorable Soraya Munyana, who is also a discussant on this session. Remember the discussant, the moderator of this session is Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, the Deputy Governor Economic Policy in the Central Bank of Nigeria. Dr. Tayo Aduloju, it's a member of the panel, as well as Christian Ibeki, who is the IMF resident representative in Nigeria. But whilst we wait for the Prof, technical, I'm prompting you to now let's cue in the video of Honorable Soraya Munyana Hakuziyaremenye. She is the Deputy Governor, National Bank of Rwanda, and she is also a speaker. But I can see Prof is back into the hall. So, Professor, I was just looking for the nearest person to you from Kenya, and I asked the technical to go to Rwanda. But since you are now back into the hall, I will revert back to Nairobi, where the conversation is supposed to begin. So I think we should invite the members of the team so that the conversation takes place. So please, let's put our hands together as I invite the moderator of the conversation, so Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor Economic Policy, Central Bank of Nigeria. Let's bring him on board. He's going to speak. Dr. Tayo Aduloju. Dr. Tayo, I saw you earlier. Please do also make your way. Christian has been with us all day. IMF resident representative is here. And Honorable Soraya, who is supposed to be a member, who is also a member of the panel, has sent in a video that will be taken. So, Mr. Moderator, I'm sure we will listen to Prof and take the video, or either way. At this point, let me invite for the keynote address Professor Njuguna Ndungu, former Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, as well as the former Governor, Central Bank of Kenya. Please, I would like to crave the indulgence of participants who are here in the hall that this is the business session proper. We'd like to keep the noise levels very low, if possible eliminate them totally, and as well as the shuffling of feet around, so that we can extract maximum benefits from our convergence here. Please let's welcome Professor for his address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm very happy to be invited here. Can you hear me? This is much. I had shared some slides. I don't know whether they were able to be uploaded. But before they are uploaded, let me say that this is going to be the third time I've come to Lagos to talk about financial inclusion. The last two times were in 2021, and I really focused more on the retail electronic payment system as a vehicle towards financial inclusion. So I'm honored to be here today as a keynote speaker on the theme of financial inclusion, economic development, and sustainability. And part of that is the work that I have done, both in publications as well as in policy, in practice. So there are so many specific things that I'll mention. But I don't seem to have the slides. I had sent them. Anyway, there are not many. Let me go back. Let me go into the notes I have carried with me. The first question I'm asking myself is, why has financial inclusion become critically important in recent times? I have provided 6 important factors that are very, very critical for us to carry forward. First is actually the recognition that financial market is a key driver in the economy, and it affects all other markets. I will be talking more about the markets because I can see the panel here, because essentially financial sector growth is very, very important, and financial market is very, very important because it pulls the rest of the economy with it. And financial development is also a very critical pillar in the development and sustainability discourse, a session that we are going to listen in plenary 2. The second point I wanted to also add to this is that financial inclusion is driven by the need for financial services. The most critical are savings. We have had different arguments this morning about that. Credit, payments, and even transactions needs. Transactions are the most frequent and very intense. They have been supported by digital transformation, and the transactions channel for the digital finance has become very, very important for financial inclusion. The third point, which is complemented by that, is that technological developments has allowed microtransactions to be operated in banks. The last time I came here in 2021, I showed that actually using mobile phone transactions, even though they are intermediated or transformed through the telcos, was actually having a transactions platform in commercial banks. And what we have seen, because of their frequency and intensity, they have supported digital transactions channel very well, and it has been quite successful. The third point I want to make is that technological development in terms of microtransactions operated in banks has actually helped the bank to discover that there is a technological platform they can use to manage micro accounts and microcredit. They can help the micro savers. Before that, it was so difficult. You remember those days that you needed to have a minimum balance. I don't know whether it is still there. Maybe we can hear from others who are participating. I can't remember, but there were minimum balances in banks. We didn't have to do that. It was very expensive for commercial banks to actually have solutions for micro savers and micro creditors. Now we have. What has been the result? The result has been that the strong banks have emerged with strong intermediation capacity and have been very strong, especially in some areas like the East African region. We have seen regional banks. We have seen Nigerian banks in Kenya. They are flourishing. They are doing very well. They have very, very effective transactions or technological platform. Fourth, financial inclusion has even supported central banks to develop very effective and forward-looking monetary policy frameworks. Most people didn't realize this until we started even having a chart. Most of the frameworks of monetary policy were based on the assumption that the velocity does not change, it's constant, and the money multiplier is constant, so that you can use different narrow aggregates of monetary policy. You can influence narrow aggregate of monetary policy to affect broad money. But money multiplier is not constant. The moment you start, the storyline is this. Having transactions operated through digital platforms, you are bringing outside money in the economy, that is money outside the banking sector, money in circulation but outside the banking sector, into the banking sector. So you are bringing outside money to inside money. And that affects ferocity. It affects the way we hold cash. It affects also the money multiplier because innovations increase. And so we have seen so many countries in the African region have now adopted forward-looking monetary policy, and especially inflation targeting. It has become very efficient. Fifth, micro savings have created a cushion for poor families, something that we have today, and they help them escape cycles of poverty. Because poor families and poor households are buffeted by different types of shocks, and they have no way of cushioning themselves if they don't have savings. It was not easy to open a bank account and keep savings, but it is much easier when the digital platforms are there, which are costless in terms of savings. And this has also something else that we had today, is that women have been provided with a platform for savings. They are efficient savers, and they have been around to save in financial products that cannot be encroached. Today somebody was talking about SIM cards and and licensing of SIM cards. The moment you have your own PIN, you have a password, it cannot be encroached. And finally, we have seen increased national savings where it has happened in so many countries. We do believe that this is going to drive capital accumulation to levels that can ignite economic transformation. Recall, and something that we're going to talk about later in another plenary, that when countries in Africa started trying to replicate the East Asian miracle, they only forgot one thing. Capital accumulation has thresholds that can ignite economic transformation. So we can talk about sustainability, but without economic transformation, you cannot move to sustainability. So it means that savings or capital accumulation is needed so that it actually can ignite economic transformation. Having laid down the 6 areas that I wanted to cover or showcase, let me look at some bit of evidence. The first thing is that digital financial services is pushing financial inclusion frontier. And there is a lot of emerging evidence. First, the retail electronic payments has evolved. It is efficient. It is working. And those retail electronic payments platforms are operated in commercial banks. And they increase activities in the banks. And they increase the retail level. There's no need to visit a bank. You only need to have your card or even electronic phone or a mobile phone, and you can access your transactions. You can pay, you can withdraw, you can even save. What we have also found is that, and because I'm in Lagos where fintech revolution has taken place, once you have a very successful electronic payments platform and it is operational, it is real time, then it becomes a game changer and fintechs can roll out new products across all sectors of the economy. And this is what we have seen. We have seen the revolution with fintechs in Nigeria, fintechs in Kenya. They are rolling out new products. The second thing is that for financial inclusion to be a success, we have to see the impact in terms of market vibrancy. Market has to be vibrant. And we have seen this working very well. Third, we have seen virtual savings and virtual credit supply platforms emerging from fintechs. They have even created credit scores for pricing short-term loans. And for us, what does it signify? It signifies that the whole idea of collateral technology is changing. And if the collateral technology is changing, and then you can use your credit scores as collateral, then it means that we are going to change a technological platform. It's going to be a technological platform to change what has actually hindered the growth of credit in Africa. In Africa, credit market growth has really been hampered by collateral technology. So if we are able to change the collateral technology, you can see what we have seen in the last couple of years. Fourth, financial inclusion and even market access allows the formulation of an effective monetary policy, which I talked about. But the most important thing is that those digital transactions platforms are very, very important for monitoring financial transactions. And they improve the AML, CFT, anti-money laundering and regime. And this is what FATF has been all about. Of course, the development in that area has also been very, very pervasive. Kenya was recently grey-listed, even though we have such advanced platforms. But the bottom line is the institutions. We have to go back and talk about the institutions. I talked about women, but the most important thing is that there is evidence to show that about 2% of women-headed households in Kenya have been lifted out of poverty. Those households, and these are studies that have already been published, so it's very, very important. But let me go now into the digital, why is it that fintechs are becoming very important in the financial services? When fintechs emerged, they have actually changed the way banking services are provided and how banks work. That is true even here, and I think this morning we had so many examples. The second thing is that they have changed our ideas about financial inclusion from having a bank account to having an operational transactions account at micro level that you can actually link into your bank account. And that is actually saving you trips to the bank for transactions. Third, we have seen that there are diverse instruments of digital financial services, from virtual lending to savings to money transfers to products. Fourth, it has changed our knowledge of money and its form. In 2007, when we launched the M-Pesa, which is retail electronic payments platform, I had difficulties to explain how you can change cash into electronic units of cash. It was not possible, and everybody complained that it is not feasible until it became like the knowledge base was changing, and now we are there. We are where we are. But also fintechs has changed the way capital is raised. And this is where we can now start talking about economic transformation. This is where we can start talking about the fourth industrial revolution that is going to be propelled by digital evolution. And this is where that digital evolution, we will make sure that we move in the direction that is also going to move the economy with it. And for us, that is very, very important, that the fintechs have allowed us to understand how the digital evolution will come through, how the fourth industrial revolution can be managed, how we can leapfrog the developments that we have seen. I'm told that I have 6 minutes left, but let me summarize in terms of if we believe that digital evolution is the one that is going to pave the way for financial inclusion and also inclusive development, then what factors will sustain these developments, especially at the digital space? I have 4 areas to cover here, and I'm not going to elaborate, but I want to start with one which came out so many times today: connectivity. Nobody should be left behind. We want to make sure that we have connectivity across the countries that we live in, so that even the products that are rolled out can be scalable, can be scaled up, so there is scalability. Connectivity, nobody will be left behind, but also the technology that we have is going to be scalable. I have seen, for those of us who have been using physical fiber optics, we have had very many challenges with outages. And all of a sudden, we have Starlink, isn't it? Now you don't even have to worry about outages. So it means that the technology for fiber optics is becoming problematic, and we have to resolve it. The second point is interoperable platforms. Retail electronic payments platform must be interoperable. It is important to be interoperable because interoperability platforms will grow the market and lower the unit cost. Most of the people we want to serve, the poor, at the low levels, are very, very conscious about transactions cost. So it means that we have to make sure that interoperability will grow the market and lower the unit cost. Then it means that it's going to increase transactions. Finally, sorry, before I go to that, electronic ID system, it was mentioned, it came up here. The electronic ID system is going to be very, very important for market innovations, but also to secure the market. That for us is very, very important. Finally, even though we believe that digital developments for financial inclusion and inclusive development in the future will be the whole important aspects of how we can move, it can be hindered by state and institutional capacity. I talk about this all the time. By the time I was leaving Central Bank in 2015, one of the articles that I came up with was Digital Evolution and State Capacity. It's already published. Of course, most people called me and asked why. Because institutions we have, the regulatory institutions, can hamper the development. That's why I also published another paper in Brookings as well, talking about innovative regulatory technology. Because we were worried that the regulatory institutions can hamper the development, can hamper the adoption. So what we need to do is that we make sure that we have capacity for state and institutions and regulatory institutions that can cope with market development. They can cope with the innovations and the dynamism in the market. And they have the capacity to regulate the market, to develop the market, to protect the market, and more importantly, nudge the market to the optimal frontier of innovation. And this is where we are, and that is why it is very, very important for us to look into those areas. So, in a sense, I wanted to end with those points about what will sustain this process, having seen it. Different countries have taken different paths in terms of digital evolution, but they have rolled out products that are very, very important for financial inclusion. And we have seen that we have better results now in the financial inclusion. When we talk about financial inclusion space, we are happy. When I was listening to the Deputy Governor for the CBN, he was talking about MARA commitments that we made in 2012 from our Alliance for Financial Inclusion. We were making commitments on financial inclusion as targets, but it has now become quite a commonplace that we can actually target those. So in a sense, we should be at the same forefront saying institutions must cope with those developments. I stop there so that I give way to the next plenary session, which I'm likely to be involved, and then maybe I can expound on some of the points that have been. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Hello. Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together once again for Professor Njuguna Ndungu, former Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, Kenya, former Governor, Central Bank of Kenya. But of course, while the professor was making his presentation, His Excellency, the Vice President of Federal Nigeria, Senator GTON, made his way into the hall through his representative, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Adeja, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Office of the Vice President. Please, I would like you to acknowledge the presence by a resounding round of applause. Your Excellency, thank you very much. We're delighted that you are able to join us. And I am told your keynote will be after this panel conversation. So at this point, I am going to be handing over to the moderator of the session, Deputy Governor Economic Policy, who will guide conversations here before we will proceed. Thank you. Over to you, DGEP now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. Your Excellency, the Vice President, ably represented by the Senator, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists and participants, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this panel session, which is a discussion on towards a more inclusive economy and insights from emerging and developed economies. This session in particular will explore how inclusive financial systems can serve as levers for broad-based economic growth, fostering economic development and reducing inequality. Inclusive growth is not just a moral imperative, but an economic necessity, given the landscape that is characterized by widening income disparities, persisting poverty, and unequal access to financial services. These challenges are remarkable, especially in developing countries like ours, requiring policies and programs to overcome and to bridge income gaps. Financial inclusion, we've heard so much this morning, is a critical component of inclusive growth. And it is no longer a mere aspiration, but it's a necessity for economic growth and social development. But despite efforts to show up financial inclusion in emerging economies and in Nigeria, with the levels rising to 64% in 2023, the financially excluded segment still remains. And the general statistics mask regional disparities. There's still so much to do, as millions of Nigerians, particularly women, young persons, especially in rural areas, remain financially excluded. This contrasts with developments in comparable countries where the most vulnerable in society have benefited from policies deliberately targeting the population out of poverty. Today, we have a very esteemed panel of experts to guide our discussions and give us some food for thought as we go ahead and ensure that this conference is not just a mere talk shop, that we leave here with actionable points from across the ecosystem of the financial industry that we're all working in. To start with, we just heard from the former governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, Professor Njuguna, who will still have an opportunity to say a few more words and clarify what he has given us in his speech. We also have Mr. Christian Ebeke, the IMF resident representative for Nigeria. Can they get a round of applause, please? And Dr. Taiwo Oduloju. I understand that Honorable Saraya, the Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Rwanda, who was also a member of this panel but couldn't join us, has a short video message. So IT, if we're prepared, can we start with that short clip and then we go into the session.
Okay.
Directly.
So technical, like the moderator has directed, cue in the video from the Rwanda Deputy Governor. Thank you very much. Just hold on, let's have the sound. Let's have the Deputy Governor of the Bank
Your
of Rwanda.
Excellency, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Deputy Governors, Executive Governor of Lagos State, heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. First of all, I would like to thank the Central Bank of Nigeria for inviting me to be part of the International Financial Inclusion Conference. It is my honor to share Rwanda's journey towards financial inclusion, a journey that well aligns with the theme of this gathering, towards a more inclusive economy, insights from emerging and developing economies. Our nation, Rwanda, has embraced financial inclusion as a cornerstone of our development, and the results have been transformative. This gathering is perfectly timed as we, alongside other emerging economies, strive to create a more equitable future. Rwanda's economic transformation is nothing short of remarkable. Over the past 3 decades, the country has experienced an average GDP growth of 7% per year. And in the first half of 2024 alone, our GDP grew by 9.7%. But beyond the numbers, what has been a constant North Star for Rwanda has been an unwavering commitment to inclusion, a vision that has shaped the nation's economic policies and driven its growth. At the heart of this transformation is Rwanda's National Strategy for Transformation, which has been a guiding strategy for the economy since 2017. It focused on building an inclusive economy, creating decent jobs, improving financial inclusion, and ensuring that no one is left behind. And one of the most notable achievements of this inclusive growth has been financial inclusion. In 2017, only 68% of Rwandans had access to formal financial services. That figure has grown substantially to 92% in 2024, driven primarily by mobile money services. Indeed, mobile money has allowed Rwandans to access financial services even in remote areas. The narrowing of the gender gap in financial inclusion has also been our priority. In 2016, women were 11% less likely than men to have access to formal financial services. By 2024, this gap had shrunk to just 4%. Furthermore, formal financial services have reached diverse groups such as youth, refugees, and people with disabilities, where we have today 88% of people with disabilities having access to financial services. This leap in financial access has fostered a more inclusive economy, but as with all progress, there remain areas of improvement.
Can we get a round of applause for Honorable Soraya? Okay, so coming back to the panel, I'll start with Christian, if that's okay. Nigeria is just emerging from what's been a very challenging global and domestic economic environment. So why is this gathering today important to have? And particularly, how have economies that have found themselves emerging from global shocks or domestic shocks navigated the issue of financial inclusion? What are the lessons that we can learn based on your experience as a global player from within the IMF?
Thank you, Deputy Governor, for inviting me to participate in the panel today. It's a great honor, in particular, to be in the same panel with a former professor of mine, Professor Ndungu, who was the director of the African Economy Research Consortium. And this is 10, 20 years ago. I was a young student, and I was reading very, very closely all his studies and research. So it's a great honor to share the panel with you. So, Deputy Governor, I think the question that you ask is a broad question, but it's also relevant in the sense that we now know very clearly what financial development, financial deepening, financial widening, but also financial inclusion can do for an economy. And in African economies in general, but Nigeria in particular, are to deal with a few key points. The first is that growth is just too low. Growth is too low to be able to absorb the enormous population and demographic boom that we see. So financial inclusion through the channel of higher growth is very, very important. But what we also know now in the literature is that the level of growth itself is not just enough, right? Financial inclusion can also ensure that you have a more stable growth by improving and accelerating economic diversification, right? So this is another channel through which we do see a clear role for financial inclusion. So we have the level of growth, but also the stability of this growth. In the literature also, but also across countries, we now know that the duration of growth is actually one of the key factors helping to reduce income inequality across country, right? So it's not just about having growth for 1 or 2 years, but it's how you sustain this growth and how you make it job rich. And the four factors that is really important when you see around countries how they are building inclusive economy is through mechanism for income redistributions. It's very difficult to imagine the future of a country like Nigeria, but also any other big countries in Africa, without a fundamental rethinking of what social protection needs to be. So financial inclusion is just one pillar of it, but social protection is clearly an encompassing agenda for really ensuring that everybody has a fair share and a fair shot in the economy. I want to insist in one key point today, which is, you know, what we call at the fund inequality of opportunities, right? Financial inclusion is definitely part of it. When you have an economy that is growing and has the potential to make sure that everyone who has the potential to thrive can manage to do so, this is our definition of inclusive policies. So inequality of opportunities helped by financial inclusion is very, very key. When you look at cross-country data, including Nigeria, you see that social mobility in the country is very, very limited, very low, right? So the probability of a young Nigeria to do better than his parents is actually very, very limited. And one key factor here is access to finance, but also limited education and limited health. So any policies that really try to tackle the root cause of inequality, not inequality of outcomes, because this is based on policies, but this is based on many other factors, but really the inequality of opportunity, ensuring that people can have access to the same type of opportunities and to thrive in the economy is actually key. So all these factors are potential channels through which financial inclusion can play a big role, and this is something that we have seen throughout research over the years, and we have seen it playing out in many other countries.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tayo, Christian mentioned the importance of growth that delivers jobs. And I know NESG has been around for quite a while, 30 years. You celebrated just recently, and you've been working a lot on these issues, both from the private sector side, but also with the public sector. What do you think is the missing link? What do we need to do over the next few months, years, to really close this up, to ensure that not only are we reformatting or restructuring, as Prof has mentioned, the structural transformation that needs to happen delivers this dividend of jobs, but also that it becomes sustainable in a way that we have social protection emerging from that?
Thank you, Deputy Governor. I think three things that Prof has raised very eloquently is, one, no African country will achieve inclusive development without growth. However, if you pursue growth and we do not see the integration of financial systems with digital transformation, that growth could leave a lot of people behind. In our first decade of 1999, when Nigeria's growth took off, that growth was largely a jobless growth. Significantly, it lacked deep inclusion. So the lack of inclusion was here, even when Nigeria was achieving really high growth. And it was the exclusion factors were, I think, in 4 buckets. Bucket number 1 was we were creating few jobs. And the jobs we created were something that I think the country director of the World Bank said during his keynote. We created low elasticity jobs. So between 1991 and 2016, if you measured the job elasticity, it was about 0.6, which means for every 10 jobs we created, right, we only lifted 6 people out of poverty. 4 people went into poverty. We actually created something we can now call the working poor. Now, with that structure of the economy, the economic structure already left people behind. Now, for those people to catch up, we then needed to give them access to finance, access to markets, access to opportunities, right? Access to tools, skills for this left behind to catch up. And it wasn't until we entered the GSM revolution and it peaked where digital became pervasive to some degree that we started to see the potential of digital transformation fusing with financial services, transformation, and access. So where are we today? Even though the fintech integration, financial and digital integration has now created this opportunity, we are struggling to achieve scale. And that's because the business case to go to the parts of Nigeria where people are left behind digitally is the same business case to not go with financial services, as long as it was brick and mortar. But like Prof pointed out, that's no longer the case. The fact is that financial services delivered over platforms allow us to go to more of Nigeria than we ever have. But we slowed down for the last decade because digital financial services licensing and some of the regulatory matters were not resolved on time. So what can we do? We need central bank to clear the deck, you know, to basically mandate and authorize the scale of licenses, operators, and players that allow us to move more quickly. We need to be a bit more evangelistic almost to reaching the last mile. And we need to be deliberate about licensing those that are interested in going to the last mile. Now, the second thing is then economic transformation that creates jobs. We need a jobs agenda. The fact is that no matter the social protection system we build today, you cannot cover 133 million multidimensionally poor people. We simply don't have those resources. A simpler theory of change is to put more Nigerians to work. And digital financial services can play a huge part in deploying our productive workforce, right, into productive work or into productive economic activities. What it needs is rethinking social investments and rethinking development finance. And whilst the central bank and key institutions have moved back to the orthodoxy, it's important that the strategy for Nigeria's financial architecture allows us to answer simple questions. An informal small trader begins at the lowest level of tier 1. Where do they get their first credit to start a business? Once they can jump on a platform and start a business, maybe NIN phone number based transactions, can they be graduated quickly to another platform that links BVN NIN? Can they be graduated to another platform that links cooperative finance? Now, these components of the systems are there, but they are broken. We built, the last 4 decades, we've tried every experiment in microfinance banking, insurance, pensions, and the tools are there. Those that work, we already know where they work. The challenge is that they're not working at scale, right? And they won't be able to work at scale if we cannot pool the entire ecosystem with some incentives. So here's what we think. We think that in the middle of the macro pass-through risk we've seen in the last few months, the refinancing of key parts, segments of the Nigerian economy becomes critical. And development finance can play a role in jump-starting, for example, tier one fintech services that provide for that lower band that are missing, right, as an incentive to jumpstart productive activity and economic growth. And with the medium segment, where balance sheets have been wiped out by high interest rates, high inflation, high cost of doing business, development finance, single-digit, longer-term credit that is passed through fintech-type trade finance platforms can allow those businesses also to jumpstart. And remember, we need to jumpstart at least 68% of GDP. Sectors that contribute to GDP are in stagnation. Refiring those sectors become a critical part of economic stimulus to get us going. So I think that the ecosystem is there for digital. The ecosystem is there for the financial services. We need the jobs plan to put more people back to work. But to put more people back to work, we need the MSME sector to fire. For the MSME sector to fire, we need to recapitalize that entire sector and segment so it goes back on the trajectory of growth, recovery, and improvement.
Thank you very much, Tayo. That's very useful. Professor Njioge, let me come back to you. I mean, you've listened to the two of them, but I also want to throw in something a bit different. Tayo mentioned the issue of reaching the last mile. And as we know, most of our economies in Africa are hugely informal. We have a large informal sector. We have dispersed groups, minority groups, that are in very hard-to-reach areas. I, for example, come from northern Nigeria, a place called Kaduna. One of the local governments, a number of them have completely no banks, no telecoms, and so it becomes very difficult to reach. How do you ensure that while you're doing all this, growing the economy, reaching out to MSMEs, using technology, that you're not further widening the gap with these minority groups, with these hard-to-reach groups, with these disadvantaged groups? How do we ensure the informal sector is actually able to take this opportunity and be part of that financial architecture that Tayo was talking about?
Thank you very much for that question. And let me, because we focus more on financial system, but it is a good lesson to ask ourselves, where have we started, and are there some signals that we can carry with us? I talked so much about fintechs and how fintechs produce products that can navigate across different segments of the market, from informal to formal. The moment you see that a product or even an idea can navigate across segments of the market, then you know that you can actually flatten the service. You can flatten the service. But because inclusive economic growth is very, very important for us in developing countries, I wanted maybe to summarize 4 policy areas that are very, very critical for us to enhance what we already have. Customarily, I always start with human capital development. All of us countries in Africa, we wanted to replicate East Asian miracles. But we didn't realize that our own human capital development index are very low. And by the way, when I started designing this, I was in AERC, and thank you, I have a disciple here, in the African Economic Research Consortium. We started by looking at education. We wanted to look at health, but we needed to connect that to labor markets, and finally, to nutrition. If you look at all those 4 areas, wherever you start, you can understand why our human capital index is low. Because essentially, what we are really talking about is, we know good examples that education can flatten regional inequality. And even households that have managed to get education attainment, of course, find themselves in a better space. So that is something that we can do. And this study has, actually even Nigeria was participating in that. I think, I can't remember the 2 national think tanks that were participating in that. It was funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But it was a realization that how our education system has gone down, how our health facilities have not worked. The labor market never works. So essentially, it doesn't give me a signal when I'm in as a student. What signal do I get from the labor market? I don't seem to get any. So we can't generate jobs. What is the effect of nutrition on health and education at the same time? So that's one bucket. Let me leave that aside. The second one, which I believe that all of us are in agreement, the two here, markets. I started talking about financial market, but I said it's because it's more critical here for this session. But now for inclusive growth, we have to look at markets. Where markets have collapsed, whether it's market for products, whether it's market for skills, then poverty has really been rampant. When you see markets performing up there, downstream, what you do is to increase production or productivity so that you participate in the market, okay? But when markets fail, they curtail any movement, even across segment. That's why we have segmentation. So we have to go back to the drawing board and say, how do we revive markets? Financial market, in the last 10 years or so, we have seen that we can revive the financial market. It can work. And we don't have even segmentation. But then let's go to product market where we can actually use our own specific expertise to grow the market. The third area, which has become quite problematic in African countries, is domestic resource mobilization. How can we optimize the tax instruments that we have? Today, the Deputy Governor for Lagos emphasized the amount of budget that Kenya has and compared that with even Nigeria, isn't it? And let me tell you, that is the fight I have been having and about taxes. But we can optimize taxes. High taxes do not give you higher revenues, higher tax revenues. The logic is the converse. So I've been fighting with some other organizations on that. But we can optimize taxes. Once we optimize taxes, we are going to solve two things. We are going to finance development. And infrastructure development is one thing that is very, very important in our own countries. We have to support markets through infrastructure development because they are transactions heavy. So you can imagine once we have infrastructure development, we lower their transactions cost, so we enhance their profitability. That's very, very important. And the second thing is that we stop borrowing from our own commercial bank. The crowding out story is massive. We used to call it a Dutch disease problem, but now we want to go back to the drawing board and say it's a crowding out story, because if the government is the heavy borrower in the market, what happens to the micro borrowers? It means they are crowded out because of the price. Finally, the digital evolution can coordinate all the three that I have said. This is where we want to take place. The digital evolution, you can participate from wherever. There is no gate, okay? So essentially, we have all these four areas that we can emphasize, we can actually run with, just like we have managed to be successful in the financial system, in the financial market, and we know what to do. Even when we fail, we know what we didn't do. Just imagine, this is a good lesson. So we can move in that direction. And I do believe that this is the time to look at it and say, look, why East Asian miracle cannot be replicated is first, our human capital development. Two, I talked about capital accumulation, which has not reached the thresholds that can ignite economic transformation. We need to increase our savings. We can see financial markets is working. But we have to solve other transactions costs that limit poor households from even having savings. And that for us is going to be very important. And finally, we know our market, and we can excel in our markets, in markets where we have a relative comparative advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we get a round of applause to the panel, please? We have a few minutes more, so I think we'll just go straight to the audience. We can take a few questions to the panel, if there are any. Okay, we have one here. 2, 3, no lady. Anybody from that side wants to ask? Okay, we've got 3. Can we get the microphone to the man in green, please? So just a quick introduction, and who are you directing your question to?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Obieze Agbo. I work with Remote Gravity. We provide address verification for lenders who are looking to verify small businesses across emerging markets. We do it in a fraction of the time that they currently do it. My question to the panel is regarding verification, specifically when it comes to the role that verification plays in markets where there's lack of connectivity or the unbanked markets. I'm curious what the current challenges are that you all see and how we can address those challenges when it comes to verification.
Verification, okay. Verification, okay. There's another.
Good afternoon, sirs. My name is Adamu Barre Abubakar from Kaduna State. So my question is regarding the target on women regarding the financial inclusion. I'm from Southern Kaduna. I'm from Kagarko local government, where most of our business is to produce ginger. 2/3 of the citizens there, we doesn't have banks in almost 4 to 5 local government there. The people that concentrated most to provide account for them is Money Point and other sort banks. So many people down there doesn't have even BVN that they can give them access to open an account for them. How will CBN provide maybe the devices or to capture the target they want to get down there, since there is no bank there and the people handling this, they doesn't have the devices to provide BVN for them? How will they get this within this short period of time in the next year so that we will celebrate the more to get the target they want?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Engineer Yolaha Valentine, CEO, co-founder of Farmers Wallet. We are talking about financial inclusion. I want to know, because if you look at the statistics, the region with the least financial or being financially excluded is the Northeast or Northern Nigeria. And they are made more of farmers. And when we are talking about financial inclusion, there is a missing link. We are not talking about how to bring farmers to the financial inclusion. So I would want to know, how can we bring our farmers to financial inclusion? And if we don't know, I have a solution to that. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. There's a lady here. We wanted the final question to be from her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to also not ask a question, but also provide a solution. And also answer one of the questions you've mentioned about the informal sector. So my name is Faiza Mutaga, and I'm the Partnership and Advocacy Coordinator for CARE Nigeria. CARE is an INGO, and most of the INGOs provide financial inclusion as a form for economic development, women economic empowerment through savings group. So savings group is a vital solution because it's the Deputy Governor mentioned about nutrition, education, and all this is a one model that address all these challenges. So, but one thing is we haven't heard the government speaking much about it, giving recognition to that model, because it's saving, it's providing solution to those people at the last mile, to the vulnerables, especially women, because it boycott all those demand side problems we have, like the KYC, the issue of education, the issue of also culture and social norms. You know, women are not allowed to go out, and we're able to provide. So, This is something the government can also look towards and see how they can utilize that. I know a lot of other governments like Rwanda and Kenya are also using these models. So it's something the central bank can liaise with other central banks and see how they can adopt that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've run out of time, but I want to give 2 minutes for each panelist to, if you want to attempt any of the questions and then give final closing remarks, that will be fine. So, Tayo.
So again, the financial technologies to solve all these problems already exist. There are apps for managing self-help groups, right? That some of the apps can run without connectivity, and then when you find some connectivity, you can upload the data. There are apps for moving your self-help group to rotating credit group, including the bookkeeping that you can upload on the phones of your members to load via SMS text onto the phone with the platform app. There are apps for cooperatives. In fact, the central bank has invested heavily in a cooperative banking application that can be used by all cooperatives in Nigeria. So the point is the fintech technologies exist. Where we are failing is tier one, which is going from my brother's smallholder farmer, right? I plant about 10 hectares of something every year, you know, within my family. When I get to the last mile, we must convert to cash. You know, so recently we were in some of the farming communities where we go to, we insisted on this transfer. Once we got money point to the point where the farming supervisors could draw cash, the rest of the farming communities did not want transfer, they wanted cash. Because at a certain level in the rural economy, the cash transactions kick in, the trust in transactions has not evolved. What we've done, for example, in these communities is to form them into cooperatives and self-help groups so that there is still the savings culture, which my sister pointed at building, but you are consciously moving them on an upward escalator back to where they become part of a bigger cooperative where the BVN can be taken. But if you start with if BVN is the reason you are going to say they shouldn't transact, they'll go elsewhere. So you begin where they are at, with the self-help group, the coaching, the training, the savings. They build trust in one level of fintech, then you take them on to the next level. This work has been done by an ecosystem of actors operating at the different levels, aggregating, anchoring, until you move them into formal. That's what the theory of change anywhere in Africa has told us, and I think that's what we need to do. Okay? To the question my brother raised on the idea that, you know, the change that we are looking for will be one or the other. I don't think it will be. I think what's going to happen is we must invest in reaching the last mile. That's why the government has the Universal Service Provision Fund. If we get digital connectivity to the last mile, the rest of the services will find their way. Today, fintechs are stuck. They start to provide the service in the city. They scale into semi-urban, peri-rural. They cannot take the service any further to deep rural because simply the digital infrastructure is not getting there. So we still must push policy and incentives to complete the last mile in terms of digital coverage, whether it's satellite, whether it's optical fiber, whether it's a blend of satellite, optical fiber, and some other forms of cheaper base station equipment. We have to decide how to get there. And once we have done the last mile digital, I think the fintechs will have the incentive to go all the way.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much. Christian.
I think I will just build on what Dr. Tayo just said. For those sectors, the informal sector, but also agriculture, I think the broader question there is really how to de-risk the sector and what role financial inclusion can play there. You have issues that goes beyond just access to financing, right? You have issues such as insurance, especially in a climate, with climate instability and climate change. Those farmers need beyond just, funding to expand their farm and to make them bigger, they also need like insurance, climate-based insurance mechanisms. We have seen it working in other African countries. I think Professor Ndungu knows it well in the case of Kenya. They have insurance mechanisms done by the private sector that actually provide funding when there is a climate hazard, when the rainfall is in excess or lower than what was predicted. Those type of innovation will fundamentally de-risk the sector, but also make sure that financial inclusion is actually adapt to the new reality, not just reality of climate change, but also reality of digitalization, reality of automation. This is one. The second point I wanted to make is, at some point we will need to go beyond just banking sector providing access to the farmers or providing access to any other businesses in terms of financial inclusion. There are many, many observers who clearly tell you that Africa doesn't need more bank credit, right? African countries, what they need is actually equity financing. So how to think about equity financing for our smaller businesses, how to think about alternative exchanges, not the big financial market like NGX that we have here, but how SMEs can actually have equity, like seed capital, to really grow without being crushed by debt in the early stage of their development. So this is the type of fundamental rethinking we have to bring to the table when we explore the issue of financial inclusion beyond just banking and credit, but really insurance, but also equity funding.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you. Prof.
There was a simple question of how a farmer can be pushed into financial inclusion. Was that the question? That was the question. And very interesting, because the farmer has a market. The moment you participate in the market to sell your surplus, it is the mode of payment that allows you now to enter in that space. For example, where I come from, smallholder farmers deliver their milk into a collection area to a dairy company. They deliver the milk every day, but on Friday they are paid. They are paid through the phone. When the money comes through the phone for the 5 days you have delivered milk, you decide what is your cost, you pay the cost, and then you push the rest into a savings account. What you are really saying is that because you are participating in that market, in your own production cycle, it is the services of the finance that is coming to you. Instead of coming in cash, they come in a different form, which allows you to save and also transact. You pay for your services, or you pay for your transactions cost, and you save. When those smallholder farmers save, they enlarge their investments. And that is why we say they escape cycles of poverty. But if they were not selling their surpluses into the market, then obviously they would not come into contact with how the financial market works and how they can enlarge their investments. So it's a cycle. I'm so happy that you talked about pushing the last mile. In fact, right now we are now talking about moving the needle, because we go to the micro level to try and see what do you do with the connectivity which has come to your door. How do you take advantage of it? You start with what you are doing. If you are a farmer, you start with selling your surplus to the farm, to the market, and that is how you are going to create your own market niche, and it goes on and on. That is moving the needle. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. This is, well, unfortunately, we've run out of time, but this is clearly a conversation that is just starting, and we'll continue to deepen it, and the central bank will continue to do its best to convene and to ensure that we get to some action on these various levels. Can we get a round of applause for the panelists? Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Central. Thank you very much, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Central Bank of Nigeria, Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, for moderating so wonderfully. But just not yet, 1 minute, sir. I am going to be inviting the Deputy Governor Operations, Central Bank of Nigeria, Ms. M.M. Osoro. Please, you do us the honors of presenting these souvenirs to our panelists for coming to enrich us further from their wealth of knowledge. So please, let's welcome the DG Ops. No, you're not sick. You're not. You soon have it. Please come, Osha, come. Then you will just join them. Yes, you will now have to join them for the photo session. Yes, you are also, for discharging your duty as a moderator. Thank you. No, we are going to have the formal photo. Hold on. We are going to have it. Now that DG Ops, you have done that assignment, please just join them for the photo session. So you will now step forward, the team will step forward a bit. Just step forward a bit. It's okay. Yeah. That was the very eminent and resourceful panel comprising Professor Njuguna Ndungu, former Governor, Bank of Kenya, Mr. Christian Ibekwe, IMF Resident Representative, Dr. Tayo Aduloju, CEO, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, of course, moderated by our own Deputy Governor Economic Policy, Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi. Please let's give this panel another round of applause. At this point, distinguished participants, it is my distinct pleasure to invite for the keynote address of this conference, the Second International Financial Inclusion Conference 2024, His Excellency, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Of course, as we earlier announced, the Vice President is here represented by the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Office of the Vice President, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja. I should say before I invite His Excellency's representative to deliver the keynote address that the Vice President could not have made a more fitting choice of representative to deliver his keynote address. I recall that the Deputy Chief of Staff was very instrumental to that stakeholders engagement at the State House that led to the ASU Declaration of Financial Inclusion. Of course, driven by the Office of the Technical Assistant to the President, Dr. Zoro. And here you have a man who in his personal capacity is also passionate about financial inclusion, representing His Excellency, the Vice President, whose landmark is very bold and the ecosystem of financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together resoundingly as I invite to the podium Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja to deliver the keynote address on behalf of the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The protocols have been established and re-established all morning, but I'd just like to recognize the Deputy Governors of the Central Bank, the Governor of the Central Bank, who has been very, very helpful in working with us to push the financial inclusion agenda. I know he has left, but I wish to welcome everybody. And this is a speech, a keynote address by the Vice President. He had committed to being here in person over 2 weeks ago, but unfortunately he had to go to Edo State this morning for the inauguration of the new governor of Edo State. And so I'll read his keynote address. It is with a deep sense of purpose that I address this distinguished gathering, whose theme captures the essence of our collective journey towards an inclusive Nigeria, one in which every citizen has a fair chance to thrive in a robust economy. Today, we are joined by some of the world's foremost thinkers, industry leaders, policymakers, and global stakeholders, all united in a shared commitment to accelerating Nigeria's economic growth through inclusivity. Since the inaugural IFIC in 2022, we have made financial inclusion a cornerstone of our efforts to build an economic framework that serves all Nigerians. This commitment has been particularly evident in our drive to scale digital financial services, ensuring they meet the needs of millions. Since that first conference, we have witnessed the de-risking of 950 billion in conventional insurance and 180 billion naira through the takaful and micro insurance sectors. Our agent banking initiatives, the rollout of the bank verification numbers, and increased enrollment in the National Identification Number Program further attest to our dedication to addressing financial inclusion in Nigeria. In the course of these efforts, we have identified critical gaps, especially in the areas of insurance and the limited penetration of digital financial services. These challenges, however, also represent significant market opportunities for potential investors. Our pursuit of innovative solutions has driven regulatory advances that enable real-time local and pan-African payment systems, expanding mobile agent networks in rural regions, and facilitating access to essential services such as credit and insurance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this administration recognizes these obstacles, and under the Renewed Hope agenda, we have implemented targeted interventions to guarantee the accelerated growth we have promised for the nation. Notable programs like the Student Loan Scheme, the Credit Corps, and a revised tax regime are specifically designed to support micro, small, and medium enterprises, stimulate job creation, and alleviate the pressures on our citizens. These initiatives reflect our commitment to ensuring that every Nigerian, irrespective of background, has access to economic opportunities and the financial tools to sustain a livelihood. Economic and financial inclusion lie at the heart of our economic agenda, and in this regard, I must commend the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Financial Inclusion Governing Committee for their dedication to advancing inclusive finance. I extend my gratitude to each financial institution, service provider, government agency, and other stakeholders working tirelessly to bridge gaps and eliminate barriers to inclusion. To solidify our commitment, the federal government signed the ASO Accord in April 2024, marking a significant step forward in providing a comprehensive roadmap for economic and financial inclusion across Nigeria. The Accord aligns with our government's goal of achieving a $1 trillion economy by 2030, ensuring that prosperity reaches every corner of the country. Implementation of this accord has already begun, and I'm confident that it will serve as a beacon of our commitment to a truly inclusive financial landscape. IFIC 2024 offers a forum for collective reflection and action. Over the coming days, we will explore groundbreaking innovations aimed at fostering financial inclusion, addressing Nigeria's economic challenges, and developing targeted solutions. The event's lineup promises rich dialogue, from plenary discussions such as the one we just witnessed, to in-summit roundtables that will explore sustainable finance for MSMEs and innovative access to finance for rural communities. I'm thrilled to announce the launch of key gender-centric initiatives, such as the one just announced by the Deputy Governor of Rwanda, which have ensured that the gap, especially in the gender inequality, has been bridged. And these initiatives include the Women's Entrepreneurship Finance Code, or WIFI Code, the Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard, WFID, and the Nigeria Financial Services Map. Each of these initiatives underscores our collective focus on empowering women, bridging the gap for undeserved demographics, and ensuring that no one is left behind in our pursuit of economic equity. This administration is keenly aware that inclusion cannot be achieved by government efforts alone. Therefore, I invite each participant, whether here in person or joining virtually from the diaspora, from policy experts to financial innovators, to actively engage in these critical conversations. Let us take inspiration from the challenges before us and contribute solutions that will echo across Nigeria's economic landscape, shaping change that will benefit our present and future. Recognizing the importance of this agenda, this administration has elevated the conversation around economic and financial inclusion to the forefront of the National Economic Council. To further institutionalize our efforts, we have appointed a presidential aide on economic and financial inclusion with a dedicated supporting function. The committee's progress will be reported directly to the National Economic Council, and I have mandated the technical advisor on economic and financial inclusion to work closely with the chairman of the Financial Inclusion Steering Committee to ensure the swift and effective implementation of our initiatives. As IFIC 2024 unfolds, let us approach our discussions with purpose, embracing innovative approaches and emerging technologies as we work towards the inclusive future we envision. This government remains committed to translating the outcomes of this conference into concrete actions that will chart a future of inclusivity and resilience, advancing our economic goals and uplifting the lives of every Nigerian. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for His Excellency the Vice President, ably represented by the DCOS, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Adeja. And now, because this is the keynote, yes, I'm going to invite the DGs to just join him for the photograph. Yes, sir. So, where is the presentation? Here we are having the photo session, the deputy governors of the bank and the representative of the vice president, the deputy chief of staff, to the president, office of the vice president, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Adeja, whom I had earlier hinted in his own individual capacity has a passion for financial inclusion. So please go. Your Excellency, DGEP, Deputy Governor Economic Policy, sir. DGEP, Your Excellency the Vice President, please ceremonially also the DGEP is handing this over to you. As a token, please. Thank you very much. Please, photo for the photo ops. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for them. I'll be calling on to take us through the next session. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, once again.
In Nigeria, financial independence breaks barriers for women, just as gender-inclusive finance ensures equal opportunities. Gender-inclusive finance focuses on providing financial services designed to meet the unique needs of women. From microloans to investment products, this approach ensures that women have the same opportunities as men in accessing credit, savings, and insurance. However, the reality on the ground shows disparities. As of 2021, only 38% of women in Nigeria had a bank account compared to 50% of men. Women who owned businesses represent 41% of the number of registered small and micro enterprises, SMEs, but many still face challenges in accessing funding. Financial literacy is a critical barrier, with only 35% of women in Nigeria considered financially literate compared to 50% of men. Many women lack the education needed to navigate the financial landscape, yet they represent a large portion of microfinance clients, accounting for up to 70% of borrowers. To address these gaps, the Nigerian government introduced policies promoting gender-inclusive finance. Since 2006, the National Gender Policy has highlighted the importance of equitable financial access and pushed for budgeting that supports both women and men. The Central Bank, in partnership with various ecosystem stakeholders, launched the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, prioritizing vulnerable groups such as women, youth, small businesses, and rural population.
Finance is a huge part of women-owned businesses. And so typically, women who run small-scale businesses require a number of things. They require a proper understanding of bookkeeping. They require a proper understanding of the segments in which they operate. Another issue would be the lower levels of literacy. So product awareness is one thing, but literacy, financial and digital literacy, is another issue.
Through the establishment of the Financial Inclusion Special Interventions Working Group, the strategy has developed specific policies and frameworks to address barriers that hinder women's financial inclusion, one of which is the Framework for Advancing Women's Financial Inclusion in the country, with a mandate to close the gender gaps in access to finance in the country.
The Wi-Fi Code is a commitment by financial service providers, FSPs, regulators, development banks, and other financial ecosystem players to work together to increase funding provision to women-owned and women-led micro, small, and medium enterprises around the world.
We need to improve the portion of funding that goes to women businesses. We actually want to close the gender gap on one hand and improve the capacity of these businesses to contribute to economic activity in the country. So we are looking to catalyze new and non-financial mechanisms to meet the needs of women-led businesses, mainstream the collection and analysis of data. Data is going to be very key here because we are looking to really scale up our gender disaggregated data in terms of the funding that goes within the ecosystem.
We see the Wi-Fi Code and your championship of it as a first step in terms of recognizing that to close this gap for finance for women entrepreneurs, we need commitment to start having women gender disaggregated data so that we know where the sector stands, and then start a process of innovation where solutions will be brought to the table to close that gap.
These efforts are yielding results, as according to the 2023 Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access to Financial Services Survey, overall financial inclusion for women improved from 60% in 2020 to 70% in 2023. However, challenges remain, and ongoing initiatives are necessary to sustain this progress.
Before I accessed the microloan, I couldn't expand my business. But now,
I have more customers, and I can provide for my family.
With this business that I learned, I can make money with it to get more customers, get more money to make good life and pay my children's school fees, my house rents, so that I will not be rich in this business that I learned, because this thing can make plenty money inside.
Now we produce our own phone blocks. One great advantage that I appreciate more in these really tough times is the fact that the loan is Naira denominated. So I don't have the anxiety of the dollar fluctuations. And also, because the interest rate is fixed, I can plan on the long term.
Financial education has changed my life. Now I can manage my money, manage my business, and invest in my future.
These stories are just a few examples of how gender-inclusive finance is transforming lives. Women-owned businesses are growing, financial literacy is increasing, and barriers like collateral requirements are being addressed. As this journey progresses, Nigerian financial institutions must continue to adopt strategies that create a truly gender-inclusive financial landscape. This includes developing tailored financial products, promoting gender equality within institutions, and using gender disaggregated data to track the impact of well-designed policies and products. Together, we can build a future where every woman, no matter her background, has the financial tools and opportunities to succeed. The future of Nigeria's economy is bright, and with gender-inclusive finance at the core, it will be built on the strength and determination of empowered women.
Yes, that round of applause is appreciated. Thank you very much. It was quite interesting to see the Access to Finance survey report showing the statistics for women and how very financially inclusive that we've been with women. 2020 to 2023, there's been a 10% increase. So there's much work that needs to be done. Imagine how much more we can do at the end of 2024, 2025, 2030, and beyond. That video has launched us into the conversations about breaching the gender disparity in financial inclusion. And I'm going to be welcoming women. It is said that empowered women empower women. So I'm welcoming a crop of women who are empowered to empower other women. First on the list to deliver an address to us, our third plenary for today. Please join me as I welcome the chairperson, African Women on Board, an advisor to the CBN Governor, Dr. Nkiru Balonwu. Please give her a round of applause as she comes for her session. Can we make the applause a little louder? Thank you.
Thank you. So I was born, I went to school, I learned how to use the computer in university. So clearly, I'm both analog and digital. So if one doesn't work, so this isn't working.
Okay, that's better. You come closer. Okay.
I'm closer. So good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the privilege to speak with you all today. I stand on the established protocols and express my deep appreciation for this opportunity to address an issue that is central not only to economic equity, but to sustained development, gender-inclusive financing. The focus of my remarks today is straightforward but vital. gender inclusive financing, a stakeholder perspective on unlocking economic growth through financial inclusion. At its core, gender inclusive financing is not simply about addressing a gender gap. It is about building financial systems that unlock economic growth by empowering all individuals, particularly women, who are often underserved by traditional financial systems. For too long, gender inclusive financing has been perceived as a nice to have, a box checked on CSR reports, rather than a core component of economic strategy. However, the evidence is clear. A financial system that excludes women not only limits individual potential, but stifles growth, innovation, and national prosperity. From 2005, as the inaugural lecturer of gender and law at the University of Lagos, through to the founding of African Women on Board in 2016, to today, these issues have largely persisted unaddressed at a systemic level. The case for inclusion is overwhelming, and the path to achieving it requires both vision and commitment from stakeholders across all sectors of society and the economy. Let me be unequivocal. Gender inclusive financing is an economic imperative. There is critical need for inclusive growth. Too often, gender inequality is seen as a social or developmental issue rather than a business imperative. This framing undercuts the substantial influence the private sector can wield in creating gender equality in our communities. If we can shift our perspectives to see gender equality as integral to business success, we can unlock more than social gains, we can drive economic growth. Gender equality should be understood as essential to resilience, competitiveness, and sustainability, rather than relegated to mission statements alone. Women in Africa, particularly women in Nigeria, face numerous challenges in accessing finance, from a lack of collateral to systemic biases within financial systems. These obstacles are not just unfortunate on a human level, they are wasting precious economic opportunities. By excluding half the population from formal financial services, we're not only limited opportunities for women, but missing out on the significant multiplier effect of empowering women economically. This is not just about ensuring fair access, it is about realizing the untapped economic potential. As previous speakers have mentioned today, there is a multiplier effect when women control income. They reinvest a substantial portion back into their families and their communities, enhancing health, education, and overall well-being. The challenge, however, is not simply about addressing access. It's about creating entire financial ecosystems that will actively support and empower women. We must be intentional about building financial ecosystems for women. Financial inclusion initiatives must be tailored to meet the unique challenges that women face, challenging cultural norms, gender biases, and established norms of doing businesses that often disfavor women. To name just one example, think about the typical collateral requirements for a business loan that hamper women due to limited property ownership rights. I'll give you a personal example, speaking to a pretty large multilateral who said that they had gender-blind policies. A gender-blind policy is a terrible thing because it does not understand that in many traditions, for example, men can inherit property and women can't. And so when you're gender-blind, you ignore those intricacies that often exist in African culture. Consider African women are significantly less likely than men to access formal financial services, leaving them reliant on informal systems that lack the security, scalability, and potential that formal financing can offer. Financial exclusion does not exist in isolation. It is a byproduct of deeply rooted gender biases, traditional roles, and systemic hurdles closely intertwined with issues of gender-based violence and harassment. Gender bias, even unintentional, can manifest in credit assessments or loan terms, further limiting opportunities for women entrepreneurs. Addressing these interconnected issues require a holistic approach that includes not only financial access, but also safety, support, and respect within the financial arena. This is all very well to say, but how can we address the enormity of this challenge on a practical level within the private sector? The first imperative is deliberate action by organizations from the top, because gender inclusion is good for business. A diverse workforce and consumer base are essential to a business market strength, customer loyalty, and reputation. Companies that prioritize equitable access to financial resources gain a competitive edge by fostering innovation and reaching broader markets. The process of driving gender equity is often very complex, as in the example I gave you around gender blindness. Despite our intrinsic awareness of gender injustice, this remains one of the least understood and hardest to influence aspects in companies and organizations. It requires challenging deep-seated societal norms and unconscious biases. This is why it is vital to recognize that gender equity is a direct contributor to corporate and economic resilience and growth, especially on the African continent. This approach helps to depersonalize the issues with an organization driving as one to achieve a collective goal. Recent research by African Women on Board asked CEOs what action would most effectively advance gender equity in African corporations. They identified a specific set of measures that we have now become a core part of our mandate. CEOs tell us that they respond best to pressure. That's money. International investors, foundations, and multilaterals telling them that if they don't do this, no money for you. From voluntary rating agencies, systems, and from regulatory enforcement against gender discrimination. These responses underscore the fact that corporate behavior can be positively influenced when investors, development finance institutions, and regulatory bodies make gender equity a prerequisite for support. However, this is not a one-size-fits-all approach to gender equity. Policies must factor in intersectional considerations. Women's financial needs are shaped by factors that vary widely, from socio-economic status, location, education, and age considerations. consider the vastly different financial challenges faced by a woman living in Lagos compared to a woman in Kano or in Anambra. We must design financial products and policies that address this diversity and account for the disparate dimensions of women's lives. This said, there are key pillars for gender equity that will benefit all women: financial literacy and regulatory support. Financial literacy has a transformative role in empowering women to make informed financial decisions. When women understand how to navigate formal financial systems, they can invest in businesses, improve household welfare, and contribute to community stability. Financial literacy, in this sense, is not just a skill, but a key driver of inclusive economic growth. Equally important is a regulatory environment that supports gender-inclusive finance. Policies that promote monetary stability, consumer protection, which has been mentioned quite a number of times today, and transparency are essential for building a financial system that truly includes and serves women. The Central Bank of Nigeria, continuing to enforce policies that promote inclusive access, as well as championing forums such as this, can drive significant change in our financial landscape. Actually, we know that if the central bank tells all the banks that they must include women, all the women will be included. So, and that brings me to my conclusion: the power of collective action. Achieving gender-inclusive financing is a fundamental and shared responsibility. Public and private stakeholders must collaborate to create financial systems that unlock opportunities for women, not just as a social good, not as CSR, but as a pathway to sustainable economic growth. Financial inclusion is not merely a policy objective, it is the cornerstone of resilience and prosperity. We have an opportunity and an obligation to advance gender equality through strategic, inclusive actions that benefit not just women, but all Nigerians. Thank you.
Can we please give Dr. Nkiru Bello another round of applause? A fantastic way to wrap up that session. You know, the really powerful thing she said there, we must realize that empowering women is not CSR. We find that a number of organizations, when they're talking about bridging the gap in financial inclusion, it's always like, we have a team that is dealing with issues concerning women. It's, you know, social responsibility. No, it's not. It is very important. It's a part, you know, of the bigger plan, and it's a cornerstone and a bedrock for us to achieve global financial inclusion. So thank you so much again for that very powerful speech. We're still also going to be looking at, you know, how we can leverage access to finance for women-owned and women-led enterprises in Nigeria. And I'd like to welcome the members of this plenary, so please join me as I welcome the CEO, Development Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Tony Okpanachi, who is represented by the Chief Operating Officer, Development Bank Nigeria, Mr. Bonaventure Ohaimu. Please, a round of applause as he comes forward. We also have Mr. Tosin Enyolorunda, CEO, Money Point Inc. Please, a round of applause for him as well. We have joining us on the platform, Ms. Inez Murray, CEO, Financial Alliance for Women. A round of applause for her as she comes forward. And then we have the Managing Director, Credit Registry, Vice President, Governing Council, FinTech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Jamila Sherif Ayedun. Thank you so much for being here. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Jamila as she joins us on stage. And to facilitate the session, please join me with a round of applause as I welcome the Deputy Governor Operations for the Central Bank of Nigeria, Ms. M.M. Usoro, as she leads us on this conversation for the next 20 minutes. Please, a round of applause for our fantastic panelists. We'll be taking questions from our online audience as well. So if you're online and you'd like to be a part of the conversation, please do well to drop your questions. But before we proceed fully into the panel session, we want to say a very, very special thank you to our sponsors. Can we please put our hands together for our platinum sponsors? For MasterCard, thank you so much, MasterCard. For Flutterwave, Money Points. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. We have our gold sponsors, Opay, Baxi, Mexicore, eTransact, and AfriGold. Thank you so much. We'll acknowledge more partners and sponsors before we come to the end of today. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. Well, I thought that was a very interesting session. We heard from Dr. Nkiru, the chairperson of African Development for African Women Board, and of course the advisor to the CBN governor. She gave a great presentation on a topic that I consider was very relevant, which is the Gender Inclusion Initiative. And of course, there were some certain things that she spoke about, one of which, when you empower a woman, you empower a generation yet unborn. Gender inclusive finance is a nice thing to have. She spoke about that if you empower a woman, or if you don't empower a woman, you're stifling growth and economic prosperity. And of course, if you empower a woman, what you tend to have is a multiplier effect once a woman controls finances. So all thanks to Dr. Nkiru. Our plenary session would continue on the same path, and we'll be deliberating on using data, how data can be leveraged to accelerate access to finance for women-owned, led businesses. As we've heard today, women-owned business, women-led enterprises across the world and Nigeria are facing significant challenges in accessing finances. Some of these challenges are structural and may require time and resources to address, i.e. cultural practices that stifle opportunities for women, while others are less systemic and relatively easy to address. For example, distance to financial services providers. Data, as we know, can show can point us to the most critical challenges, how this affects women, and what we need to do to encourage that, to encourage more access. Data can point us to the right direction, is variable for economic planning, and can act as a catalyst for inclusive growth. Yes, data, we understand, is the new oil, critical for economic development. No matter how viable a data is, if it is not refined, it becomes unusable. That is why all relevant stakeholders, regulators, developmental partners, and the private sector must learn to sift through data for better utilization. That way, our data can become a more effective tool for intervening correctly and creating tailored financial products that will improve inclusion and enhance access to women financing. So I'm therefore delighted to have with me this afternoon 4 brilliant panelists from different areas of the financial world to talk more on this topic, starting with, of course, our wonderful women, Dr. Jamila, the Managing Director for Credit Registry and Vice President, Governing Council, FinTech Association. The next lady is Miss Ines More, right? The CEO for Financial Alliance for Women. And of course, thereafter we have Dr. Tony Okpanachi, the CEO of Development Bank of Nigeria, who is represented by Mr. Bonaventure Okaimo, the Chief Operating Officer, Development Bank of Nigeria. And the last person on my right is Mr. Tosin Eniola Ronda. That's you, okay. Okay, so we have Mr. Bonaventure, who is right next to my right, and of course, Mr. Tosin Eniola Ronda, the CEO of Money Point Microfinance, but he's represented by, is that Babatunde, or you are the CEO? That's the CEO.
Oh, no, I am the CEO of the group, but of Money Point.
Yeah, because I got confused when I saw CEO and then I saw another CEO. So you are the CEO of the group. Okay, so you are welcome. That's Mr. Tosin, right? So Mr. Tosin, you are welcome because I heard you were not coming and then Babatunde was going to be representing you. But you are welcome. Sorry about that. So I believe that we all have their profiles on our table that has been shared with every one of us. So ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the 4th plenary session of the day. I think we should just start as we have only 15 minutes to do justice to this topic. So Mr. Tosin, I'll start with you. I mean, we've highlighted the importance of gender inclusive finance. We've spoken a bit of the importance of data in enhancing inclusion. And as a private sector player, you know that if data is not refined, if we don't have the correct data, we cannot create personalized services. So I'd like to ask, what role do you think financial services providers play in collecting and sharing data to improve financial options for women entrepreneurs?
Thank you very much, Ma. You know, data, they say, is the new gold. Is the new oil, sorry. And a lot of decision making in business has to be done with data. And, you know, for financial inclusion, specifically for women to be sustainable, like many people have said, it should not be like a checklist or some CSR. It has to be something that is economic. It has to be something that is for business. And if I share some of the data that we have, as a way to emphasize, you know, our role in collecting data, I think I can show to most people in business that it is actually profitable, perhaps more profitable, to actually serve women. And let me first of all preface it that say, thank you. And let me first of all preface that by saying that we have about 2 million or so small businesses. Unfortunately, just 37% of them are women. However, that number differs a bit. When you look at it in the south, it's closer to 50-50. But when you look at it in the north, when you look at it from the north, it's far lower. So this is presenting data. So essentially, if we want to focus on driving more inclusion for women, the biggest area to focus on first is the north. So basically, this is, you know, illustration for everybody to understand where the real problem is. Now, why should we focus on women more? When we looked at the percentage active businesses that we have, active being after we have invested in a business, KYC them, spent on compliance, perhaps give them a point of sale device, some of them inevitably become active or inactive. If we become inactive, we lose money. because we didn't onboard you to not do transactions. When we look at the percentage of active women versus men, women are higher by 7.2%, which means it's more likely for a woman to be active when they are onboarded than a man. I hope I'm convincing you to serve more women. 2, when you look at businesses and look at the way our cards are also being used, on the same way, women are higher by men by 9.2% on active cards. Now hear this other one. On loans, who can guess the number, the difference between men and women? When you compare NPLs on loans, women-owned business are 87.5% lower than men. Okay, so should we start a new business where we just service women only? I think that's more likely. So essentially, this is not just some CSR but checklist. This is exactly much more profitable to serve women. I know of an urban legend that there's a certain very big organization that mostly employ women in their financial department because they are less likely to steal. So I've essentially brought 2, 3, 4 data points, which are some of the important roles that we have. By bringing out this data and showing it to the industry and our colleagues, I can emphasize that it is much more profitable commercially to serve women than men. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tosin. It's much more profitable to serve women than men. Thank you very much. So I quite agree with your thoughts, and that's why some of the initiatives from the Central Bank of Nigeria, particularly our open banking, when it's fully implemented, would actually accelerate data exchanges between the financial services providers who have vast amounts of historical data and those who can quickly utilize this data or create tailored financial products for our women. So it's better to serve women. We've heard from Mr. Tosin for today. So it takes me back to Jamila, the CEO of Credit Registry. What she does in Credit Registry, it's of course is important that it is important in identifying credit-worthy customers or borrowers and managing credit risks. Basically, data analytics is actually what she does. So I would like to just ask, can you just explain how data analytics can be leveraged to reduce the risk for lenders providing financial capital to women-owned businesses, particularly in high-risk sector?
Hello? Can you guys hear me okay? All right, thank you very much for that question. And thank you everybody for taking some time to actually hear some of our thoughts around this particular topic. Before I kind of dive in, I maybe just want to kind of set the stage on how I kind of want to present this. I like to tell stories, and I like to be able to paint pretty much a picture orally. And I think I'm going to really just try to paint 3 pictures very quickly. The first picture that I'd like to paint for you is really about the goal of building wealth. And I think that this is one that we all kind of need to begin to, I think, internalize and embrace. And the picture is pretty much just a proverb. And everybody knows this is a very popular proverb. I've just added to it. The proverb is, you give a person a fish, they eat for a day. You teach them to fish, they can eat for a lifetime. I'm going to endear that we actually empower people to own the pond so they can feed their generations. When we empower someone to actually own and build appreciable assets, they begin to not only fuel their current life, but they actually be able to pass on that wealth for their generations to come. So that is one thing that I believe that a picture we need to start thinking of how we can empower people to own the pond. The second picture I'd like to paint for us is what it is to be powerful by nature. Some people have grown to know me for that statement, so I want you to imagine a very healthy farm, somewhere in the north even. This farm is full of juicy, ripe, red, delicious, sweet tomatoes. Now that farm started out with something as little as a seed. That seed was fertilized and it was nurtured and it eventually became available for harvest. Women are exactly, to me, like that. It takes a man to, just like the human race, it takes a man to plant the seed, but that seed can do nothing without someone who's willing to fertilize it, to nurture it, and bring it to harvest. So with that, I believe that women are uniquely and intentionally designed to be powerful by nature. They're the first nurturer, they're the first teacher, they're the first disciplinarian, they're the first doctor. And so if you believe that with me today, I'd like for you to turn to any woman that's next to you on your right-hand side and tell her she is powerful by nature. You can do that now. Turn to her and tell her she's powerful by nature. Turn to the woman on your other side and tell her she is powerful by nature. So with that, women, you have a unique power about you. That power should not be squandered. It should not, and they say to whom much is given, much is expected. So as a woman, I also say that it is our job to actually, each one of us should reach another woman and teach another woman. If we take on that initiative, each one, reach one, teach one, we will also be able to grow a woman's ability to be able to do more. And the last picture is very simple. Imagine a Nigeria as the financial world power. I can see that as a vision if we all come together. One, it is geographically located very centrally to be actually the export for the world. Secondly, it has a fuel about it. When I think about the youth in this country, 70 to 80% of the population is 30 years or younger, with a median age of 18 years old. I want you guys to remember back when you were 18 years old. That energy of the whole world is in front of you. That is what Nigeria is built of. So really there's three components to that part. One is that there is, I'm coming to the end here then. So one is that there has to be a vehicle. The second one is that there has to be fuel. And the third one is that there has to be a driver if we really want Nigeria to be a financial power of the world. And one, that vehicle is the CBN and other financial regulators that are making it happen. The fuel is our youth, and the driver is our financial institutions. And I really embark upon the financial institutions using data and collaborating to make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jamila. It is true that women are uniquely and intentionally designed to be powerful. We cannot improve access to finance for women if our lenders, whether from private sector or development agencies, are unable to recoup their loan. Of course, data-driven innovation must therefore be employed to create products that meet the specific needs of women entrepreneurs and help them to assess their credit risk more accurately. So while protecting lenders, we also need collaboration between governments, financial service providers, and development partners, which is key to scaling up these efforts and driving an inclusive economy. So that brings me to Ines. Ines, as the CEO of the Financial Alliance for Women, an organization which champions enhanced female participation in the global economy, which you work closely with the World Bank in developing the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, which was just launched today, of course, which aims to increase funding for women, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Could you tell us in 3 minutes what this code is about, some countries' commitment to the code, and also, how do you think that collaborative industry commitments can lead to improved financing opportunities for women-owned led enterprises? Thank you.
Thanks very much. As Tosin mentioned, data really drives business, and the women's market is a very profitable market. So our 100 members, of which MoneyPoint is one of them, report the data to us on an annual basis, and the data shows that women pay back their loans at greater rates than men across all loan categories in all countries, are great savers. They're a very robust source of savings, stable source for the banks, are chief purchasing officers of their households, so they're the people who are making decisions about where to bank and so on. So there's a lot of behavioral patterns that make women a very important market. However, it's also true that we need more, I suppose, to shine the light more on women's markets, and the We Finance Code is a way for a country to galvanize around this issue of financing more women entrepreneurs. So while CBN has done great work in the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, Nigeria, like most other countries, in fact every other country, is seeing a significant gender gap in the financing of women entrepreneurs. So what the code does, it asks signatories to sign on to 3 things. One is to report data on the volumes of financing to women entrepreneurs. 2 is to appoint a senior executive to be responsible for actually having some kind of strategy to support female entrepreneurs. And 3 is to actually take action on the non-financial services front. It was born in the United Kingdom, where they have the Investing in Women Code since 2019. It's a public-private sector partnership between the UK government and the private sector, and that private sector includes fintechs, angels, banks, and VCs. So there's 4 major categories of financial services providers involved, because the women's market needs to be segmented, right? So you've got startups, you've got growth-oriented, and you've got businesses that are going to scale and exit. So you need financing for different stages of business. Plus, as in Nigeria and many other markets, you have the basic kind of mom and pop type micro and very small enterprise, which also needs significant amounts of support. So it's a public-private sector partnership. What it has resulted in is a tripling in the number of women-owned startups in the UK, from 50,000 a year in 2019 to 167,000 a year in 2023. That is a huge increase in the number of women startups in an economy. If you remember, they voted for Brexit, so the economy itself has been, let's say, teetering along. This is a massive improvement in the amount of women in business. And so for Nigeria to take the lessons from the UK, they did many initiatives, like for instance, NatWest, which is one of the bigger lenders over there. They earmarked £2 billion in their portfolio to on-lend to women entrepreneurs. HSBC has put forward a £250 million fund to underwrite women founders with venture capital. British Business Bank, which is the bank that, it's basically the public sector bank that supports venture capital, has also put forward this year a £250 million fund for female entrepreneurs. There's an investment in Women Hub, where women can go online and look at all of the providers of financial services and really get insight and information about where to go and so on to get funding. So it's really a collaborative approach between the public and the private sector that can be modeled here in Nigeria, who can make it your own. It's being rolled out in 28 countries. For more information on it, we're running some peer learning across different countries, which CBN is involved in. But there's a lot of information on our website and also on the WeFi website. I think it's an amazing opportunity for Nigeria. It's a very entrepreneurial country. There's lots of extremely bright people like Tosin here that can be involved in that conversation around really unlocking the value of the female economy and giving women the chance, because that's how Nigeria is going to develop. It's by democratizing access and not just about small nano loans at high interest rates. This is about really understanding where we're going to get those high growth, tech-enabled, women-owned businesses and men-owned businesses. Let's face it, it's both. But if you can provide it for women, you'll provide it for everybody. That's what the We Code is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. So the Wi-Fi code is aimed at supporting women startup. So women, CBN is out there, our development partners. We're all here to support youth, our women entrepreneurs. So thanks, Ines. Your response clearly demonstrates the importance of collaboration and working together to achieve a desired outcome of enhanced access to financing for women and bridging the 294 billion financing gap for women-owned business in Nigeria. This cannot be achieved without the collaboration with some of our developmental partners like the Development Bank of Nigeria. So Bonaventure, alongside the CBN, the Development Bank of Nigeria alongside CBN and Bank of Industry recently committed to the Wi-Fi code, and of course the code was launched today. So Bonaventure, can you please describe your institution's commitment to the code and how your organization intends to drive its implementation?
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor. I hope this is not a case of the last becoming the least. I realize that I don't have a lot of time to be able to make my own comments. But it's a pleasure to be here and very happy that today the Wi-Fi code was also launched. At Development Bank of Nigeria, we are very focused strongly on financial inclusion because our area of focus is on the MSMEs. And as we are aware, the MSMEs are one of the least included sector or segment in Nigeria. Now, since we started operations in late 2018, we've disbursed over 387 billion for women enterprises. That is currently about 72% of our total end borrowers list. So and we also have a subsidiary that does partial credit guarantees. We've guaranteed the loans of over 85,000 women in Nigeria. This has allowed them to get in excess of 220 billion in loans from our participating financial institutions. Additionally, we have trained more than 5,000 women. Going into our next 5 years, we want to scale up all of these activities. That's why it is very great that the Wi-Fi code launch is coming at this time. We are one of the first signatories, and we have committed to the fact that we are going to ensure that Nigerian women have access to finance. There's something we noticed when we started. Like I said, 72% of our end borrowers are women. But we discovered that many of the women are involved in trade and commerce. The issue is whenever a woman wants to start business, first thing, they start doing buying and selling. It is good to do buying and selling, but how much impact is that resulting to our national and economic development? So we are trying to see how we can develop the capacity of these women to go into other sectors, manufacturing, education, all other things that is not just buying and selling in the Okearin market. And that's why we have decided to start incentivizing our participating financial institutions. So right now we have an MSME support program that provides rebates to our PFIs when they give loans to women. We've also trained our PFIs. We've done technical assistance to 20 banks in Nigeria. And the training was focused more on how do you increase access to finance for our women MSMEs. And some of the funding we've started targeting thematic funding for women. We are expecting another like 80 billion naira from AFD, the French Development Bank, that is purely for women enterprises. So there's a whole lot of things that we want to do towards this particular segment. But unfortunately, because of time, I'm not going to talk so much about it. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thanks to DBN, our development partner, for supporting women causes. 387 billion disbursed for women, guaranteed loans of 85,000 for women, and has trained over 5,000 women, and is still expecting another 80 billion naira for women. Can we give DBN a big round of applause? So I think beyond a doubt, we've been able to show the partner of collaborations aimed at reducing gender gap in financing. And for these collaborations to be effective, there must be meaningful data to guide our decision making and help protect all relevant stakeholders, especially women who dearly need financing for their businesses so they are well equipped to participate fully in society. This brings me to the very last question. I mean, I'd just like to take this from one or two persons in 1 minute so we can wrap up quickly. So what advice would you give policymakers, financial services providers, and development partners looking to support the overall goal of women financial inclusion? Just one or two persons in 1 minute. Can we just respond to that? Thank you. Thanks, Ines.
I would say sit around the table and talk to each other, because the private sector does have most of the answers, but they need an enabling environment that's supportive, and they need more investors to come in. So the code, I believe, offers an opportunity to sit around the table and have those healthy discussions and move forward.
Thank you. Next was the ladies.
I'd just like to really just have regulators to honestly let women be able to be taught to own that pond, right? They need to be able to have access to not predatory lending, but actually long-term affordable access to credit. 90% of women's income that they receive goes back to the community and to their families. So feeding a woman, giving a woman access and things like that actually helps build the entire community as well as the families. So giving them access to that long-term affordable credit is really, really important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So wow, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I find, all the responses very humiliating, and I wish every one of us greater success even as we seek to support the women's causes. So I thank you everyone for your time. I hope you found the session very informative. I know there's been a lot of interesting takeaway that will be valuable to our various organizations. If we require any clarification, please feel free to talk to any one of us seated here. And I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you so much to the panelists. We did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you so much. We want you to please come together for a group picture. Please, we'd like you to have a group picture. I want Dr. Nkiru Balogun to join them as well. Dr. Balogun, please join us for a group picture. And right after that, we'd like to present gifts to them, and we hope that Mr. Ikazo will help us. Mr. Ikazo, please, you join us for the group picture. We are so sorry, sir. Have mercy on us, sir. Please, a round of applause for the DGFSS CBN as he joins us to take the group picture, and he'll be presenting the gifts as well to our panelists. We're very, very, very close to the end of today's activities. Just one more activity and it's officially launch time. But we want to say thank you to everyone who has stayed and is being an active part of the conversation. Shows your intentionality to be a part of championing the cause for financial inclusion in Nigeria. So thank you very much for being here. I think the audience deserves a round of applause. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for staying. We have gifts. We would have Mr. Philip Picasso to please present the gifts to our panelists. Thank you so much for that very engaging session. Like Mr. Soro has said, if you'd like further clarity on this, you can speak to any one of them. A round of applause for them as they exit the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our final session for today, we'll be looking at new frontiers in innovation, accelerating digital financial services for financial inclusion and development. And to facilitate this panel session, I would like to please welcome Mr. Oladimeji Yisa Taiwo, the Acting Director, Payment System Management Department of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Taiwo as he joins us on stage. He'll be our facilitator for this. And joining him on this as well is Ms. Folashade Femi Lawal, the country manager for West Africa MasterCard. A round of applause for her. MasterCard is one of our sponsors. They're one of our platinum sponsors today. We also want to please welcome the founder and CEO of Flutterwave Inc., Mr. Olugbenga Agbola, who's represented here by Mrs. Olufumilayo Olaniyi, the SVP Public Sector Business Development. We also have Mr. Akim Lawal, the Divisional Chief Executive Officer for Interswitch Group. And finally, we have Mr. Egwarekide Lunge, the CEO, Digital Assets Offering Platform, DEOP. They're going to be taking us through new frontiers in innovation, accelerating digital financial services for financial inclusion and development. So please, a round of applause for them. This right here is our final session, and after this, we'll be heading to lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 20 minutes, we'll be having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, unfortunately, time is not on our side, but I'll try my best to manage the little time I was given. I want to stand on the existing protocol to welcome our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The panel we are about to go through is about new frontiers in innovation, accelerating digital financial services for financial inclusion and development. What is this session all about? This session will provide a clear understanding of how digital financial services can drive financial inclusion and foster economic development in Nigeria. Then it will also provide and explore innovative digital financial services technologies and how this can be applied to reach underserved population, especially forcefully displaced individuals. It will also highlight the role of government, regulators, effect of public-private partnership on driving financial inclusion in Nigeria, and how that public-private partnership can actually create an enabling environment for digital financial inclusion. It will showcase, experience global best practices, success stories in leveraging digital innovation to enhance financial inclusion. And finally, we hope to generate actionable ideas for fostering collaboration between key stakeholders to scale digital financial services. With me here industry stakeholders, some of who are far, far more experienced than myself. I will start from my extreme right, Mr. Egwakide Longe, CEO, Digital Asset Offering Platform. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, my very good close friend and our InterSwitch CEO, Mr. Akim Lawal, you're welcome. Representing the CEO of Flutterwave Incorporation, Mrs. Fumi Olaniyi, you're welcome. And finally, the country manager for West Africa, MasterCard, Ms. Folashade Femi Lawal. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. So we will just start immediately. So I'll start from MasterCard. MasterCard, you are a global payment card service corporation. You offer a range of payment transaction processing services, platforms, related and other related payment services. It is interesting to note that MasterCard actually targets to digitally and financially include 1 billion individuals worldwide by the end of 2025. So you can actually see them as partners in progress in this, our financial inclusion drive. So, madam, what do you think are the most significant innovations in digital financial services that have accelerated financial inclusion, particularly in the underserved areas, based on the MasterCard experience in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's been great to be here. I recognize the fact that we are the obstacle between you and lunch. So to that end, I'm going to be very brief in terms of the contribution. And thank you, moderator. It's such an honor to be here. In explaining and confirming the fact that MasterCard is your partner of choice, working with the regulator, the ecosystem players, in pushing the envelope in terms of digital inclusion. What we've done as MasterCard, to your point about 1 billion, we went further to add 50 million micro and small entrepreneurs, with a laser focus on 25 million women entrepreneurs. So the just concluded panel is actually highlighting part of our passion. In getting that across the table, we partner with credible organizations, leveraging our digital footprints. We tell ourselves at MasterCard, we are big enough to take you in, and we are small enough to be in the trenches with you. And that's what we have done with KIOS. KIOS is a startup company in Africa. All right. Okay. Lunch will soon be served, so we should be okay, even with power. Thank you. So we partner with KIOS. KIOS is a local African fintech, a startup. We leverage our Start Part program, where we empower startups within Africa to have access to our global footprints. Since we launched that Start Part program, 400 startups, including 30 fintechs from Africa, they benefited from the rich footprint of MasterCard to enjoy the digital opportunities, the digital platform where we make available to empower them. We just recently launched last month Product Express. It used to be called FinTech Express. We recognize the fact that Nigeria and Africa at large has become the okay. We recognize that hello? Okay. We recognize the fact that Africa has become the destination of choice for the continent's fintech powerhouse. Nigeria is leading the charge. You can begin to count on your fingers the number of unicorns that have risen out of Nigeria. The most recent one is Tosin that just left here at Money Point. What are we saying? What we are doing at MasterCard is supporting them, supporting those fintechs for them to be able to launch their own card program. We are moving from a very long turnaround time, go-to-market time. We are shortening that to 15 work days. In Nigeria and in Africa, those are the opportunities that we have made available. Also, I want to speak about the MADE initiative. MADE in itself is called Mobilizing Access to Digital Economy, which underscores the topic under the conversation. We partner with AFDB to empower 100 million individuals within Africa for them to have access to digital economy. We recognize the fact that about 40% of the population, they are still very much underserved. In doing that, that collaboration that MasterCard has done with AFDB, we are starting with pilots of 1 million farmers and women, where they will have access for digital identities. And the African countries that have been selected for this pilot is Nigeria, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire. The women bankers, the women farmers, the individuals that sign on to this program for 1 million is going to be able to get digital identity that has not happened in a long time, and the farmers will have access to good seeds that's going to help their farming business. That's just a number of the things that MasterCard has laid out to support the digital inclusion and empower the ordinary people, for you to be part of that rich economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bolashade Femi Lawal. I completely agree with you. Economic inclusion is more or less a prerequisite to financial inclusion. Thank you very much. I'll move on to Mrs. Niyi, Mrs. Fumiola Niyi, sorry, of Flutterwave, representing his MD, Mr. Olugbenga Agbola. Flutterwave, a switching and processing payment service provider of CBN, founded in 2016. You have been in the forefront of introducing innovative products and services into the Nigerian payment ecosystem. Flutterwave, owned and operated by Nigerian, is present in over 30 countries across 3 continents: Africa, North America, and Europe. I don't know of any other Nigerian company that is present in 3 continents. A round of applause for Flutterwave. So in your opinion, experience, and perspective, what do you think are the challenges remaining in scaling up digital financial services across emerging economies, and how can these challenges be effectively addressed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to our deputy governors. It's such a privilege to be here, and I send greetings from my founder, CEO, GB. He's unavoidably unable to be here today.
So your question, and thank you so much for reading out all of those things about Flutterwave. I know that everyone here knows what we do, but sometimes we try to scale up more so people can actually benefit even from the grassroots. The problem that we're being faced, I will mention some things around the digital economy because I see in 2028, according to World Bank, they said that digital economy would actually foster the revenue to about $16.5 trillion. And I know that we are the ones that make that happen. People in the fintech, people right here, the technology sector, and the people doing the innovation. And I also would like to mention that when you talk about digital economy, I would like to lay it on 5 pillars. And that which I would also mention why I'm saying that, because when you talk about digital platforms, you talk about digital infrastructure, you talk about the digital financial services, you also mention the digital skills, and also when you talk about the digital entrepreneurship. Everyone here is a talent. Everyone here has 1 or 2 skills that would actually help 1 or 2 organizations and Africa, Nigeria, the world, I mean globally, to scale up in terms of the revenue, and later on it becomes revenue for governments. The issues that a lot of us are being faced with, you talk about the collapse in power right now. Electricity is very, very important for a lot of us to do business. Without it, you cannot survive. And a lot of us, even when you go off grid, it may not fully have the capacity to take you to where you're going to. So those are some of the challenges we have. And also, when it comes to the policies, because I know CBN is doing this, I will truly appreciate the fact that you've brought us together to discuss how this can be better. We need to thrive in discussing things around ourselves and how we need to do better in the things that we do. The policies are good, but of course there are things around the security, and I know that NITSDA has brought that to bear when it comes to NDPIR. People have the trust, I mean, there's a distrust in the system where I'm doing something and I'm not sure what government will come back to hunt me for. But I know that we have been collaborating a lot with the regulators, we've been collaborating with government itself, and things can only get better. But I hope that, I mean, a lot of people are frustrated, and that's why we have the JAPAC. But of course, people are coming back to Nigeria, and we're seeing the transformation in the system. So the other part that I would want to mention as some of the challenges, but of course the results can be found here on stage. We all have the solution. Perhaps we need the collaboration of government, of the private sectors. Let's work together to make this happen. I'll say for the most part, when it comes to the cost of governance and even the cost of running your business, you know that you're trying so hard to do it well, and the taxman will come, everyone will come knocking on your door. There's one thing or the other trying to affect the SMEs, the MSMEs, and even when you talk about the grants and the loans that you can get. We hope that this becomes a solution very soon, because we know we all have the solutions at our hands, but perhaps it's not coming as fast as we intend for it to come. So I've talked about most of the things that have been affecting businesses, and one thing that Flutterwave has been able to do right is to cut the gap between the educated and the non-educated, because we don't want to relegate the people in the rural sector to say they are not important for the economy. The informal sector is very, very important for every business to thrive and every business to do well and to contribute to the GDP of the nation that they reside. So I would want to employ governments, we're all governments and we're all private sector, to try in our own bit to do what it will make our economy thrive. Costs, we should reduce costs so that we can maximize the profits that we intend for it. We're all set up to make profits, and we don't want to be less of that in the future. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Fumi Olani from Flutterwave. Now I want to go to the last speaker, Mr. Longe from Digital Assets Offering Platform. He's actually the CEO of Digital Asset Offering Platform. The growth and penetration of digital assets, platforms, currencies within the Nigerian payment ecosystem cannot be overemphasized. Do you agree? So your experience, opinion, and perspective, What strategies do you think should be adopted to ensure innovation and financial service provision not only address financial inclusion barriers, but also support economic growth and development?
Thank you. I think I need to define myself a little better because a digital asset offering platform is vague. I actually work in a company called NASD PLC. It is an over-the-counter stock exchange. But we are licensed, well, we are permitted to offer digital assets on a platform by the Securities and Exchange Commission, and that's why I am included here as a digital asset offering platform operator. This thing about digital assets, it's important to define what it really is. Is it crypto, or what exactly is it? It's kind of a gray area. And for us at NASD, our digital asset offering platform, we had to dig deep and actually say what exactly is our place in this market, what is our place in the contribution to develop this economy that we find ourselves in. So, first and foremost, a digital asset offering platform is actually a platform to It's gone. Well, okay, it's back now. It's back now. So it's a platform to enable and democratize retail investors, particularly, but all investors. So what we are enabled to do on our digital asset offering platform is to trade or onboard real-world assets, not assets that do not have any underlying instruments. You know, so I give you a quick example since we don't have too much time, and as we have said, we're separating you from our lunch. Think about it. What we try to do with where we are is to connect the dots within the economy. So if you thought about transport and logistics, if you were able to onboard, say, the Lagos Rail or the Lagos-Ibadan Rail, right? And you put it into a company, right? You can put that company on a digital asset platform, and you can offer it to retail investors to contribute to and provide the capital that actually expands that offering. You know, so what that does for you is that it reduces the entry point. It fractionalizes the entry point so that everyone can get a piece of it. So with, say, 1,000 naira, you can be a part of the Nigerian rail system. Think about if you could do that to the required scale and how you can then connect the dots between all the parts of Nigeria with significant turnaround assets. Think about how you can move products from the farm gates to the markets, right? And you become a part owner of that endeavor by onboarding on a digital asset offering platform. That's what our market brings to you. And it becomes so interesting in that with, say, a very small amount of money, 1,000, 10,000, you can become a part owner of something really big. And if we are able to scale that up significantly, you can find out that it actually begins to impact the capacity to make a turnaround in many of the areas that we find very challenging. Power, agricultural processing, even export businesses, you can also be a part of that. So that's the kind of thing our digital asset offering platform is trying to promote. Yes, I think maybe that defines a bit of what we can do.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Longe. Now, to my friend from Interswitch Group, Mr. Akim Lawal. Public-private partnership can be beneficial for Nigerian payment system in a number of ways. So in your own industry experience, how can public-private partnership actually drive the adoption of digital financial services?
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure indeed to be here. Probably also worth mentioning that Interswitch is a diamond sponsor for this conference. And the reason we've sponsored is because we believe that financial inclusion is the cornerstone to the economic prosperity that we're looking for as a nation. And there are many problems that require innovative solutions, right? I can list, even from some of the speakers that have spoken throughout today, I can list problems like access. How do we create access for the people in the remotest areas of the country to even begin to even interact with the financial systems? We have problems in infrastructure, right? How do we get telecoms to the areas so that even if I do have a phone, how can I connect? We have problems with identity, right? Can we give BVN or NIN to everyone, or can we find another solution? We have problems with commercially including people, even in remote areas. People who have a trade in remote parts of the country, but their trade is not giving them economic empowerment because they don't have access to the markets that they need to sell the products or the services that they've created. We have problems with literacy, right? How do we educate our people? How do we give them the information that they need to access the services, to use it wisely, and to protect themselves once they become digitally and financially included? And so many problems, right? And one of the conversations that I've heard on this stage today is that one of the big reasons that those problems are not being solved is because the commercial return to private sector sometimes does not make commercial sense, right? Many of us who are in business have investors, and we need to return profits to our investors. So there will be certain decisions that we make because we cannot reach them. Governments, public sector have a very different focus, right? They have social contracts that they have to fulfill. They are more developmental in their priorities and in their goals. And they do have access to budget to drive some of these initiatives. And what that creates really is an opportunity for partnership. And I think that is the bedrock on which every public-private partnership initiative has to be built. I personally believe that a lot of the problems, many of which I've listed, we do have innovative solutions that the private sector can create, right? Some of them I can list out, but we don't have enough of time. What is missing is the right partnerships with the public sector to take those innovations into the sectors where they are most required at a price point and in an economic model that makes a lot of sense, both for the public sector and for the private sector. And that is the bedrock on which those solutions will begin to deliver value, right? So for us, public-private partnership has been the way we've taken many of those problems that have existed in many sectors in our industry, and we've solved them. Many years ago, the federal government was struggling with collection of revenue across the country. We signed a public-private partnership agreement with the Federal Inland Revenue Services that digitized tax collections, and that problem has gone away today. Recently, we signed a public-private partnership with the Lagos State government on health, and hopefully that will solve the health problem. And I think that's the way we find the future solutions here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hakim Lawal. So that will be the end of this panel session. I want to thank all my panelists and as well as the audience. I failed to introduce myself in the beginning. My name is Mr. Adefuyi Adeyemi. I'm actually representing my director, my acting director, Mr. Oladimeji Issa Taiwo, who is unavoidably absent. So like I said, I thank everybody for listening. So over to the...
Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you so much. We'd like to have a group picture of our final plenary for today. And we'd like to ask Ms. Muslimat Aliyu, board member of the Central Bank, to please join us on stage for a group picture, as well as to present the gifts to our participants. Thank you so much to everyone who stayed till the very end. We're very, very delighted that you're here. The conference doesn't end today. The conference continues tomorrow. The conversations and the plenary sessions continue tomorrow. So I'd like to please ask that everyone comes in early, as we intend to start early. Tomorrow there will also be awards, celebrations, and recognitions, and who knows, you and your organization just might be winning an award. But it's been an incredibly delightful day that we've had here, and it's been an honor to serve as one of your masters of ceremony. And you know, I've enjoyed doing this with my wonderful team. We have Oluwaseunpi and Maybaka Mayanabo, who's behind the stage. They've been holding it down for our virtual audience. And I'm also delighted to have done this with my brother, Mohammed.
All right, thank you very much, the audience. Please to reiterate, tomorrow it's more engaging. It's breakout sessions. There are no plenaries. We want you all to turn up bright and early. That's where the deep dive and the issues that have just been scratched here today will commence. It's been a very splendid day, still no doubt. Please let that... Wait.
Can we ask our panelists to please wait behind for a picture?
Wait.
Yes. Okay. Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much,
Please
everyone.
don't forget lunch in the places where you had your tea break. Just go get lunch. Eat to your fill. We hope today has been resourceful. Tomorrow will even be better. Thank you very much.
We all want a good life. To do the things that give us the most joy.
Please, I have just been informed all participants remain seated where you are. You will be given your lunch packs here right in the hall. So you're not going to where you had tea break.
To move our
you're
feet
just
and
going
go
to pick
where our
up your
hearts
lunch
take
packs
us.
right here in the hall.
To become who we've always thought we were.
Thank you very much for a splendid day. Tomorrow, bright and early, we are going to do a formal recognition of all the sponsors.
To break free from
all
the
your
ordinary
videos
and
are
live
going
life
to
to
run
the fullest.
to its
The good life is not a destination,
and there is not going
it's a
to be
journey.
any issue. We really have run out of time. The information
Bird,
I got
Africa's
was
premier
that the vote
payment
of
card
thanks
is
has
the passport
declined
that
and
keeps
said
you
just
moving
let
from
it
good
be.
life to
So,
good life.
please remain
Ask
where
your
you
bank
are
for
and
a
let's
Verve card
just
today.
have your lunch packs issued to you. Thank you to everybody who has made today splendid. Tomorrow promises to even be better. It's the second International Conference on Financial Inclusion. It's holding right here at the Landmark Event Center, and it's also the globally connected event. Please make it a point, pick up your lunch bag, rest for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, bright and early, turn up, and let's have the splendid engagement. Thank you very much once again, one and all.
Go where our hearts take us. To become who we've always thought we were. To break free from the ordinary and live life to the fullest.
The good life is not a destination, it's a journey. Verve, Africa's premier payment card, is the passport that keeps you moving from good life to good life. Ask your bank for a Verve card today.
In our world, they say, drink water and mind your business. But at Flutterwave, we make your business our business, providing seamless payment solutions for every one of your customers. Be it the ones who walk right into your store, or those who prefer to stay indoors. Customers that are far, far away, those who are simply next door, and the entrepreneurs in the making. Whether you're a business owner or a customer, Flutterwave is always there to simplify your payment needs. So go ahead, get started on flutterwave.com, the solution that helps your business fly.
We all want a good life. To do the things that give us the most joy. To reach for the things we want and get them. To move our feet and go where our hearts take us. To become who we've always thought we were.